Bumrah has only got one more run before his average, which is temporarily dipped below 20 for the first time, goes back to 20 again.
Right. You better get a wicket. Is that what you're saying? 3 slips a gully behind Head, and he is back, and he takes it off his hip. There you go. That's the boof trick, you see. Just wait. Just get across your stumps, and the ball was sort of middle leg, and you can knock it away for a couple, which he did.
Don't mind it at all.
Yeah.
Even Smith's going a long way across at the moment, so maybe they've spoken about it and actually worked out a plan, and there's nothing wrong with it. They've got to find a plan because they've got 4 test matches to go. They've got to try and somehow salvage something out of this game. Either batting the whole day, I think that'd be a magnificent achievement, to be perfectly honest, especially now at 4 for 22.
Just to get this partnership to lunch, that'd be good. See Bumrah off, and Siraj, and Rana, and now he's pushing away at the next delivery, outside the off stump, and sending it away to Durrell just behind point. You got your pen going again, Mr. School Teacher. What's happening?
I was about to add that of all those test bowlers who've got 150 or more wickets, there hasn't been anyone apart from the famous Sydney Francis Barnes with an average of under 20 at the point at which they had over 150 wickets. The closest I found was Alan Davison, whose average dipped below 20 at the 139 wicket mark. It'll be interesting to see where Bumrah ends up. He's exactly on 20 now.
He's bowling in Head, pushing away on the offside. Where's Stain and Rabada? They seem to have very good strike rates. What's their average?
I'll have a look.
Have a look. It's down there, but yes, you're right.
I mean, 20 is...
Yeah.
That's as someone said about Malcolm Marshall. He was one of those with a low average. All the West Indies of that era.
You can talk about Tendulkar as a great cricketing phenomenon from India, but this bloke will end up with a reputation that's not far behind. Because fast bowlers, India? Nah, it doesn't happen. Bumrah bowls, back goes Head, and plays away down the offside. Certainly not in my growing up era. It was all wrist and finger spin. And they used to give... Gavaskar used to bowl 1 over with a new ball, and they chuck the ball to the spinners.
Bishan Beatty and...
Beatty, Chandrasaka, Venkatrabagan, and Prasanna. Beautiful bowlers. So Travis Head's trying to get in here. 4 for 22. And Bumrah around the wicket. Zeroing in and Head back and flick to the onside, straight out to mid-wicket. And that's a dot to finish the over. So 4 down, Smith's 5, Head's 3. Darren Lehmann's here. And Harsh Bogle is going to come in and spin a few for you.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia versus India in the first test. Live from Perth Stadium.
So another lovely morning in Perth. Siraj charges in and bowls, and Steve Smith's letting it go through. There's a lot of contests within contests today, and I think Australia will be bitterly disappointed at the way they lost Usman Khawaja early today. You just want, even if the game is lost, you still want to earn points, don't you? Because it's a 5-test series. That's a great thing about a 5-test series. You can lose one game and still learn enough to put you in a better position for the next 4.
Exactly right. Morning, Harsha. We were just saying that to myself. They've got to find a way to play this Indian pace attack, especially Bumrah.
Siraj bowls over the wicket to Smith, who drives well, but finds the field at cover. He can't get a run. He's on 5. Travis Head is 3, and Australia have lost a wicket this morning. They're 22 for 4.
And we were talking about maybe he's a left-hander getting outside off stump and not worrying about cover driving Bumrah, because he can beat you on the outside and the inside. So take the outside out of it, outside edge out of it. If he bowls outside off, you can let it go. But make him bowl to you at the stumps. Now, I know it's keeping a bit low, but just back you're going to hit it and get it down the leg side.
Siraj teams and then bowls to Steve Smith, I think that ball might have jagged back in a little bit. He's got his back to us, but there's a lot of noise from around the slip cord. He jams down on it in time. He's skillful enough to do that. But I'm sure the noise is filtering through into your homes. I had a question for you. You've been not just a player at this level, but also a coach. Can sometimes bowlers get into your head? Are Australia allowing Bumrah to get into their heads?
Yeah, I think so.
And what would you tell them if you're a coach?
We'll find a way to get him out of your head. How's he not going to get you out?
Siraj bowls, and he gets one that, I don't know if it hit a crack, but it rose alarmingly at Steve Smith, and it left him. And he did really well to just arch his back and ensure that neither his glove nor his bat was close enough to the ball. But that's taken off. It wasn't too far from the outside edge. It's taken by Rishabh Pant.
So, and what I'm saying, you've also got to try and score and work out ways to score against Siraj and Rana and Sundar and put some pressure back on India somehow, because it is 4 test matches to go. This one is not lost yet, but it's not looking great, is it, Harsha, at 4 for 22?
No, it isn't. Steve Smith is whirling around and pulling the next one, and it is straight to the man, down at long leg, which is looks like Jadeja. So he's on as a sub for somebody. Smith will get another run. He'll go up to 6. It's 23 for 4. You can look at the scoreboard and say, yeah, it's looking very tough, because right below the line that says 4 for 23 is another that says trailed by 510. But it's a crucial series, because if Steve Smith is hanging in there, if Steve Smith's getting 100 here, then he's changing the dynamics of this Australian team in much the way I think Kohli's 100 yesterday would have lifted India. When you've got your lead player doing well, at least you're looking up to the lead player and saying, oh wow, it couldn't be that bad, he's scoring runs. But if your lead player doesn't score runs, then I think it just drags the dressing room down. Round the wicket now, it bowls to Travis Head, and he goes back across, just pushes it out on the offside. It's not a bad over at all, that from Siraj, who's now bowled 5 overs. He's got 2 for 8, including the wicket this morning of Usman Khwaja, who went into a pull shot, got a little top edge, only went as far as short fine. And Rishabh Pant, who's catching everything, including paychecks, and no trouble at all.
It was a good catch, actually, for our listeners. It went high and he had run back and swirly into the blue skies and took a good catch. But you've got to find... Sorry?
When you're getting checks that size, you're catching everything.
He did get a big check for our listeners. I think he was, what was he, 4 million US?
No, a little under that, because the Indian rupee keeps getting devalued against the US.
Right.
But at current exchange rate in Aussie terms, honing in at about 4.7, 4.8 thereabouts. Oh, I've got a phone in front of me. I can do it's got a calculator, so I'll quickly do the. If you could speak a couple of sentences in between, I'll quickly do the calculation.
Well, yeah. Boomerang, interesting, coming off after a little under half hour with the ball, so they're going to use short spells with their quicks today and rotate them around, which I think is a good move. They want to have a real crack at all these blokes from different ends. Rana comes into the attack, who was very impressive in the first innings.
He was, but what a contest that was with Bumrah bowling to Steve Smith. This is Rana, and he's bowling the first one outside off. He lets it go. So why is Bumrah taking himself off? Does he want to go to Siraj's end?
They might want to rotate around and just keep going in short spells, and someone's going to have to bowl a longer spell to get the rotation right. So it might be Siraj, who looks in good form, and they'll just rotate them around here and there. I'm a little surprised though he doesn't bowl an extra 1 or 2. Going back to your point about the rest of the series, it's so important for Australia to get a total, bat a day, get some confidence back into their batting group. And Steve Smith's the one that leads the front there. As with Travis Head, he's had a lean run, but he's a class player, we know, and can change the game very quickly.
He can, and don't India know it better than anybody else. Steve Smith goes across and plays the next one back down to mid-on. Maybe I can just request Rick to pull out one scorecard for me. India versus England, Ahmedabad 2011. And there's a reason I'm pulling that out. England came to India convinced that they're going to lose to spin. Sometimes you lose a series before it starts. And they were spun out in the first innings for nothing at all. In the second innings, Alistair Cook batted a day and a half. They lost the game eventually, but he batted a day and a half, and someone else scored runs too. They got about 350, 400. But the impact of that performance, Rana bowls, it's way outside the off stump and it's let go. The impact of that performance meant that they said, oh, hang on, we can bat against these people. And then they went to Mumbai, won on a turner, went to Calcutta, won on a turner, and won that series 2-1. So I was looking at it, if you're looking at it from Australia's point of view, even if you lose this test match, but if Usman Khwaja, he's gone now, of course, but if Khwaja and Smith were batting till an hour after lunch and just convince themselves and the people in the change room that, look, you hang in there, you can score runs. If KL Rahul can score runs, batting in that style, we can too. So that is what I would have thought from the Australian change room they were looking at. From India's point of view, absolutely imperative that they finish this game as early as they can. Rana runs and he bowls, and Steve Smith is looking for a big pull shot. He's eyeing the open areas on the onside. It only bounces out slowly to mid-on.
Yeah, almost been through a little bit of pace there as well. So what we're getting back to, Harsha, is find a way how to score against Boomer, and it looks like both have gone over the offside and try and hit him on the leg side, which is not a bad move. Just got to make sure you're hitting the one that's dead straight. Don't miss that one. But he can go both ways. And the same with these guys. Work out where I'm going to score and put pressure on. Now, if he drops short like that, then Smith, if he's in form, would hit that for 4 in front of mid-wicket.
Rana from over the wicket. He goes. It's Fuller. He's struck on the bat. Maybe it's just drifting down the leg side, but Smith was squared up a little bit, looking to play it on the onside. Once again, a ball that was a little full, slightly reminiscent of the one that got Manus Labuschagne in the first innings. But everyone was excited. You get excited when you hit Smith on the pads, but it was probably drifting down leg side.
Well, I think he's hit that, Harsha. And the reason, because he's always pretty close, but it's also going down leg, so...
Rick, you got those numbers for me?
Yes,
Just tell me first innings and second innings.
India started with 521. England bowled out for 191, followed on 406. Alastair Cook 176 in 556 minutes.
There you go. That is what Australia wanted. That's why I brought up that scorecard. Here's Rana, he bowls and he goes right through Steve Smith. This is good bowling. The pitch is an ally today. And Smith is just watching as the ball curls its way past the outside edge. Australia 23-4, Smith is 6, and Head is on 3. Are you off, Darren? Okay, well, I'll continue the conversation with Tom as we come along. But the point I was making was, even though you lost the test match, you batted for so long, and in doing so, convinced yourself first, and then convinced everyone around you in the team that it is possible to score runs, and that had an impact on the rest of the series. And that's why that wicket of Usman Khwaja is so critical. Australia did not want to lose a wicket, ideally, till lunch or an hour after lunch.
England won the next 2 tests.
They did. That's the point I'm making. They had a raging turner in Mumbai, and Mumbai with its red soil, when it turns and bounces a lot. And then they went to Kolkata. They won in Kolkata too. Tom's just in and wondering what on earth we're on about. Siraj goes round the wicket to Head, who's punching off the back foot. It's a typical Head counter-attacking shot, and it's on its way to the long square boundary. The fielder had given up. It's just that the ball gave up too. And they will run 4, I think. Were they? They run 4? When was the last time Tom
Yep, that was 4.
running 4?
It's not something that Travis Head's used to doing. He's used to hitting 4s, but not running them. Good morning, Harsh. How are you?
Very good morning.
So what were you reflecting on there that I missed?
I was just saying, even if you lose the game, you look about that scorecard, you trail by 506. So maybe this test match is gone, but the great thing about a 5-test series is you do something in this test match, even if you lose, that convinces you that things are not as difficult. So bat the day today. Come what may, bat the day today. Siraj bowls to Head, who's looking to push it off the back foot. I think that ball kept a little low. It might have got an inside edge onto his pad. And Siraj has just fallen over backwards in excitement. What I was referring to was the series England versus India back in 2011. Let's look at the replay and see what happened over there.
Oh,
yeah, he's hit it.
That's bad. He's hit it, but that's kept low and it's seamed as well. So I think that's definitely hit a crack.
And I walked out this morning. I know as much about cracks as I do about investment banking, so I won't delve too much into it.
So you dress very well. You must know a lot about banking.
Sometimes the clothes present a different picture from reality. Siraj bowls, and he's struck on the pad. Siraj hasn't even appealed. He's just run straight to the wicket keeper. He's got to appeal at some point. And what they're saying from around him is the ball straightened after hitting the deck. That's what the close-in fielders are saying. But Siraj, in his excitement, didn't appeal. He just went running straight to the wicket-keeper. They've chosen to go now.
LBW given not out on field. I've checked the feet placement and it's a fair delivery. If we can have a look at front, Tom, please.
Richard Illingworth, the third umpire. He's been in the thick of it all a few times.
Okay.
Bat first.
Back. All through.
There's no bat, I don't think, but
Okay, doesn't appear to be any bat. Can we go to Snicker just to confirm that, please?
the line concerns me. Yes, it may have straightened a little bit,
Okay.
which Mohamed Siraj
Through
has
again.
indicated to his
Okay, we've got no bat
teammates.
involved, so we can go back.
I think this might be sliding down leg.
Ready. Okay, pitching in line, impact in line, wickets is umpire's call. Go back to Richard on field, stay with this original decision of not out. Richard, you're on screen now, please signal.
It's a close call, but that's what you have umpires' calls for.
Excellent decision, on-field decision. You know, there's a lot that has to happen in favour of the bowler from the angle that Mohamed Siraj is bowling from around the wicket.
Goes to head. This approach is typical counter-attacking. There's a bit of yes and no. As he punched the ball, didn't quite get hold of it, went to the right of short cover. But it wasn't picked up cleanly enough, and so they would squeeze through for a single. It's close, though. I just wonder, the umpire got it right, but is the batsman suddenly thinking, oops, that kept a little low, that it's something it shouldn't have done?
Oh, I think they'll be thinking, would have thought that from yesterday. So they were fully aware that they need to play as straight as they possibly can and, you know, get into strong defensive positions when the ball is on that line.
Three slips gully, there's point cover, mid-on, man in front of square and on the boundary at long leg. Siraj is over the wicket, bowls to Smith, who's letting it go through outside the off stump.
Just to expand on your discussion around Australia and what they can get out of this, yeah, it's near on impossible to win this Test match. But yes, they can bat the day. But there's also, you know, the team pride of, you know, achieving something in this final innings. But individually, there's some significant things that can set up the summer for you as well. So if, let's say, Steve Smith does a Kohli and manages to get a significant score, that's going to really bed him down for a good summer, like that innings of Kohli's now sort of set him up for a good summer against Australia.
Siraj is charging and he bowls, and Smith goes forward and defends. Look pretty comfortable doing that out to mid-wicket. He won't get a run. Smith is 6, head is 8 now. And Australia have lost a wicket early, 28 for 4. And I think it's important. I think there are these talismanic players who just lift the mood of a team or just pull it down. Kohli's 100 yesterday. I know Yashasvi had a great 100 and Bumrah's bowled very well. When Kohli's scoring runs, suddenly everyone's happy. If Kohli's not scoring runs, the younger kids are looking and saying, even he's not scoring runs.
Yeah.
And I think Smith can have that effect on Australia. It's critical that Smith gets runs here.
I agree with you. You know, Kohli, it was a very fine innings, but he was the beneficiary of an extraordinary start. So he couldn't have asked for a softer landing to get some runs, given the pressure he's been on, you know, in Test cricket over the last 3 to 5 years. You know as well as anyone that he's had his challenges over that period of time. But, you know, what a perfect opportunity for him just to get that score and put that to bed.
Rana's round the wicket to Head, who's driving on the offside, not with too much power, so just get a single even though he's found the gap, and it'll take him up to 9, Australia to 29 for 4. But that's what the great players do, don't they? When they get that opportunity.
Yeah.
You called it a soft landing. That was perfect, actually, because all the hard work was done by KL Rahul and Yashasvi Jaiswal. But he just said, this is my moment. I think Gavaskar was like that, Tendulkar was like that. When they realized the moment is theirs, they grabbed it. It's a little more difficult for Steve Smith because the sun on day 2 and day 3 has probably made the wicket a little more difficult to bat on.
A lot more difficult.
Yeah. But India will look at it and say, yes, we might have got the better of the conditions, but that opening partnership was the difference between the two sides, Rahul and Yashasvi Jaiswal. Rana from over the wicket bowls, and Smith is squared up a little bit, but it's run off the face of the bat down to third man, and they'll come back for 2. So he's moving along. He's gone up to 8. Small numbers. What is it? Journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step.
True. I don't think that argument stands either about the fact that India have had the best conditions, because India had to bat first on this surface, and everyone was really questioning that 150 right from the get-go, and it wasn't until Australia sort of fell in a dramatic fashion and lost 7. After India were bowled out for that 150, it looks slightly different. But India actually really had the most challenging conditions.
Rana bowls, it's Fuller, and it's onto the pads of Steve Smith, who loves it in that area. He played away wide of mid-on, but it's one of the fastest men on 2 legs in the game who's running after it. And so they'll only get to Ravindra Jadeja. He is the fielder running after that ball. He's brilliant in the field. Who's he in for? Somebody's just gone in and said, let's put some quick legs out there. Back with Rana. Looking forward to seeing Bumrah bowl from there. Yeah, there have been turning points, but I think the big turning point in this game came just after India were bowled out for 150, and that spell from Bumrah. For that reason, he's still my player of the match so far. Here comes Rana, bowls to Smith, who's looking to pull away, and the ball's cannoned into him. I don't know if you heard the groan that came out through your microphones. Did it hurry onto him, or was he done it by the bounce?
Yeah, I think that sort of skidded onto him a lot quicker than he expected. It's straight in the stomach. It's actually just above the stomach, so it may have actually caught some ribs. See, that's going to be a painful blow. He's on his back now, Smith. He's been clearly winded here, and he's sore. Physio's running out. 12th man's running out with a drink. He's back on his feet now, but that's a stinger for sure.
Just look at the replay of where that's gone. It's into his ribcage.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have had too many balls go into your ribcage because they wouldn't bounce that high.
Don't worry, the bowlers found a way. They found
your ribcage?
Absolutely.
Your ribcage was about 7 feet high.
Yeah, still. Merv Hughes found a way to get it 7 foot high. Don't worry about that.
Is it an advantage being a very tall batter at all? Sunil Gavaskar always says that the smaller people, lower center of gravity, you can sway out of the line of the ball much better.
Yeah, 100%. That's correct.
Good to see. Steve Smith up again. Rana pulls him. It's Fuller. And he's just squared up a little bit, but he's behind the line, plays it to cover, can't get a run.
And the other thing a smaller batter has an advantage of is their eye line is naturally lower.
Yes.
Obviously in their stance, so if which I am, I'm just short of 6'7". I'm standing at the crease versus someone like Steve Smith or Virat Kohli. My eye line's probably a foot to nearly 2 foot higher than their eye line, so picking length up quickly is harder if your eyes are higher. If your eyes are lower to the pitch level, you read length quicker. You can pick that length quicker.
Very interesting, Paul. You learn something new every day. Rana bowls and pushes Smith onto the back foot, and he plays it out to short mid-wicket. He can't get a run. Testing time this for Australia. They're 4 now for 33, and on that scoreboard is that ominous number. Trail by 500. So, yeah. So there, learn something new. I always thought it's a bit of an advantage. Well, what do the SMSs say? What does the cup with the D on it on the sleeve of the Indian shirt mean? I think it's just a sponsor logo. The sponsor logo.
Dream 11, isn't it? Which is a fantasy cricket game, isn't it?
It's a fantasy cricket game that's got so many people playing it could divert the economy of a few countries. It's just incredible how many people play fantasy sport, but it's going through a little tough phase at the moment because there's heavy taxation on it.
Yeah, it's an incredible story, that company Dream 11. They've just gone from zero to hero, over a very short period of time.
Bumrah replaces Siraj, and he's bowling from round the wicket to Head, who gets an inside edge onto his pad. And it just goes out quietly. What's Head going to do here? Is he going to fight fire with fire as he normally does? Is he going to back his defense and say, right, I'll keep the bad balls out. I'll keep the good balls out. There'll be a bad one coming at some point. Or will he just say, nah?
No, I think he's playing Travis Head sort of brand of cricket, and that's try to take the game on and reverse the pressure, put Bumrah under pressure, which is not the easiest thing to do.
Now he's got 2 slips of gully and a deepish gully, and a man in front of him at cover point. Bumrah bowls and it's short. He's pushing it out on the onside and it's gone out to mid-wicket. Do you think somewhere at the back of his mind, when they're seeing great bowlers in treacherous conditions and they're having to survive, survival is one of the great things in our game, isn't it, in test match cricket, and they're having to survive, is there a little voice inside saying, bat in the power play on a flat deck and make 100? Why am I going through all this? Would there be a little voice?
Well, that's Test cricket, though. That's why we all love Test cricket. It is it is a true test of character, technique, and everything else.
It is, as I often say, life played out on a cricket ground. Bumrah goes round the wicket into Travis Head, who's playing a much better shot behind the line to a ball that's angling in and plays it out to mid-on. In how many sports is survival so valued? You can do that. In footy, with football rather, if you're 0-0 and you're down to 10 men and you've got to play out 25 minutes and get a 0-0 result. But in how many sports is survival coated with such an aura around it?
Boxing.
Maybe boxing.
I'd be trying to survive.
Bumrah goes around the wicket, Head would drive, it's in the air, but it beats the fielder at shortish cover and will find its way even on this sluggish outfield into the boundary for 4. So Tom Moody, you're right, Head is reacting like Head would.
The first boundary of the innings.
The first boundary in the innings. There you go. What over number are we? You're in the 14th.
Yep. He's actually hit that into the ground.
Into the ground. I
Yeah,
thought so.
He's hit that very, very hard into the ground, and because of the hard surface out there, it's really kicked off and beat Washington Sundar at cover. Sure, he'll be employed soon out here just to help rotate the bowlers, probably from the end that Bumrah's bowling now, because there's a bit of a breeze he's bowling into there.
Unless they keep losing wickets, Bumrah goes round the wicket, he bowls to Head and he's solidly behind it. It's a shot that, in spite of not producing any runs, will give him a little bit of confidence because he looked like he'd got the ball covered. Head's gone up now to 13, Smith is 10. Batting to come, Mitch Marsh, Alex Carey, and then you're into Stark, Hazelwood and Lyon.
It's a good, interesting point you make about that survival and what sports, but there's different ways to survive, isn't there? There's to shut up shop, so to speak.
Yes.
Or there's the Travis Head version, which is, okay, well, my best form of survival is putting you back under pressure.
The best form of defence is attack, some say. Sometimes it makes you look silly. There's a bouncer from Bumrah and he was looking to play a little uppercut, but the decision was too late. The ball had passed him already and it's into the gloves of Rishabh Pant. So Bumrah finishes that over. It's 37 for 4. Smith is 10. Head is 13. Tom Moody is still here, but he'll be joined by Clint Wheeler.
Grandstand Cricket.
Australia and India, live from Perth Stadium. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and the ABC Listener. I got a feeling.
He's leapt out a little bit early, Harsh. It was a no ball called well afterwards as well. So here is Bumrah with one more left in the over. Travis Head remains on strike and Bumrah, the human trebuchet, is in. And bowls and Head plays it into the ground. The ball bounces out to mid-off and that is, we think, yes, the end of the over. Hello, Tom Moody.
Okay, Clint, how are you this morning?
I'm up and about.
Not surprised. You're boasting a very cricket. I can't really describe this. I'm trying to describe it.
It's a little bit,
What do you think, Rick?
green.
Yeah, no, it's got a cricket theme to it. I like it.
It's a bit more
You've got a different shirt every day, haven't you? That type of theme.
Yep. Whenever we go to the cricket, I wear the most ridiculous shirts I can lay my hands on. Normally a Christmas theme, but we didn't make December this year for the Perth Test, so I'm a firm believer that Christmas can just hang on until December starts. The tree can stay in the shed. We don't need to put the tinsel just up. No criticism to anybody else who does. Some people love Christmas. They can't wait. But I did think it was a bit early to bring out the for Santa. What have I got him doing? Barbecuing, surfing, hanging out with kangaroos under a tree. They were all last year's ones.
Really? So you do the full thing on the front lawn?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh,
love it.
Good on you.
Not much of a front lawn, I'll be honest. He's run to start another over and it's played by Smith straight out towards point. Now we've got out the front of the house, we have I guess you'd call it the native garden.
Yes.
Inside the fence is the lawn.
Okay.
Not the natives out the front. Low on water. Water-wise here in WA.
It's very smart. Like it. But you all out with the Christmas decorations.
No.
Do the rest of the street embrace it as well?
We're nowhere near some of the rest of the people down the street. No, we're not even in the ballpark of the outstanding decorations that go on. Lots of kids in our area, which is good. Runner away from us over the wicket and nicely turned off the hit by Smith down towards fine leg for a single. Worked that well. One more to the total. 4 for 39. They trail by 494. I guess it's like a lot of things. It depends on where your area is at with the number of kids around. And where we are, sort of probably 20 minutes north of Perth Stadium, there's now heaps of kids. And so everyone seems to get involved.
Yeah.
One of the houses down the street already had their full decorations up. The roof, Santa sleigh on the top. I love it.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's great. We've had a couple of young families move into our street, and you can see that sort of change.
Runner bowls. Oh, slashing shot. That is terrific from Head. He went after that, smashed it through point, left nothing behind, and that goes for just a cracking 4. Bang.
It's a great shot, wasn't it? Because it wasn't a half volley. It was still a length ball, just wide of off stump, but it's width, and that's exactly what Travis Head loves, is width, and he's just thrown everything at that.
He's decided it will be trad ball today. Smith has been a little bit more circumspect. I love watching Travis Head that.
Yeah, well, he's been one of our standout players, hasn't he, of recent times, probably the last couple of years in Test cricket. Really established himself at 5.
Runner bowls again to Head. He's beaten him inside as well, and that did look like it moved off a crack or something on the pitch, and Head's going to wander down here alongside Runner as if to go, what does that hit here?
I think it's gone straight through. Hasn't done a huge amount. It was just a good length, great line, a good response to the previous delivery, to be fair, to the bowler. Yeah, this just gone straight through. He's just played the wrong line.
That's a great ball. But as we saw from India yesterday, if you get beaten, you've got to have a look at the pitch. Runner again, away from us to Head, who clips it away. Backward of square. Take one. Plenty of time to gather the 2, the fielder coming around from long leg.
Well, they've got a 7-2 field here. Just on the leg side, Travis said they've got a mid-on, regulation mid-on, and a fine leg that's reasonably wide but still well behind square. So it makes it difficult for the bowler to bowl to a field like that, particularly when he's round the wicket, angling into the left-hander. There's not a lot of room for error. You know, Head can get across, cover his off stump, just work the ball into that leg side.
Still the 2 slips and a gully. Run around the wicket continues, and defending Head straight back to the bowler. End of the over. Runner with figures 3 overs, none for 12. Head is 19, Smith 11, 4 for 45, the Australians, as they try to fight their way through today.
Well, it's a big day for a couple of the Australians. You know, obviously, we were talking earlier about the, you know, sort of establishing some sort of pride with regards to their last innings of this Test match and trying to bat the day out, if not sort of pushing it into day 5, which looks a long way away at the moment at 4 for 45. But individually, there's some players that would love to be able to set their summer up, and you know, obviously Smith is one of them, is a complete standout. And Mitch Marsh coming in next. He hasn't played a lot of cricket leading into this Test match, so he's, you know, probably a little underdone with regards to just the volume of cricket that's required under pressure out in the middle. Yes, he, you know, was on leave because his wife delivered their first baby.
Little girl?
Yep. And which is understandable, but the reality is that, you know, he is short of, you know, match practice.
We're going to see the introduction of spin. He did make the call that it would happen sooner than later, and Washington Sundar, the right arm off spinner, into the attack at the Langer stand in. A few clouds above us. It's a cooler day and a very blustery one as well. Heading up towards 25, about 23 degrees at the moment. There were a number of raised eyebrows when Sundar was given the opportunity ahead of certainly the more established Ashwin and Jadeja. What's he got now? Just rolling the arm over at the southern end of the ground.
Well, Washington Sundar's not a big turner of the ball. He delivers it, nearly at 12 o'clock, so right up high over the top. So he doesn't get a lot of side spin. He gets quite a lot of overspin on the ball. So he'll enjoy the bounce here, but he's not, he's in Indian conditions, yes, on those dry surfaces, he will get a bit of turn, but certainly in Australia, he'll have to work very hard to get the turn.
There's a short leg and one slip. Sundar's first delivery is into Smith, and he pushes away to the offside for no run.
And where he sort of carved his reputation initially was in white ball cricket. Very, very effective new ball bowler in T20 cricket and in 50-over cricket for that matter.
Sundar, his short runner, he's in and delivers, and Smith gets right behind it, just punches it away onto the onside, out towards mid-on for no run.
So he's sort of recognised as being deadly accurate. Obviously gets that steep bounce off a length, which is hard in the shorter format to be able to hit him straight over his head.
Sundar to Smith, who defends.
He's a little bit like Chris Green, the way he bowls. If when watching Chris Green, who's now playing Shield cricket for New South Wales, but also has had a very successful BBL career, very similar style to Chris Green.
Sundar to Smith, forward defending, back to the bowl, no run.
And it's good to see him starting to play some Shield cricket, because he was sort of not really considered as a red ball option, but has been playing for New South Wales and doing a pretty good job.
In again is Sundar. Smith steps forward and lets it go past the outside of the front pad and past the off stump through to the keeper for a dot ball. If you'd like to send us an SMS, 0467 920 222, 0467 920 222 throughout the test summer. Sundar bowls to Smith. He turns it away just in front of the square leg fielder, allows him to trot through for a single, so he will keep the strike at the end of the over. The Australians 4 for 45. They trail by 488 runs. Smith is 12 now. Head is 19. Damien from Freo. Gentlemen, what do we think of a genuine opener being brought in and McSweeney replacing Labuschagne? All the focus for the next 11 days or so will be about Marnus Labuschagne and whether he keeps his spot in the test team. Rightly or wrongly, there's always a player who seems to be under the gun when the Australians don't perform as expected, and because of his recent run, that will be Marnus Labuschagne for the next, almost 2 weeks.
Yeah, and I sort of understand that, but at the end of the day, the selectors made the commitment to Marnus and for this top 6 for this first test match, and to suddenly take into consideration his form over a period of time, over the last 12 months, on the back of one performance or, one game, I think is harsh.
Runner away, starts another over to Smith. He's wrapped on the pads. They go up in a big wave. The LBW shout begging Rana. Maybe going down leg side. They'll have the discussion. They're going to review. Bowler was very convinced.
Yeah, initially I thought he hit it.
The umpire's director will have a player review.
Smith's sort of constantly signalling that it's gone down leg, but he does get a long way across off stump.
Placement. And it's a fair delivery.
I've seen this
Have a look at front on, please.
throughout his career, and indeed today, he does like to shuffle across. Smith can do no more than stare up at the big screen. He's on 12. The Australians 4 for 46. So it was angled in. It does look to be going across. He's been hit on the knee roll.
The inside edge. Can we have a look at Snicker, please?
I reckon it's hitting the outside of leg stump.
I reckon it's around the mark, and umpire's call might save
just
him.
roll it. Yeah, and roll it through into the pad. Okay, there's no bad involved, so we can go for ball tracking when ready, please.
Might be high and just slightly going down.
Okay, pitching outside off, impact in line.
It's missing.
Wicket's missing.
Not by much.
Chris on field to stay with his original decision of not out. Chris, you're on screen now, please signal.
But isn't it interesting with Smith, and I was having a discussion with someone just out the back about Steve Smith and how we used to marvel the fact that those types of deliveries he used to always middle and find a boundary in front of square or behind square, and we used to think, how's he done that? He never ever misses them. And it's angled into the stumps and he shuffles across and middle of the back, crashes it through, you know, either side of the square leg umpire, and you think this is just an amazing, you know, sort of eye this guy's got and hands that he's got, but he is missing them regularly now.
Runner again to Smith, who defends.
You just wonder, you know, whether it's the sharpness that's just, you know, that's been lost a little bit with Smith, or whether he's actually moving a little bit more across off stump than he has done historically. I'm sure he's dissected it with all videotapes with the batting coaches around.
He was confident on that occasion that it was going down leg, and so it was. Two slips behind Smith, runner bowls, and Smith defends. Remains on 12, 4 for 46.
It should be interesting to hear what Buff Lehman's got to say about Smith. He's obviously worked with him closely over a period of time when he was like red hot.
Let's at 33 years of age, let's set Rick a challenge. Here you go, Rick. So Smith, last century, 23 odd tests to go. So since his last century, as runner again bowls and Smith defends, so that's June 2023. Since then, what's his percentage of LBW and bold dismissals to his percentage of LBW and bold dismissals before that time? Rick's giving me a look. I know it's a challenging question, but that's when, sort of from that point onwards, Smith has been struggling along that front.
Yeah, I think there'll be a significant shift.
He's going to work very hard. This is what we pay him the small to medium bucks for on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Clint Wilton alongside Tom Moody. Rana is away again. Smith on strike, and Smith flicked that away. That's well played. Up through mid-wicket. I'll take one. Good diving stop. They thought about a second. The immediate call was no. Absolutely certain. Would not want to burn yourself at the moment with an unnecessary run. It was Kumar Reddy who lost his sunglasses chasing that ball down. Sensible decision to just take the single. Head to 19. 4 for 47. One run so far off Harshit Rana's over. He is one of the two debutants in this Indian side. 22 years of age alongside the 21-year-old Kumar Reddy. So you compare the ages, significant shift for India, but they, of course, have to bring in the number of people who aren't playing for them. Runner bowls and takes an inside edge from the bat of head. Fires past the square leg umpire for another single.
It's not bad inclusion though, Rohit Sharma.
Well, that's what I was about to say in terms of, you can talk about how they've got a significantly younger, but you have to consider no Rohit Sharma, no Shubman Gill, no Shami. That would rise the average age significantly, and you would think all of those would be playing. So India have got a few selection issues. We don't think Gill will play, but Rohit Sharma arrived yesterday. Some photographic evidence of him touching down in Perth.
Yeah, well, that's Partikel's position under threat. You'd think that KL Rahul would move to 3 and Rohit Sharma would just slot into the opening slot.
So, with the Aussies 4 for 48, trailing by 485 in the second innings. Smith is 13, Head is 20. This is day 4 of the first test at Perth Stadium. This is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport, and drinks are on the field.
The Australian Open tennis returns.
Join ABC Sport courtside January 12th for the Australian Open Tennis on ABC Sport Digital, and take it with you on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Country is Australia's home of country music.
Man, I feel like a woman.
on the ABC Listen app.
Your home of cricket.
Grandstand cricket.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket.
Siraj well short. He's after this. It's up in the air. Pants getting underneath it as he goes back and he takes it. Top edge from Khawaja. A wicket for India in the second over of the day.
Well, drinks on the field, and Australia 4 down. India in the hunt for 6 more wickets to go 1-0 up in this 5-match series. Commanding performance it's been from them. The sun continues to shine at Perth. There's a few more clouds in the sky here. It's significantly cooler than yesterday. A beautiful summer's day this would be back in England. It's nice temperatures for people to be watching. Still a good contingent of Indian fans here looking to see a win for their nation. Travis Head and Steve Smith at the moment standing firm, a partnership worth 31. And Sunny Gavaskar, there's still gains to be made by Australia, even if this match goes the way it is heading. Steve Smith, you can almost say, is in a similar boat to Virat Kohli in terms of, needs some runs, wants some runs, would love a Test 100. That could still be a big individual tick against his name with 4 Test matches still to go.
Absolutely. I mean, Ali, and good morning, listeners. Clearly, because just like Kohli getting 100 in the first test of a 5-match series augurs well for India, Smith getting runs will augur well for the Australians too. You'll have Travis Head, who's been a thorn in India's flesh for such a long time. He gets a good score. That'll augur well. Look, 500, chasing 500 is tough.
Washington Sundar is in, and Head defends back up the pitch into the hands of the bowler.
500, chasing 500 is, pretty much impossible. And of course, stranger things have happened in the game. But the Australian batters getting some runs will certainly give them confidence for the remainder of the series.
Sundar in, slipping a short leg sweep attempt down towards the backwards square, but it hasn't got hold of it, and so it's short leg instead. Chasing back towards the ball to pick up, and Head has got down the other end for a single. Moves him on to 20. Steve Smith with him on 13. 485 runs behind. Australia 4 for 49. It's day 4, a whole another day if they're to do something quite against the run of play and survive to save this Test match. Steve Smith flexes his knees. Sundar over the wicket to the right-hander. Works it along the ground through the vacant mid-on region, brings long on in off the fence to pick up, and Smith through for 1. So Steve Smith wants some runs. As the 50 is up for Australia, 4 for 50, announced over the tannoy here for the spectators who are in. Rick Finlay, I believe Clint posed you a question just before I sat down. As Sundar is in again here to Head, he presses forward, back up the pitch, and Sundar picks up in his follow-through. Remind us first what the question was before you give us the answer.
He wanted to know what the percentage bowled and LBW was for Steve Smith since he scored his last century in the middle of last year.
And Sundar in around the wickets. Nope, false start. He loses run or loses footing. He's retreating again his few paces, a very short run up, which he marked by pigeon steps earlier. Around the wicket he goes, and Head pushing forward defensively. Sundar picks up off his own bowling. Another dot ball. 1 more ball in the over, then we'll get the answer from Rick. Significantly more breezy out there today as well. Very stiff wind blowing across the ground. Sundar in, back up the pitch again defensively by Head, getting well forward. End of the over, 4 for 50 then. Travis Head on 20, 483 behind. So the answer, Rick.
Before that century in July last year, he was bowled 15% of the time, and LBW 17% of the time. Since then, LBW 25%, so it's changed from 15 to 25%, but his bowls have been reduced to 5%. So combining the two, 32% before and 30% after. So I'm not quite sure what that proves, but...
So his LBWs have gone up and his bowls have gone down.
I think that's what most of the bowlers will be marking because he's got this initial back and across movement. And sometimes, that can, if the ball nips back in sharply, like it did in the first innings, or angles back in, it can cause him problems. So that's the reason why the LBW percentage maybe has gone up.
And his caught behinds have gone from 20% to 30%, so he's nicking off more.
A new over as Rana runs in, and this one just bounces a little more than was expected by Smith. Makes that motion with his hand, lifting it up towards the sky, but had to just raise his hands, and the ball struck quite high on the blade. Made that jerky motion, as if suddenly being shocked and surprised by something, with the head is thrown back. So more nick-offs as well. Is that just a sign, Sunny, of a bat who's searching for a bit more form?
Exactly, because when you're short of runs, you're trying different things, maybe changing your guard a little bit, opening your stance a little bit.
Smith awaits, his bat is hovering, falls from Rana and straight, and he comes forward, almost walking out of his crease as he goes, crab-like, but then plants that back foot firmly behind the crease, and there's no run.
In the first innings, for example, he was back and across, and he was out LBW first ball. We haven't seen him make that back and across movement at all. He's just stood in his crease, tried to get as fully forward as possible. That's how we got off the mark in the second innings. Lovely crisp drive through the covers. And that's exactly what he's doing at the moment. He's just not moving across, because we've also seen over the last couple of days the odd ball keeping low.
That's right. Rana with his shirt hanging out, bowls full at Smith, and he whips it towards mid-wicket. Short mid-wicket is there and saves a single, and there is no run. Interested, Sonny, in, well, I guess what you make around all the conversations around Australian selection, and of course it takes one heavy defeat and a poor performance, as this has been from Australia with the bat, for all the questions to be asked, and the
yes. But that happens
one test match into the summer, it does. Would you, well, I guess one question is, what would you imagine will happen? What do you think the Australian selectors will do, and what you think perhaps ought to happen? Rana in over the wicket here to Smith, looking for the off drive, and it's a tumbling save at mid-off, and there's no run. Changes for Adelaide, and when there's a decent gap between the two test matches. Even somebody like Marnus Labuschagne, you can look on the positive side and say, well, that gives him time again to actually work on technique and have that extended week to actually just keep honing something, making some changes in the net. Or you could flip it and say it's a long time to be sitting on your problems and for it to be swirling around in your head until the next test match starts. But is one test of a series too soon to make any changes?
I think so, because any changes you make will be a sign of panic.
Smith on 14, Rana is in, full driven out, just in front of points. It's a chase back into the deep, beautifully played by Smith. Comes back for a comfortable 2. As the throw now comes into Rishabh Pant, who moves away from the stumps to gather it. 4 for 52.
Yes, you make too many changes, it's a sign of panic, and that will only help the Indians, because the Indians will feel, these guys are panicking, they're making so many changes. So I don't think I'd be very surprised, honestly, if there are any changes. And I don't think, unless there is somebody in such good form to replace somebody like a Labuschagne. Yes, the last couple of years haven't been very productive for him, but still, I do believe that, he's a very good player.
Smith flexes his knees, Rana in again, full and straight, and met with a defensive bat this time up towards very straight mid-on to end the over from Rana. Smith on 16, head on 20, 4 for 52, after Australia resumed on 3 for 12 after overnight, last night losing McSweeney, the night watcher Pat Cummins, and then Labuschagne himself falling over in that horrible LBW where he didn't offer a shot, out for just 3. This morning, Khawaja, the third ball he faced from Mohammad Siraj, he went for a swivel pull shot and top edge to catch to Rishabh Pant. He was out for just 4. So it's been Smith and Head since then, who've put on 35 together, and there has been an LBW shout as well. Travis Head survived by umpire's call. The on-field call was not out. It was shown on Hawkeye that the ball tracking, that the ball would have been clipping the stump, so got away with one. Another question here for Rick. Sundar is in, new over, and that's a little bit short, and Travis Head has crashed him away through the vacant cover region. The back foot fielded in the deep, and he's coming back for 2. Now, Tom, who is in the members' reserve, wants this question answered. Rick, what's the longest a team has survived to successfully bat out for a draw? As Sundar is in again to head forward, solid defence with a short extra cover. The ball's fired back into the gloves of Pant and there's no runs. He says, I would have thought that if Australia were to survive to the end of tomorrow, that would be close to a record. Would it be close to a record, or have we seen greater batting feats of endurance than 2 and a bit days? In again, forward pressing, back up the pitch. The ball rolls to Sundar.
It would be an Australian record, but the overall record is 291 overs in the timeless test at Durban in 1938-39 when England 5 for 654 off 291 overs.
Sundar in a little bit quicker, sweep from Travis Head, backward of square, and he's nailed that for 4. Out towards the hill. He does play that sweep well against the spin. Fast hand speed, so I think that...
Yes, also I think the around the wicket angle by Washington Sundar allowed him to play that sweep in front of square. There's a deep fine leg. I think that fielder maybe needs to move just a little bit to his right. But otherwise, Travis Head can keep on sweeping without any danger at all.
4 for 58. The timeless test, then, Rick. How do they determine when to stop? And call it a draw.
When the boat leaves for England.
When the boat
literally time to go home. Around the wicket again with a silly point in place. Head pushing forward. Straight about this time, but straight to short extra cover.
But the Australian record, it's the famous drawn test at Adelaide in 60-61 when Australia batted 160 overs to get to 9 for 273.
Sundar in, going back this time, Travis Head. Single taken through the point regions, a fielder behind point, and it's picked up to end the over. 4 for 59 at the end of the over, 474
so
away.
Australia get the draw here, that would be close to 180 overs, so that would exceed that 160 overs.
Yeah.
I remember that test at 60-61. I think Ken Mackay.
Mackay and Klein, famous.
Klein. Yeah, and
last
the last ball, I believe Mackay took it on his body, so that he doesn't pop the ball up in the air from West Hall. So, as a young kid, obviously it wasn't a question of listening to the commentary, but reading about it. It was something that you said to yourself, if ever you get into a situation, ever you got a chance to play for your country, that's what you would like to do, if it was a question of looking to save the game.
Taking it on the body, wearing a few bruises for your team. Was that how you consumed most of your early cricket from overseas, Sonny?
Yes.
No broadcasts, no TV coverage, it was all the written word.
Yes, also I think lots of cricket in India itself.
Rana moves in, new over here to Head full, he's on the drive, out through the covers. Fabulous stroke along the ground, the ball goes and it will reach the rope. Pitched up by Rana. Head drills it back. 4 for 63.
I think the response has got to be with a short ball or a very good Yorker. He's got 2 fielders down there in the deep as well. There's a deep square leg and a deep fine leg for the short ball. We've known that Travis Head can have a bit of a problem with the short ball. So I do believe that the Indians need to try that out. Not let him get settled and grow more confident.
Rana in again. What will the reply be? Does he go full again? He does, but there's a swing and a miss. He's shaping to play that away. Once more through that offside and through to punt it goes. He's rehearsing there that sort of slight ramp uppercut outside of the off stump. 2 slips in the gully and a big gap to backward point.
It's also, I think, I remember Hanif Muhammad, the Pakistani. I believe he batted for 16 hours at Kingston, Jamaica, when he got a triple 100, 337. So that's
epic proportion.
That is almost 3 days of cricket.
Who were some of your favourite writers, though, Sonny, when you were growing up, if that was your means of absorbing cricket? Full again, met with a crack of bat on ball by Travis Head. Barely much of a follow-through here as the ball's racing towards the rope, but it will be held up. Chase back, and Travis Head has come back for 2.
Sonny, that was in the 3rd match innings, so rather than the 4th one. But yeah, it was a fine defensive innings which saved the game.
It was a draw, wasn't it?
I think so, yes.
Yeah. Because that's also, something that you remember very vividly. Hanif Mohammed, from the neighboring country. So, lots of similarities between India and Pakistan, the cricket, the attitude, approach, everything. So clearly that was also something memorable.
Around the wicket to the left-hander. There is a short ball and he's gone defensively. It's ballooned up over the top of the slips though. It's carrying towards the rope. It's chased back. Travis Head comes back for two, but Rana's tested him with a well-directed short ball then. And it had Head right up and off the ground to try and keep it down. He couldn't keep it down. Almost the pace of Rana is what's saved him there, ballooning away.
Yeah, I think what will also happen is because on day one, this ball would have gone well above Travis Head's shoulder. But on day 4, a lot of the life has gone off the surface. So this kind of a bouncer, this will be a lot more effective than, say, would have been on day 1. Day 1, the ball would have flown over the wicketkeeper's head as well.
It's brought up the 50 partnership between Smith and Head. How many balls has that come off, Rick, for the partnership? There's been some sparkling boundaries from Travis Head in particular. Now, where does Rana go with this one? Shorter again, well, just back of a length, but it's able to be eased out by Head through the vacant cover region in front of Points, who's retreated to more of a gully position. So another couple. Travis Head's looked busy this morning.
92 balls, Alison.
For the partnership. Travis Head's on 37, but Rana overstepped. So we'll have another delivery. Go short again, wouldn't you? Sonny, the way that short ball had Head jumping.
Definitely, yes. When you're pitching the ball up, he's been driving you. If a ball short, you want to get the ball around the shoulders.
Head waits, watching. Here's back of a leg. He's ducking under it again this time, though, allowing it to go through to Rishabh Pant. But some good aggression from Rana with that short ball. And he's still got another delivery to come. 4 for 70.
What I've noticed is that Travis Head has this habit. As soon as the ball goes to the wicketkeeper, he starts walking out of his crease.
Ooh.
And considering what happened, a couple of years back to Johnny Bairstow.
Only last summer.
Only
2023, well, 2023, yeah.
Last summer.
He might want to be watchful of that. I'm sure Rishabh Pant's noticed it as well.
Yeah, he just has to look at the wicketkeeper and take his okay and then walk out. That's as simple as that.
Rana around the wicket to Head, down the leg side it goes, and Pant gathers it round about shoulder height as it flies through. Rana looking down the pitch as if to say, did it flick anything as it went past Travis Head? But it didn't. Australia 4 for 70, 463 behind. Smith on 16 and Head on 37. What was your view on the Bairstow-Carey incident? Because I know Clint had a good conversation. Was it Clint who was talking about the other day with Tom? I'm not sure, but yeah, I haven't heard your take on it, Sonny.
I think it always makes sense for the batter to look back at the wicketkeeper or to the square leg umpire and take his okay, get a nod from him. It's not a question of formally asking, can I walk off, walk good. But I think that would always help. But till then, I think the ball would be considered to be in play. So just a simple thing, just a nod at the wicketkeeper, nod at the square leg umpire. Then you're okay.
I'm sure the ball is dead. Sundar from over the wicket, tickle past the short leg here from Steve Smith, who then jogs down to the far end for one. Well, the conversation that was had earlier, I think it might have even been on day 1 when it came up. And I didn't hear it at the time. I was a little surprised when I got back to a hotel later in the evening and then discovered I'd had an email from a listener in England.
Okay.
And I thought, hang on, I didn't talk about this today. And I realised that a conversation had been had on grandstand as Sundar is in again. And Travis Head slashing more aggressively, but he hasn't timed it in the way he wanted. And KL Rahul behind point on the offside, moves forward to pick up. Let's see if I can find this email again, because it rather tells the strength of feeling amongst some in England still. Forward is Head using his wrist to work it into the onside. No run though, towards the mid-wicket region. So this email came from a lifelong England fan. Paul Adams emails around the wicket. Sundar goes, sits up enough for Head to get a single out towards deep point, cutting the ball away. 4 for 71. And he says But his perception of the incident differs vastly from the Australian view, which was restated on air this evening. He says immediately prior to Bairstow leaving his crease, he had turned round and tapped his bat inside the crease to indicate to everyone that he was in. He then walked, not ran, out of the crease to converse with Stokes or tap the pitch down or whatever. He was not trying to steal a run. As Sundar continues over the wicket with a short straight mid-on in place now, and Smith tickles into the ground and fielded at short leg. One more ball to come from Washington Sundar. Paul goes on saying Carey is not to blame in the sense that as far as he knew, he saw Bairstow leave the crease and instinctively threw at the stumps. And he continues. Sundar moves in here. And Smith goes back, defends, back up the pitch. End of the over, 4 for 72. Smith on 17, head on 38. Paul says, but I have an issue with Cummins. He knew what was going on and should have withdrawn the appeal. Having tapped into his crease, surely the ball was already dead. Australia are good enough to beat England without resorting to, quote, unfair tactics. Perhaps Cummins got caught up in the emotion of the occasion and did not exercise his best judgment. I was incensed by today's suggestion that Bairstow was trying to gain an advantage when clearly, to me, he was not. Well, that was from Paul, who's listening in England. And I was on air, Sonny, on Test Match Special at the time when the incident happened. Well, Aggers was on air for the exact moment. Of course, it was the end of the over. So Aggers' last words were, well, that's not going to go down well. And then took his headset off and invited me to pick up commentary. But I immediately looked for whether Bairstow had waited and held the ball, waiting for Bairstow to move out of his crease, or whether he'd done it all in one motion, which of course he had, and that was to me the indication that he hadn't tried to do anything sneaky, if you like. Over the wicket is Siraj here, so change of bowling, crashed away for 4, so Travis Head is really motoring here and making some good runs in stylish fashion as well. But the conversation is really was the ball dead? And Bairstow had not waited to ensure the ball is dead, which is exactly what you were saying. So that for me, I think when Paul says having tapped into his crease, surely the ball was already dead. Well, the answer to that is no, the ball wasn't dead, because you as a batter don't decide when the ball is dead. You as a batter alone don't decide when the ball is dead. Siraj around the wickets for the straighter, back past the stumps this time, along the ground. Head goes through, it's just a single, fielded by Rana, 3/4 of the way back towards the sight screen. So I believe that Bairstow was dozy, and the Australians had spotted that he was moving out of his crease, and they applied the laws.
Yeah.
They affected the dismissal.
Yeah.
So I think batters everywhere have probably learnt from that incident. Do you share the same feelings around running out at the non-striker's end? Are you comfortable and happy with that as a law in cricket that allows that to happen?
Well, I over there I blame the non-striker. You see, today every non-striker is looking at the bat. They're not looking.
Siraj in, now striking Smith on the pads. He looked to work it to leg. Skews out towards gully, and there's no run.
Nobody is looking at the bowler's release point. From the release point, you can leave the crease. It's as simple as that. But when you look at the replays, you'll find that just about every batter is looking forward. So they're not really looking whether the bowler has released the ball. And if you get that advantage of millimeters, because that's the difference between a run out or you completing a run, then the bowler is entitled to remove the bails.
Siraj full, driven again, but one hand comes off the bat from Smith, and it's fielded at cover. And quite time, it studies the toe end of his bat as well. It's a dismissal that a lot of people still just don't like. But my response to that is, well, if you don't like the dismissal, your beef should be with the lawmakers who allow that as a dismissal, not with the bowler who might then look to affect it. The sun's dipped behind cloud here, Perth. A couple of white cotton wool clouds above us. Siraj moves in again. Full on off stump this time, defended by Smith, and there's no run.
Yes, I think you really want a wicket to be taken in the normal way, not where the non-striker is, walking off out of the crease. And I do believe that the bowler should warn the non-striker. That's only
That's all what this, great game is all about, really. I know winning matters above everything, but clearly.
Yeah, I agree. A warning, I think, is always build it into that way of dismissing a batter. Last ball of that over, defended by Smith, and Siraj takes his white wide-brimmed sun hats with head on 43, Smith on 17, and these two have put on 60, so some resistance from Australia after Khawaja was out for just 4 early this morning. Australia 4 for 77 then, a double change here. Glenn McGrath's coming in alongside Clint Wilden.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the first test. Live from Perth Stadium, Australia.
Australians at the moment trailing by 456. We're going to see Washington Sundar start another over. In from the Justin Langer stand in. It's Head who's on strike, and he steps back and plays that out through extra cover. They'll take a single, field it in the deep. It's Jaiswal out there. What a knock he had yesterday. 161. I know he'd scored centuries before, but if there was a question mark about how he would go against the bigger nations, he answered that emphatically. That innings, I think it's one of those innings that we'll be speaking of for some time. He was the youngster, 22-year-old, and at the other end it was Virat Kohli scoring another century. So there's a slip and a backward short leg. Smith is watchful and he plays the next delivery back to Sundar. He does his own fielding, coming across to his left-hand side. Glenn McGrath joins us again here on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. G'day, Glenn.
G'day, Clint, listeners. Yeah, the Aussies are hanging in there, aren't they?
Fighting. Here's Smith again who defends the ball. He was maybe surprised him a little bit as it bounced up towards him. He was able to knock away to the offside. It came off more the edge of the bat than the full face of the blade, but no harm done. He settles over the bat again, looks up. Here's Sundar who chops in over the wicket. Smith forward and play into the ground, but straight to mid-wicket for a dot.
Yeah, so early wicket lost with Khawaja back in the shed, but Travis Head is looking good. They're playing their shots. The pitch itself's not the easiest. There's a little bit of variable bounce, and the odd one's doing something different.
Sundar bowls to Smith who defends. He's 17. Head's 44. Rick, did we read this text out? I was out the back for a second. Question about what's the longest the team has survived to successfully bat out a draw. Did we read that out?
Yes, we've done that.
We've done that one, sorry.
And it would be a record if it were to happen in this match.
So Smith forward again, but clipping it straight to mid-wicket for no run.
For Australia.
So what was it again? 290...
291 is the overall record.
Right.
Not involving Australia. For Australia, it's that drawn test at Adelaide in 60-61 when Australia survived 160 overs in the fourth innings. Ended up 9 down for 273 to force the draw.
Well, if you're going to bat 2 days, you might as well win the game rather than draw it. Can't see any point in batting for 2 days and just hanging on for a draw.
Well, the required run rate at the start of the day, Glenn, was 2.9, and I think that's achievable.
Oh, stroll in the park. Jeez. What are we worried about with this pair? Partnership's now worth 61. Only trailing by 455. While there's life, there's hope.
Yeah. So all that they need to do is still batting in the final session tomorrow.
Yeah.
And maybe a bit more.
Never say never. Here's Siraj about to start another over. He'll run away from us on the northern side of the ground. It's Head who's on strike, and Head playing it straight to a forward point. There's no run. Siraj so far, his figures 7.1 overs, 2 for 18, and a dot to start this. The Indian crowd again, you can hear them. They've provided so much of the noise and the atmosphere.
I'm surprised Bumrah hasn't bowled himself a little bit more today. We haven't seen a huge amount of him. How many overs did he bowl today?
3.4 overs.
Yeah, so a little surprising. He's definitely the danger man. I thought early on he would be the one.
Smash around the wicket, and that's nicely played by Head. Hitting it back past the bowler. on the onside of the stumps. Just the single. There is Boomer involved. Has to come around to a straight hit to do the fielding. One more of the total. Head moves to be 45. Smith back on strike. He's 17. Head's faced 61 balls for 5 fours. Smith 58 balls. Hasn't hit a boundary as yet. He's 17 unbeaten. Siraj's last delivery, 137.8. A couple of changes to the field here. So 2 slips and a gully, and they're bringing a fielder right around to a... So it's a deep backward point or thereabouts. There's still a fielder at a deepish extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, shortish mid-wicket and a fine leg. Siraj is going to go over the wicket, and he bowls and defending Smith onto the offside.
He's always very animated, isn't he, Steve Smith? That one there, he thought just jumped a bit, so he makes it obvious that that's what he thought. But this ball now, 27 overs old. It's very much a new ball wicket. We saw yesterday as that ball got older, it just seemed to get easier to bat. Will it be the same today? I think there's going to be a little bit more variable bounce out there. There's a few cracks and a little bit of unevenness. But Smith and Head, they're forming a nice little partnership.
They certainly are. Siraj again. Oh, Smith has been caught, edging it through to the keeper. That's the end of Steve Smith, out for 17, a 5th wicket down for the Australians, 5 for 79. It is high fives all around for India as they close in on a test victory to start this Border Gavaskar series in style. Steve Smith, the faintest edge, caught by the wicketkeeper, diving across to his right. Bowled by Siraj. Smith out for 17. The Aussies 5 for 79.
Yeah, good ball there from Siraj. Just seemed to just hold its line, take the edge. I put the mocker on when I said this partnership is going along nicely.
Well, it was until that ball.
I know. I'll learn my lesson next time. I won't say that again.
The commentary curse.
The big wicket there, Steve Smith. That's the one they wanted. Australia 5 down now. It's looking bleaker, but they're still hanging in there.
The weather almost agrees because as the wicket's fallen, the sun's gone behind a cloud and it has got a little bit gloomier. Certainly for the Australians, not so much for the Indian fans. Here comes Mitch Marsh. 620,000 Australian dollars richer after the IPL auction last night. Hoping that he can spend some time out in the middle. Just continue to stretch this innings as long as he can. Show some real fight. He's been up for the task before. Just strides out, does a little bit of gardening in the middle of the pitch. Coming in at number 7, 5 for 79. For whatever it's worth, target for victory was 534. That's a long way away. But Travis Head remains out there. He's on 45.
Yeah, Mitch Marsh, the local boy, they love him over here. And the thing with these two, Marsh and Head, they are stroke makers. So if they bat for a while, they will keep this scoreboard ticking over and be quite entertaining. So fingers crossed they can spend a bit of time at the crease.
6 in the first innings. What can he do in the second? He's on strike. Siraj is over the wicket. He doesn't really get to that at all, Marsh. Plays it into the ground. It drops down to the side. Does pick it up and throw it back to the Indian fielders, which are always a bit uncomfortable. Did you ever have an issue with... No?
Didn't worry me. Brad Haddon, the Australian wicketkeeper, at one stage had massive problems with it. He hated the opposition touching the ball at all.
Yeah, I've had the discussion with a number of bowlers, and that's why it's interesting your thoughts. And their attitude has always been, no, that's my ball. You leave that alone. You have no right to touch that.
Oh, it depends what sort of mood I'm in.
Fair enough.
As well.
Siraj is away to Marsh, who defends onto the offside. There's no run.
If you're fired up out there, of course you're going to get stuck into them. Don't touch that.
End of the over. A wicket came from it as well. That was the wicket of Steve Smith. He was on his way of Siraj, caught behind by a punt. So that was painful for the Australians. Would have been hoping for a big knock from Steve Smith, and there will now be questions of how he's travelling alongside, of course, Marnus Labuschagne. Out cheaply again today, 5 for 79. What have you got there, Lance? Run through that for us.
Lance,
I've done that again. Sorry, Rick.
No worries, Jeff. Sorry.
No, Lance was our scorer here for many years. I saw him this morning and I've still got his name in my head. I apologise.
Moving on.
He writes a bit like that too.
What?
Nestle.
English.
No, Nestle.
I've written down the quartiles for Head, Smith, Labuschagne and Khawaja.
Yeah.
And we've got a situation where all four of them are in decline from their previous three quartiles. So Head's run 41, 41, 55, 26. Smith goes 56, 63, 61, 46. Labuschagne is 56, 52, 57, 32.
Right.
And Khawaja's 43, 41. Excuse me, 57 and 42, which is back to where he was in his first two. But all have declined since their third quartile.
You got the call you wanted here, Glenn McGrath. Bumrah is on again. In from the southern end, he bowls. Head turns that away out towards the deep square for a single. So Sundar just having a little spell.
Well,
the introduction again here of Bumrah.
Well, normally wicket falls, the captain would bring on his best bowler. So he's
brought himself on.
So he's. I've been impressed with the way he's captained this match. I think he's done a very good job.
The point I was making, I think, is that when you've got four of the top order batsmen all doing that decline, you've got problems.
Certainly the question was about the fragility of the top order, and we're seeing that quite starkly with those figures you presented. There's 3 slips and a gully in now. Point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. With a very wide third. They're on the attack, India. Very wide, long leg, I should say. Here's Marsh who waits. Bumrah over the wicket to Marsh, defending. Rolling it onto the onside. No run, straight to mid-wicket. He's faced 2 deliveries, Mitch Marsh. Crowd has risen up to nearly 5,000 in. It is a workday Monday in the West. Good crowd so far. It's already been a record breaker for Perth Test matches at Perth Stadium. 89,000 in. This will push it well past 90,000.
Very vocal section in the crowd of Indian supporters.
They've been camped there for a long time. Marsh forced to defend again with a ball that rose towards him from Bumrah. Right up towards the body. Was able to knock it away. He'll go back and practice his defensive forward shots for a moment. Actually got him on the bottom hand of the glove. The replay from front on.
Yeah, just took the hand off. Just bottom of the grip there, the handle. You always see the bat vibrating and wobbling when it hits there.
Bumrah over the wicket to Marsh, who has a go outside of off stump. Doesn't get any connection. It flies through the punts. Goodness me. This is... Bumrah will be talking about this test for a number of reasons. But Bumrah in particular, what he's been doing. No ball?
No ball. No, they're not going to miss a no ball.
No, as we spoke about yesterday.
Oh, it's a decent one. It was over the front line. But he does generate so much pace off the wicket. He really skids that ball on. You've got the Australian bowlers taller, extra bounce.
Bumrah again to Marsh. That did trouble. He was able to just fend it away onto the onside, Marsh. But Bumrah continues to ask real questions, as he's done so throughout this test match. Marsh was completely uncomfortable.
Yeah, I'd get a short leg in here. Yeah, those last two have just jumped off short of a length. That one popped up nicely. They've got plenty of runs to play with, so you'd think they'd get someone in there.
Bumrah from the top of his mark. Blustery conditions at Perth Stadium. Bumrah's in and bowling. Marsh leaves. Flies through to the keeper for a dot.
But yeah, he's had an incredible test, Bumrah. First innings, 5 for. He's already picked up 2 important wickets there last night. And he just, unique bowler, the way he goes through the crease. You see him release the ball about a foot or more closer to the batsman than anyone else, but then the ball just skids on. He didn't have the best series against New Zealand recently. He only played 2 of the 3 tests and got 3 wickets. He's made up for that this test match already.
Here he is again into Marsh. He defends onto the offside. It'll bounce out towards point. That's the end of the over. 5 for 81. Australians trailing by 452. Steve Smith, the batter, out most recently. He fell for 17, and then earlier today it was Khawaja was out in, was it the second over of the day? He fell for 4.
And Mitch Marsh out there, I think he's enjoyed it since he's got back on the scene. I think it was middle of the Ashes or previous year where he probably thought his test career was over, then all of a sudden on the Ashes tour got an opportunity, came out and hit a brilliant 100 and hasn't looked back. So I think he's decided to enjoy his cricket, not place too much pressure on himself, just go out there and play. And he is a natural hitter of the ball. He's a big man, the Bison. He can strike the ball very cleanly.
And so successful, picked up the Allen Border Medal for 2023 and one of the all-time great acceptance speeches.
Was it?
Talked about how he was a bloke who liked a beer and enjoyed that. Shout out to his dad, who was probably watching the pub.
Yep.
Start of another over, flying in Siraj, and that's helped on its way with the ball rising above the helmet, flicks by head, bat aloft. He just got a little touch on it to bring up a half century. That's a lovely shot. What a way to bring it up to. His 1750 in his 50th test match. 50 for Travis Head from 63 deliveries. He brings it up with a boundary straight over the top of the wicketkeeper and slips Corden. Again, it's Siraj around the wicket and Head plays that into vacant space through mid-wicket. There's a couple of runs to be taken here. They'll turn for a second. Do they want a third? They'll take on the arm of Bumrah and they get home safely for 3. Bumrah having to travel around from mid-on. About 40 to 50 metres to get to that. So Head suddenly is 53, 5 for 88.
6 fours for Head, the only Australian batter to reach the boundary in this innings.
Yeah, amazing, isn't it? You come to Perth, you think the ball's going to race to the boundary. Is it a little quicker today, the outfield?
I think it is.
Just especially near the rope. But
still 3 slips and a gully and a point. Bowls. That big rise. Got a little bit of extra excitement from behind the stumps with that ball flying through. I actually had a look. I can't help myself. I love this stuff. The turf. Just had a little look at it, little play. I think it actually is a little bit shorter today, or maybe whether it's because we had a bit more sun.
It just dried out.
Dried out a bit more.
But yeah, it was pulling up quickly, wasn't it? Getting near the boundary and just stopping. So, but 440 runs left, 445 left to go. There's a lot more than you would suggest if it was at the whacker.
And the delivery from Siraj defended away by Marsh onto the onside. No run. Felt it coming in from mid-wicket.
But Travis Head, you know, he does score quickly. He's not one that defends, builds an innings around defence. We saw that shot quite a bit yesterday from the young fella, Joswell. He liked the short ball, just help over the top of the keeper or the slips, or even just left down towards fine leg at one stage. And good to see Travis Head replicating it.
At the moment, though, it's Marsh who's on strike. He's yet to get off the mark, and he leaves. Next delivery from Siraj running away from us. 3 for 26. Siraj in this innings got the night watchman Cummins yesterday for 2. He was caught by Coley at second slip, and this morning has struck twice to remove Khawaja for 4. And then Smith for 17.
It's quiet, isn't it? Not used to it being so quiet. This test match, the crowd's been vocal the last couple of days.
It's like the Indian fans are now waiting for something to happen. Siraj away to Marsh, who's forced to defend. Back to the bowler, couldn't take it cleanly, but knocked it down. End of the over. Aussies 5 for 88, trailing by 445. Marsh yet to get off the mark. He's faced now 12 deliveries. Headers 53 from 64. As Rick told you, with 6 fours. The only player to find the boundary in this inning. 0467920222. Jasprett's bowling is reminding me when Mitchell Johnson made a mess of the English in the 2013-2014 Ashes series, says John. I remember that one spell at the WACA ground. Just ripped England apart.
Yeah, I think that spell was more aggressive than Bumrah's. Like they had the English jumping around. They were I think legitimately.
It was
scared.
Fiery.
It was
ferocious. It would have been terrifying if you on the other end of it.
And he had the handlebar mustache just to make himself look even meaner. But that was it. The way he batted that series too was exceptional.
And the great DK Lilly would have been proud of that bowling and that moustache. It was tremendous. So here's Bumrah again, starting his 8th over of this innings. He's around the wicket to Head, who's forward and playing it out through mid-wicket. I'll take one. He wants a second. Call was there. I'll get home fairly comfortably as well, despite the throw from the outer. It wasn't a great one either, the non-striker's end, and Bumrah didn't get a hand on it.
Yeah, good positive running. Yeah, Travis had wanted 2 from the start, wasn't too far away from the fieldsman out there.
He was determined the moment he got there that there was a second. He was calling for it as he turned. 55 from 65. He's on strike, Travis Head. Bat held aloft. He waits for Bumrah, who's in from the Langer stand end. He bowls around the wicket, and that's clever. He's leant back and then flicked it on its way. It won't quite go for a boundary. It's been slapped back into play. India determined that they wouldn't concede the boundary. Padikkal at full stretch was able to knock it back into a teammate who could fire it back towards the stumps at the striker's end. It's a good little stop.
Flicked it back probably too far though.
That's true. Got a little bit enthusiastic. That meant Jaiswal had to, rather than just receive it cleanly, had to go chasing out after it by another couple of metres. They've made a change here, so just to make Travis Head think twice about that, they were going, or were they? I thought they were for a moment. Going to send Rahul back to almost like a fly gully position, but he's gone back to a regulation gully. You've got a fly slip here still. Bumrah bowls, dug one in, a swing and a miss from Head, and a good rising stop from the keeper in punt, who had to leap up into the air to make sure that didn't go for byes.
I heard a noise then. It sounded more like a helmet.
A helmet?
Getting clipped or... But it seemed to be too short. Nowhere near the helmet, but good take by Rishabh Pant there.
Tremendous take, flying up into the air. He's a little bit wealthier today. Rishabh Pant. Bumrah bowls, Head playing it out to mid-wicket, right to the fielder. There's no run. What did he pick up overnight?
Was he the most valuable player?
The most expensive player in IPL history in Aussie dollars, picked up $4.92 million, getting selected by the Super Giants.
The Lucknow Super Giants.
So, considering his wallet would be weighing him down, he's leapt into the air pretty well.
I think he was doing pretty well before the auction as well, previous years.
He's always done well. Handy to get an extra 5 million in your kick. Head driving, but didn't quite get the timing of it. Allows him to go through for a single with the ball out to a wide mid-off. How many to go here? 1 to go in the over. Yep. Jim Maxwell will join you in just a moment. This is another question and comment which gets brought up whenever the Australians struggle in a test series. Australia hasn't played test cricket since March. They're out of practice. They need more tests, less T20s and one-day internationals.
Yeah, long time between drinks, isn't it? There's
Very
a fair bit of the white ball cricket between then and now.
But we knew that last year. We knew there were those two series, the West Indies and New Zealand, and then there would be enormous gap until this. Bumrah bowls, the Marsh didn't get behind that at all. It really did surprise him. It ricocheted off the bat, backward of square. Fortunately, as it bobbled up, there was no fielder there, and Marsh survives. He's still to get off the mark. Marsh remains out there, yet to score. Head is 58. The Aussies are 5 for 93. They trail by 440. I'll jump out of here. Jim Maxwell next on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Live from Perth Stadium. The first test.
You're the one who said that you don't want me anymore. And how you need your space and give the keys back to your door. And how I cried and tried to make you stay with me. And still you said the love was gone and that I had to leave.
Hello, Rick. Hello, Glenn. How are you? 5 for 93. 5 for 93. Can they get to lunch without losing another wicket? Asleep in the gully, a fly slipping around the corner. He goes. Travis Head picks up a single to deep backward square. And there's two men out there. 5 for 94. Australia have lost 2 wickets today. Khawaja on the pull shot, top-edged, and Pant running back took the catch towards fine leg, and he was out for 4. And then Smith, fairly unconvincing, but he got to 17, and he was caught by Pant of Siraj for 17. And he was there for, 94 minutes? Is that what you're pointing at, Rick? Anyway, they're 5 down, and Travis Head has played a very good innings in the circumstances of Australia's awkward position.
No, he's looking good. He's solid at the crease there. We saw yesterday, once the Indian batsman got set, and out there it seemed to become a lot easier. He's ticking the scoreboard over nicely, and that's what you need to do. Put a bit of pressure back onto these bowlers.
You're going to have, looks like they're going to have a short leg. But no, they're not. Yes, they are. They're having a leg slip. What are they having? A sort of short leg gully. He's about the width of 3 pitches back, just behind square for Marsh. Siraj has got the figures, actually, not Bumrah, in this innings. He runs in and Marsh is back. He's beaten outside the off stump. Oh, he's had some awkward stuff to play. There's a little bit of variable bounce in this surface now, and that makes life even more difficult.
No, exactly right. Mitch Marsh from the other end facing Bumrah. It's been jumping off short of a length, and that one there just kept low. Luckily for him, it was outside off stump. So there is quite a bit of variable bounce here.
Yep. 4,708 fans in here today, and they may see this game go for a bit, but you worry when you look at the scoreboard. Siraj bowls back, and across goes Marsh and plays it up the offside. So Marsh still on 0. What's he faced? 15 balls. Head 59 from 70. That's his normal strike rate, but it's comparatively, it's an extraordinary strike rate. He's hit a number of boundaries. He's the only batsman to hit the boundary, 6. Now Siraj with 3 wickets in the innings. He runs in again. Marsh is driving. He's off the mark. It's gone past point, and it's gone for a few out towards the boundary. They got a good chunk of it, and they come back for a 3rd run. A 3rd run. So Marsh moves to 3, and the score goes along to 97. 5 for 97, having started the day at 3 for 12.
Yeah, we've had a lot of 3s this match, haven't we? Have we worked out how many 3s yet, Rick? No. That sounds like a positive no as well. Like, I'm not going to work that out either.
Have there been a higher percentage of 3s so far in this test match than, say, at the Wacker? No.
Yes, definitely. There wouldn't be a 3 at the Wacker, would there?
No. Skating rink.
It's either 1 or 4 at the whacker.
It flies. Just a slip and he bowls a bouncer. Highish bouncer goes over his head. So they've got a sort of plan here with the short ball, quite obviously with a slip, a fly third man, a deep backward point cover, deepish mid on, deepish mid wicket, well, and another one just in that region out on the onside. A backward square, deep leg gully perhaps, and a fine leg. So they've got 5 on the onside. Around the wicket, Siraj short. He pulls it away, pulls it fine, down to the boundary for 4. Yep, well, it wasn't a very good ball. And he got over the bounce and dragged it down to fine leg, picked up another boundary, head 63, and it's 5 for 101. The mini milestone in the chase to 534 comes up. One more over to come before the lunch break.
Yeah, no, Shrez tried to get that one into his ribs, but just got the line wrong, just helped on its way. So it's you can see what they're trying to do, and Travis Head is the type of guy that likes to play his shots.
Yep.
Helps it on its way down to third man, happy to play a pull shot. So far he's winning the battle.
So the last over before lunch, Jasprit Bumrah will be bowling, and so far he's 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 23, and he's got 2 slips gully, a sort of shortish leg around the corner as he runs in. Marsh is forward to push the ball away on the onside. So it's a bit of a leg trap there. A fella just around the corner, 2.5 pitches away, and a close leg gully. A shortish mid wicket of sorts in the mid on and a fine leg. Siraj, as I said, he's got the numbers. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 34. Rana and Sundar also used today as they chisel away at the Australian batting. And Travis Head has played distinguished innings, 63 out of 101. Bumrah slides up, bowls it, Marsh defends again. Good quick ball, fizzing in towards his pads, and he kept it out. He's done a pretty good job defending so far. There's not much to attack, particularly from Bumrah.
Yeah, no, Bumrah's looking good. He's just bowling that length, sort of skidding it into top of off stump. The occasional one's really jumping. That's why they put a sort of shortish leg gully in. They didn't have him in last over. A couple went in that region.
Down at the Langer end, he runs in at Marsh forward and plays it firmly, wide of mid-off extra cover, and they'll come strolling back for a second run. Marsh along to 5. Coming up on Grandstand at lunch, a member of one of Western Australia's most successful bands who loves their cricket will be joining Clint Wheeldon during the break. So that's coming up in a minute or 2 from now. There's some message here about, yes, Australia hasn't played Test cricket since March. They're out of practice, maybe. More Test cricket, less T20s or ADIs. Maybe just play more cricket. Any cricket. Here comes Bumrah, bowling now. Pushed away, awkward bounce away on the offside. What do you reckon? They played enough cricket in the preparation for this game? Some have, some haven't.
Yeah, we spoke a little bit about this before. We knew this was coming. You wonder if we've played enough. But then you look at India. They've just come off a Test series against New Zealand at home, where they were outplayed by the New Zealand team. So a bit of a doubt over both batting lineups. I think Indians have answered that question.
Bumrah goes in, forward comes Marsh. Well, at least India have been playing red ball cricket competitively amongst a few other matches in South Africa and warm-ups here. And they seem to have adapted pretty quickly, but
no ball.
Another no ball. He's had a few of those. But Mr. Bumrah has certainly been a difference, and the other pace bowlers in this side, they've done their bit.
Yeah, they've worked. You think you're getting a rest once Bumrah. Let's get through Bumrah, but then Shrez and Rana have done their job.
Bumrah comes up to Marsh. Marsh digs it out on the bump down towards mid-off, and he can't collect a run. So a number of you will be going off to the country out. 5 for 104.
29 threes, Jim.
29 threes in the match.
Is that all? You shamed me into it.
As a percentage of the overall scoring, how's that rate?
It seemed a lot more than 23. How many boundaries?
29 threes.
29 threes.
Yep.
Okay. And boundaries? Just a comparison.
Yeah, it's relentless. Relentless. It's 5 for 104. Burma comes up again at Marsh, and Marsh is back behind it, pushing it away on the offside, and that will be lunch on this fourth day. Australia still in the game. For how long? Who knows? But Marsh is 5. Head's been superb. He's made 63. 5 for 104 after being 3 for 12. Glenn, how did you see that? Oh, those of you in Western Australian regions and the Northern Territory, you're off to the country hour. Farewell. Now, Glenn, what do you think?
It's sort of losing that early wicket of Usman Khawaja. We thought it could get ugly here, but they showed a bit of fight. The Australians are hanging in there. Travis Head, I thought, has looked quite comfortable and very good out there. Hopefully he can build on that in the next after lunch. But the Australians hanging in. The Indians are still well on top. They'll be happy with that. They've dismissed 2 of the Australian batsmen. There's 5 left to go through. They'll be thinking that, both teams would be happy with that session. Obviously, India more so.
Yes, well, the one tonic has been this innings from Travis Head for Australia, so they'll
pick up 2.29 million to Royal Challengers Bangalore. Mitchell Starc, look, it's about half of what he picked up last time, but still, I don't think he'll need to sing for his supper because he picked up $2.15 million from the Delhi Capitals. Marcus Stoinis, $2 million from the Punjab Kings. Jake Fraser-McGurk, the Rooster, $1.65 million from the Delhi Capitals. Glenn Maxwell, $770,000 from the Punjab Kings. Mitch Marsh, as we mentioned throughout the coverage, $623,000 from the Lucknow Super Giants. And Adam Zampa, $440,000 from Sunrisers Hyderabad. So Josh Hazlewood repeating, getting the biggest payday of all the Australians. There's plenty more Australians up for grabs. The auction does continue later tonight. David Warner was passed in first time he was through. Now, coming up after the news, our experts are split on what Josh Hazlewood had to say last night. It's a team divided, or is it? We'll hear what they think about all that next. Before we pause, though, for the news, some Sheffield Shield updates. SA are 6 for 185. They trail by 188 runs. WA. Henry Hunt is on 90, by the way. New South Wales, 1 for 113 in response to Tasmania's 364. There'll be a lot of focus on this young man. Constas made 39 in his innings. And Queensland up against Victoria. Queensland 5 for 123 in response to Victoria's 186. Matt Renshaw, who did get a century a Shield game or so ago, unfortunately was out for 14 for Queensland, just repeating their 5 for 123 in response to Victoria's first innings of 186. To take us up to the news, here's a little more Eskimo Joe repeating at lunch. The Australians 5 for 104, Marsh's 5, Head is 63. They trail India in the second innings by 429. I don't know if I can try. I don't know if I can help, but that's the reason I lie.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. The Deputy Prime Minister is being sued by his own Chief of Staff over claims she was forced out of her job for raising a bullying complaint. Isabel Rowe with the details.
Deputy Prime Minister Richard Marles's Chief of Staff, Joe Tanoski, has launched federal court action against Mr Marles, the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, and the federal government. It's an escalation of a months-long dispute in which Ms Tanoski claims she's been banned from her own office after complaining about her colleagues to her boss. Speaking in Parliament House, Ms Tanoski says her situation hasn't been resolved.
200 days is far too many. I will not wait any longer.
Mr Marles is not accused of bullying in the court documents. He's told the ABC he won't comment on a matter before the court.
Labor and the Greens are brawling over housing policy as federal parliament sits for its final week of the year. The government's been unable to secure support from the coalition or the crossbench for its shared equity scheme called Help to Buy. The policy would see the government pay up to 40% of a home's purchase price and take equity in the property that could be bought out later. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says the Greens should support it, given they support shared equity schemes.
Well, there'll be a vote tomorrow in the Senate on the Help to Buy scheme, and that will be a test of whether the Greens political party will vote for something that's their policy.
More details are emerging about Australia's $10 billion general purpose frigate program. The Defence Industry Minister says 2 warship options that don't have combat systems already operated by the Navy are now being considered, one from Japan and the other from Germany. Pat Conroy says using new combat systems will be manageable.
We've operated multiple combat management systems in the past. When I talk to the Chief of Navy, his focus is getting more hulls in the water, more hulls with very exciting capability.
The Northern Territory coroner is calling for the establishment of a peak body for family and domestic violence, as well as specialised training for police and health staff. It follows a landmark inquiry into the deaths of 4 Indigenous women. They were among 82 Aboriginal women killed in domestic violence attacks in the Northern Territory since the year 2000. Handing down the findings, the coroner says a significant funding boost to the response sector is badly needed.
I have made 35 recommendations, and I don't think any of them are radical. None of them are new. They all build on and are informed by the work that is already being done, and most importantly, they are informed by the family of those who have passed away.
And if you are in an abusive situation or know someone who is, you can call 1-800-RESPECT. That's 1-800-737-732. In an historic first, the Supreme Court in Tasmania has approved $75 million in compensation to be paid to the former detainees of the Ashley Youth Detention Centre. Georgie Burgess has the details.
Justice Stephen Estcourt has approved the settlement, describing it as momentous, saying he hopes it goes some way to repairing lives. Earlier, the court heard from barrister Lachlan Armstrong KC, who is representing the 129 former detainees who are part of the state's first class action. The detainees allege they suffered, witnessed or were threatened with abuse between 1960 and 2023. Mr Armstrong says they will be given financial counselling and advice, and it's tremendously important the money is used prudently. It's expected the victim survivors will receive the compensation by mid-next year.
New South Wales Police says it's highly likely other Australian states were involved in the large-scale movement of drugs between New South Wales and WA. An 11-month-long joint investigation between New South Wales and Western Australian Police saw more than $9 million in cash, 52 kilograms of drugs and 14 firearms seized. A 38-year-old man who police believe to be the ringleader of the criminal syndicate was arrested and charged, while more than 60 others have also been arrested. Detective Superintendent Peter Foe says it's important for police forces in each state to work closely with their counterparts across the country.
It's clear that, unfortunately, crime has no borders, and this is a clear example. A large amount of drugs moving from the eastern border to the western side of Australia, and large amounts of cash coming back. So crime has no border, so we can't either.
And Taiwan has reported a Chinese balloon over the sea to its north. Taiwan says in the weeks leading up to its presidential elections in January, Chinese balloon activity was taking place at an unprecedented scale. It describes the incidents as grey zone warfare. You're up to date with the latest from ABC News.
The dusk wind picked up.
And there was... What the hell?
The hair in the back of my neck went
I got really scared.
So unexplained.
Absolutely terrified. The secret UFO files.
We need to declassify them.
Honestly, I'm nervous about how this is going to go. This isn't an alien story. It's a human story. I'm Danielle O'Neill. This is Uncropped. Search for Expanse on the ABC Listen app.
The Australian Open tennis returns.
Join ABC Sport courtside January 12 for the Australian Open Tennis on ABC Sport Digital. And take it with you on the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand Cricket.
Hi, I'm Marnus Labuschagne.
I'm Nathan Lyon. This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket.
Summer never sounded so good.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and the ABC Listen app.
Lunch on day 4, the Australians 5 for 104. They trail by 429. Mitch Marsh is 5. Travis Head on 63. Clint Wilden with you, about to be joined by our experts in Tom Moody and Darren Lehman. The answer that Josh Hazelwood gave yesterday about how would the Australians plan to go about today's play has raised a few eyebrows. If you haven't heard it, here is what he had to say.
Well, you probably have to ask one of the batters that question, probably. I'm sort of relaxing and trying to get a bit of physio and a bit of treatment, and I'm probably looking mostly towards next test and what plans we can do against these batters. I guess the batters just sticking to what they do, their preparation. They'll have a hit in the morning and talk around plans of how they're, what happened in the first innings, how they can negate that and move forward and improve on that.
Tom Moody, what were your thoughts this morning when you heard that, and have they changed at all?
Yeah, look, I was really surprised to hear that, to be honest with you. To me, what that as showed was a bowler and a bowling unit that is frustrated or appears frustrated with a top order that has been failing not only in this test match but a top order that's been failing for a period of time. And we all know that, from a bowling perspective, you ideally want your batting unit to bat for a decent period of time to enable you to recover, reset, and be able to come out, fully charged again. But what concerns me with that is the removal of the unity that you want in a team environment. It's a case of it doesn't sound like we're all in the trenches here together. We're all fighting together, and I'm backing our guys to bat through day 4. It's really important for us as a side to be able to show some resistance, and I'm backing our guys that type of speak instead of it being, I'm just gonna, I haven't really thought about it. I'm going to sit on the bench and get a bit of physio and so on. It just didn't sit well with me.
For what it's worth, the Australians were batting for 51.2 overs, of which a fair chunk of those, Mitchell Starc, was out there as well. What say you, Darren Lehman? Do you agree with what Tom Moody had to say about his thoughts about the way Josh Hazlewood answered that question?
I'm not as strong as Tom. I'm probably the other way. I'm not that fussed, really. I think he just answered the question, and he's talking about batting. He's probably thinking more about not trying to say the wrong thing, if anything, and maybe it's come across that way. But for me, I'm probably more, he's thinking, how can we improve our bowling in the next test match? And that's what he's thinking ahead of. As a batting unit, well, he's not going to have much to do with that, is he? So he's probably not. And if Josh is batting too long, well, we are in proper trouble, really. Is it fractured? No, but they would do different. I think they do meetings separately these days, so they have the batters and bowlers meetings. Sometimes that can be a miscommunication, so you would hope they are coming together at some stage. But I wasn't that fussed with it. I mean, Josh is pretty laid-back character, obviously country lad, and he'd be disappointed the batters didn't bat so long, and I'm sure the batters might be disappointed that they didn't bowl him out cheaper. And that sometimes happens with teams, especially when backs to the wall mentality, when media are coming hard. I mean, everyone's coming hard at them, aren't they? There's been a talk already about dropping players and all that. It's one test match in where they're going to play the same 11 next test match, no doubt, I would think.
Yeah. The thing that I really struggle with is just the fact that, I do get they do have their separate batting and bowling meetings, but, just that unity and that sort of standing in line together when it is tough, is important, and it has been really tough for this Australian team over the last couple of days. India have responded remarkably well, and that's where you want that solidarity, regardless of whether Josh Hazlewood can bat or not, is not the point. The point for me is the fact that, Josh, had an opportunity there to show some sort of support and backing of his mates out there, recognising it's tough, and there's a different speak, and I know he probably intended it to be quite harmless, and he'd sort of disengaged his brain because he'd had such a hard day out in the middle. It was 34 degrees yesterday, and he was suddenly, his name got pulled out of the hat. Oh, Josh, you're speaking to the media tonight. So again, maybe it was just a slight, lapse of how he wanted to interpret it. But I would have much rather to see sort of a line of support. Look, I'm backing our guys. I'm backing our guys to bat through the 4th day. Whether we chase down these or not is not the point. The point is we want to show some resistance to this Indian side.
Well, conversely, then they should have just pulled out the big guns at the media. Josh, they should have said messages as such, because they're not doing it. The captain, the coach is fronting it and doing it. Yeah,
but still, you still want everyone thinking that way. You don't necessarily need your captain and coach. You want everyone thinking with that mentality of a siege mentality. We're in this together. Whether I'm a batter or a bowler or who I am, what role I do play, we're all in this together. And to me, after day 1, there was a similar comment that Mitchell Starc made post-match with regards to, I asked him a question about, from a batting perspective, what do you feel the key, really important things for, us as a batting unit to be able to combat the conditions here in Perth? And he said, you better ask the batters that. I don't go to the batting meeting. And I just thought it was quite dismissive, and that's probably why I feel as strongly as I feel about that point there, because it's nearly like, well, that's not our responsibility. That's, let them deal with that. That's, that's their problem. But it is their problem, because batters can learn from bowlers as well. Josh Hazel can say, look, what I really noticed, bowling yesterday was this, and this, and share that information to the batting unit.
And that's a more relevant point. That Mitchell Stark one, I have more of an issue with than Josh's, for example.
Yep.
I would like the bowlers to sit in the batter's meet. They don't have to speak. They might have an idea, which is great.
Yep.
But what they would do is listen to what the batters are talking about and actually understand what they're doing. So then when they get asked a question, it can be more relevant. Yep. No, this is what we're trying to do. We didn't get it quite right. We're moving forward.
Darren Lehman, and alongside him, Tom Moody. You'll hear more from Darren very shortly, but they're making their way out into the middle, and we're almost set to go in this middle session. Australia resuming 5 for 104. Marsh on 5, Head on 63. They need another 430 runs to win. Unlikely, but who knows, Jim Maxwell.
Yes, Clint, who knows? But there's no doubt about it. When teams are losing or on the edge of defeat, the paralysis of analysis is overwhelming. So we're going to have more of it as we go for 10 days leading up to the next test match. And what we need is the continuation of this tonic from Travis Head. This is an extraordinary innings in the context of the game. 63 from 72 balls. I know we expect that, Glenn McGrath, from Travis.
Yeah.
But for me, the longer this goes, the more enjoyable the afternoon's going to be. Let's see what we get. Now, around the wicket, it's Rana running in to bowl to him, and he's leaning forward and playing down the offside. This is the most attractive aspect at the moment of Australia's batting every time they play. Will Travis Head get off the mark, get to 10? Because once he gets to 10, look out, fellas, he'll hit forwards, and he's the only bloke who's hit any forwards.
No, exactly right. And, he's been in reasonable form of late, so I thought he'd have a good series. I sort of penciled him in as my player of the series. Be good to see him come out. When he spends time at the crease, he scores quickly. His partner at the other end, if he gets in, he'll do the exact same thing.
Two slips are there around the wicket. He's whipping it away off the line of his stumps. And Jasprit Bumrah is running around from Schmidt on through mid-wicket to collect it. And they get a couple of runs. 5 for 106. Yes, Travis Head is one of the gems of the current game. Every time he bats, and as I say, if he gets to 10, 15, he's on the way. Yes, he takes some risks, he plays the odd loose shot, but my goodness, he's an entertainer, as we've seen so often in the last couple of years. Although he's been a bit dry the last couple of tests he's played. Around the wicket, Rana has him going back. Yep, let's get a run. Gap in the field behind point. And Sunil Gavaskar alongside me. You enjoying this batting?
Very much so, because he takes on the fast bowlers, and when any batter takes on a fast bowler, it's an exciting spectacle. Because fast bowlers are supposed to be the bullies of the game. They're trying to frighten you, scare you with their fast deliveries. And then if you have somebody counter-punching, that's even exciting, even more exciting.
Rana's going to bowl over the wicket to Marsh, who took a long while to get off the mark, facing some very disciplined, straight bowling at his pads and stumps and around the off stump. He's 5 from 23 balls, and it's 5 for 107. 3 slips in the gully. Rana over the wicket, bowls to him, and he leans forward. A clink of bat, pad, and the ball travelling down towards mid-off. Did any fast bowlers bully you, Sonny?
All of them.
Yeah.
All of them.
Which ones more than others?
Listen.
Were they for the West Indies?
Jim, if you're vertically challenged like I am, anybody who is about a couple of inches taller than you starts to bully you. So,
but you like Bradman, if you're a small target, it's easy to get out of the way, isn't it?
Yes, that is also true. That's absolutely true. Which is the reason when they were looking to bully you, you just turned your back on them and, just ignored them.
Here's Rana going into Marsh. Marsh is pulling the ball away mightily out to deep square. That's a shot he likes. It's gone all the way. We've had a few big sixes on this ground in the game And they're long boundaries. It's like the MCG square of the wicket. And as ever, Marsh, when he sees a short ball, he gives it a rip. And that's another 6. And that's the first one for Marsh. And the first boundary, other than Travis Head, from an Australian batsman. 5 for 113. That was, as the Aussies would say, that was a ripper.
First 6 for Australia in the match. First 6 for Australia in the match.
Is it? Oh, well, there you go. Rana tries again. Where's this going? Nowhere. Wide of the off stump. He allows it to pass. First over after lunch, Australia 5 for 113. Marsh 11 with that thumping 6, and Head is 66.
Yes, I think he's also another fine player in the mould of Travis Head. Not afraid to take on the short ball. Mitchell Marsh, he's also not afraid to go the aerial route. So clearly, I think India still has a fight on its hands. They've got to get rid of one of these, and then maybe Alex Carey, and then they might think that their way is clear. But while both these batters are at the crease, they will still probably have to spend a little time on the field.
So a change in mood, whatever, down at the other end, because it's not pace, it's the spin of Washington Sundar, who so far in this innings has bowled, where is he, 5 overs for 16 runs. There's not a lot going out there for him, not that he's a big tweaker of the ball, but he's accurate. And Travis Head likes to have a dash, so yeah, something could happen. Interesting field on the offside here. Slip a shortish point, and he bowls around the wicket and then almost chops it into his stump. Sundar's appealing for an LBW, I think, but no one else is. He's not getting any support. Did that ball hit the pad before it hit the bat? That seems to be the question. They're having a team meeting here to discuss whether they're going to ask the umpire to go upstairs, and what are they going to do? I think they're going to back off.
I think they were timed out, you could say, before they could take the call. Question is, you're right, whether the ball hit the pad first or the bat.
I think he hit it into his pad, but looking at the replay, but they're not going upstairs, so they've decided there's not quite enough evidence for what Washington Sundar was all about. Didn't get much support. He tries again, and Head drives slappingly through the covers, and it's going away for 1 and 2. No, bit of hesitation. Throw in from the deep. But the changeover now for the right-hander. Interesting to see what Washington Sundar was doing, but it won't stop Head. He just goes on the length. If it's up, he belts it. If it's short, he might cut it. He might cut it into his stumps too, but that's the risk he doesn't seem to mind taking.
Just looking at strike rates since Head made his entrance into the Australian team. He heads the list, 64.72 runs per 100 balls. Warner, the only other one close to him, 61.
Now Sundar bowls forward. Marsh, yes, let's have a single mid-offs to that, and I can get an easy run down there, which he does, and turns the strike over 5 for 115.
Compared to, say, Marnus Labuschagne, 52.68, Smith, 50, Khawaja, 46.
Thank you.
He's an entertainer.
Well, no doubt about it, as we saw in the World Cup final in India, and on other occasions, the final at the Oval, and now he's driving down towards mid-off. Yes, there's no doubt that orthodox mid-off and probably mid-on have become redundant for spin bowlers in this match. They're all back on the boundary.
Yes, I think that's the way the captains look at today's batters, because today's batters also, if you choke their boundaries, they get a bit restless.
Short leg is in there. Sundar bowls back. Marsh, yes, let's have another run. And of course, that does allow the batsmen the freedom, if they can wheel the ball around, to keep the board moving, turn strike over, and making it more difficult perhaps for the bowler to settle. So what can the Washington Sundar bring to the game here with these two batsmen working the ball about the place? And he comes in around the wicket, and Head drives again with some ferocity up towards a long off. It goes very quickly, and they only get a single. down there. But it was a useful scoring over for Australia. There were 5 runs from it. It's 5 for 118, Marsh 13. And ahead is, where is he, in the 70s now. So, Australia going along, you'd think, oh, they only need another 100, 150 to win, but they actually need a lot more than that, 400 and something.
Yes, 418 to win. So, it's a mountain to climb. Everybody's been saying that. The headlines in the papers are also mountain to climb. And if they had lost just a couple of wickets, I think India could have been thinking, aha, we've got a real long day in the field and maybe some more time tomorrow as well. But both these players are such that, they will attack, they'll take their chances, and therein also lies India's opportunity to pick a wicket. And because they've got so many runs in the bank, I don't think India will be too concerned about the odd boundary or the odd sixer being hit.
It's entertaining to watch, but how long can it last? Runner around the wicket and Head pulls the short ball away. There's a man in the deep, so they only get a single out there. But Head is moving ahead very stylishly and excitingly. He's 70 from 80 balls now, 5 for 119. And we're back to Marsh with 2 slips, Gully. Man behind point, 3 slips in the gully perhaps. The man behind point, mid-off, Bumrah is there, a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a fine leg. And Rana got the big wicket of Smith for 17, and he's running into bowl. Marsh is back and defending. The ball is perhaps getting a little bit softer, and Australia, you're never in when you're chasing a score like this, but it's good to see them playing with their natural vent. You just wonder what error of judgment or the ball that's got your name on it is going to happen here. Now we're going for the ploy, a deep square. Might be another shorty coming up here. 2 men out, fine leg and deep square leg, as well as a mid-wicket and a mid-on. Rana goes up to bowl to Marsh. Marsh back, defending. It wasn't one to pull, but it was one to defend. So we're just building up here the old psychological aspect of the game.
Also, I think bowlers tend to use the bouncer either the first or the second ball of the over. Because in conditions like this, I know there's a nice little breeze blowing. But if it's not your first couple of overs, if it's your second or third spell, you can get tired after you've bowled 3 or 4 deliveries. So it'll be interesting to see 3 deliveries already bowled, whether he's going to bowl a bouncer now.
He comes up and it is short and he hits it over mid-wicket and it's going out towards the boundary, and it'll be a couple of runs there. He didn't get it completely. It just cleared mid-wicket, just went over his head. Did he get a finger on that as it went past him? He leapt up to try and grab it, and just seeing here, yep, he went through his fingers. It was a chance overhead, and Patakal could not hold on to it. So it was nicely set up. The opportunity was offered. He wasn't quick enough to react and get his hands around the ball that was speeding just above his head.
So when you know that he's going to be playing that shot, that mid-wicket should be at least 5 paces behind.
Rana bowls and it's driven crackingly away by Marsh. That's speeding out towards the boundary and it goes for 4. And that was a bit easier to hit than a short ball, and he relished it. So he's going to score at the same pace as Head if he gets in, but not without risk. 5 for 125.
Yes, he was a bit watchful before lunch. Now I think at lunchtime they would have discussed, both him and Head, the not-out batters would have discussed about the pitch, what to do. The odd ball was keeping low, so they quite clearly he's decided, Mitchell Marsh, that if the ball is there to be hit, he is going to hammer it.
Rana bowls to him, and that's on the stumps, poked away. Patakal picks up and throws at the stumps. A throw with a direct hit would have run him out, I think. He went a little bit late. It was a chancy single as it went just to the right of mid-wicket. He picked it up on the run and had a swivel and a throw at the stumps. We're seeing a replay here. Yeah. I think an accurate throw may have caught him short, but it was a bit wide.
Yeah, it was a pretty ordinary throw because the way he picked it up, the way he got rid of the ball, he's a right-handed throw. He bats left-handed, Padikkal. It really could have been a harder, faster, quicker, a lot more accurate throw, even if it did hit the stumps, anyway, close to the stumps. But clearly, I think this was not the best of throws.
8 runs from the over. Australia had a canter, if not a gallop at the moment. But as I say, it's not without a risk, so a wicket could fall. Sundar goes in, down the pitch, over-pitched and driven out to a squarish cover for a single by Marsh. And they keep ticking it over. It's good to watch, but how long can it be sustained? Marsh is 21, Head 70. And this interesting field, a slip backward point, a point and a cover, a deep point and a long off. They're manning close, points move back a bit around the wicket. Forward goes Travis Head and plays it quietly out on the offside. So how can Washington Sundar threaten the batsman here? What can he do to tempt them into error? He comes in again and bowls. Ball. That's the ball, actually. That scurried and got the bottom edge. He tried to cut it in the end off his stumps, and he could easily have chopped it into his stumps. Instead, he got a streaky single.
Well, the previous over also, he looked to play that kind of a shot, and the Indians were considering appealing because they thought that the ball might have hit the pad first rather than the bat. So what really seems to be happening is that Head is playing for the turn, and Washington Sundar is not a big turn of the ball. The ball is skidding on straight.
Marsh on strike, over the wicket. Sundar bowls back, watches the ball bounce and changes his shot and just knocks it down behind point. So they've been steaming along since the resumption here. And as I say, this is very attractive cricket to watch, but that's the issue. They've got a big target. Can they keep going without making a mistake? Here comes Sundar down the pitch. He hits it hard and long for 6. That's a big shot from Marsh. It's gone a long way down the ground and beyond the boundary. A typical Marsh shot against the slower bowler. Entertaining.
Superb shot. Superb use of the feet as well. Ball was given just a little bit of air. Washington Sundar generally bowls it flat, a little bit of air, and that's all that Mitchell Marsh needed. All the invitation to go down the pitch and then smash it well over the bowler's head for a 6.
Yes, over long off or thereabouts. And now a single on the back foot. Again, that fella down at mid-off. He needs to be closer or go back on the boundary. He's in between, and they just play tip and run to him. 5 for 135. Rick.
31 runs and 4 overs since lunch.
Very good. Oh, we love it. We love it. 28 to Marsh. 71 to Head. Harsha Bogle is just coming in off his short run, which Washington Sundar has been doing. And Sunil Gavaskar is here to talk to you in a moment.
You're listening to ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia versus India. Live from Perth Stadium on ABC Radio. ABC Sport Digital Radio. And ABC Listener.
Lovely afternoon now. Australia 5 down for 135. The partnership is flowering, looking a little more comfortable. But I'm looking at the scoreboard and I'm looking at the ground, and they're telling me two different stories. Harshit Rana just squares up Mitch Marsh a little bit, pushing it down the ground to a ball that was a little fuller. Feel very different now. A slip in the gully. 2 catchers, one at short mid-on, one at a shortish mid-wicket. There's mid-on, and then 2 men out on the boundary, one at deep point. Surely there's one at long leg, but he's drifted away somewhere for now. He'll come back in. He's gone to sign some autographs. Travis Head, once again, India's bugbear, is on 71. This partnership is almost run a ball, 56 of 59. Here comes Rana and squares up Marsh again. Just a little dab down to deep backward point for a single. Australia go up to 136 for 5. I'm just looking at the bowling figures, and I wonder if Bumrah has just slightly under-bowled himself in this inning. No, he hasn't. He's bowled 9 overs. Harshit Rana 9. Maybe you're so used to seeing him bowl all the time.
No, he's under-bowled himself definitely today because he came in from the members' end, bowled I think maybe 2 overs before he took himself off, and then he went to the other end from Justin Langer and bowled 1 over, and then had Washington Sundar come in to bowl. Then after that he came in for maybe another couple of overs. So he has really not bowled the kind of spells that we know he can bowl 4 or 5 overs. Maybe he's conserving himself.
Rana bowls from round the wicket and Head is punching out through the offside. Was short, he got well on top of it, and they'll take 1 for the throw from the distant point boundary, and they'll complete 2, 1, 3, 8 for 5. What are the spells, Rick, that he's bowled, especially today?
He completed an over to start the day's play from last night, and then 2 more overs. Has switched to the other end and bowled 1 over, and then bowled another 3 overs from that same far end.
That's it.
You can see he really hasn't given himself the kind of spells that we are used to. I mean, he bowls 4, 5 overs at least, and then he takes a little bit of a breather. But over here, maybe the conditions are such that he thought that he better not bowl those longish spells.
I thought a harder ball would have been handy. Rana ball, it's a bouncer. And Travis Head just watches it, arches his back, lets it go through. And Harshit Rana has a little comment about how he thought the bouncer was. I mean, I'm sitting next to someone who's copped a fair bit himself, but I think the comments turn more polite as this game goes on.
Yes, I think what Travis Head actually replied, I don't know what, we couldn't hear what Harshit Rana had to say, but it looks to me that Travis Head replied, good ball, good ball. Yeah, you're right, I think it's getting polite.
Good ball. I was just talking to Alan Border across, and when you're talking Border, there's Gavaskar can't be too far away. Rana bowls, it's a little fuller, and it's just opening the face of the bat. I think the ball might have hit bat on its way, and he'll take a single down to third man. And I just said, did you ever say good ball to a bowler? Did you ever say good ball to a bowler?
Well bowled, yes.
Well bowled?
Yes. Not necessarily good ball, but yeah. I think good bowlers, I mean, we were brought up to say well bowled. So you appreciate it sometimes when the bowler had bowled a good ball. You didn't do that too often when you played for India. But you maybe just might have nodded in acknowledgement of a good delivery. You didn't actually might have said anything. We don't see, I don't know whether you would call it niceties, but you don't see this in international sport nowadays. You very seldom get the Federer or the Djokovic who will applaud an opponent's good shot.
Okay, what's he going to bowl? Once again, slip gully, mid-wicket, short mid-on, mid-off for Rana. Into Marsh, he's dug it in short. I don't think it's quite coming back at the batter with the same venom once it lands. That ball was 140.6, but it carried no danger at all. As Australia 139 for 4, and this partnership has now moved on to 60 in pretty good time. 60 of 63, Marsh 29, Head 74. And just to remind you, there was a time when there was 79 for 5, 17 for 4 at one point when Usman Khwaja got out earlier today. Wickets yesterday of McSweeney for a duck, Cummins for 2, Labuschagne for 3. This morning Khwaja for 4, and then Steve Smith for 17. From 17 for 4, they've gone up to 79 for 5, and they're now, well, relatively healthy at 139 for 5, except there's a number under that on the scoreboard that says 395 to get. At one point it said 500 and something. We haven't seen the same spin for Washington Sundar as Nathan Lyon got towards the end of the day yesterday. Just one ball that I think actually might have turned right across the face of the stumps towards the end of the day yesterday. Now it's going around the wicket to Travis Head. Gets a single, because there's a single wherever you want it, just to the right of the square leg umpire. Brings a right-hander back in. While I was coming in, I heard fair discussion on the field. I think it's fair to say it's befuddled everybody except the bowler and captain. Long off, long on. Deep backward square, deep point, mid-wicket cover, slip, short leg and a backward point. That's the field for Washington Sundar. Now to the right-handed Marsh. The one thing India need to be careful about here is not to get two opposition batters into form, because there's 5-4 games ahead. Already cleared the boundary a couple of times for Washington bowls, and it's pushed out on the offside by Mitch Marsh, who seemed actually in a little bit of trouble against Jasprit Bumrah, didn't he? I was a little surprised that Bumrah didn't pepper him a little bit more.
That is absolutely true, because Bumrah was also overstepping, which is very rare of Bumrah.
Washington bowls, it's outside the off stump. Good take by Rishabh Pant.
There's a fielder at backward short leg or short square leg catching position. I'm not too sure the ball's been turning as much.
Well, it didn't on that occasion. It was pushed through by Washington, hit back down the ground by Marsh for a single. This game just drifting at the moment from an Indian perspective. Two players getting into form from an Aussie perspective. Head 75, Marsh 30. And Australia 5 down for 141. There was 79 for 5, as I told you a little while back. Goes round the wicket again. This time the head who's pushing out on the offside just beats the man at cover. They say wait, and then they run. It's another over that didn't cause too many problems to the batter. 142 for 2. Need 392 more from your Marsh 30. Head is 76. I thought Siraj was probably India's best bowler today. Bowled very straight. The numbers proved that too, that of all the bowlers he was the straightest, and the ball to get Steve Smith was absolutely gorgeous. That was when Smith had struggled a little bit, in all fairness. 17 of 60 balls he was caught behind of by Pant of Siraj. Bumrah 2 for 26 from 9. Siraj 3 for 34 from 10. Harshit Rana none for 48 from 9. And Washington Sundar none for 29. Glenn McGrath joins me. Sunil Gavaskar's just left us.
G'day, Harsh. G'day, listeners. Yeah, these two are quite entertaining to watch. They're both stroke makers. If they stay there for a while, they get that scoreboard ticking over.
And just let the confidence grow a little bit. Rana in his 10th. He bowls its fuller. It's crashed through the offside by Travis Head. And we're hurrying to the boundary. Even on this slow outfield, he didn't even bother running, which is not something batters have done all day today. And he's starting to flower and looking very dangerous. He came in at number 5, and in a total of 146 is 80. Striking the ball more fluently with every passing hour.
Yeah, we saw yesterday once the Indian batsman got in, it looked a lot easier to bat out there. Travis Head, he's looking comfortable compared to the other batsmen. And Mitch Marsh at the other end. They're both playing their shots.
Rana in again to Head, and he's got room to play it on the onside. Just a nice, dainty little flick. They consider a second. They pause at 1. Rick, of course, reminding me there was a night watchman yesterday, that ill-fated journey that Pat Cummins made to the ground and back. So he's coming at number 6. He came in at 17 for 4, the Travis Head. And of the next 130, he's made 81. At one point, that contribution was even greater. It's because Marsh has played a few bold hits and got to 30.
Yeah. Yeah, Marsh played a couple of nice, couple of maximums. That one off Washington Sundar over his head, that was a good strike. So for the Australian fans, they need something to cheer about. There hasn't been too much in this game today.
A little bit, as Marsh goes forward to a ball that's slightly fuller from Rana. Just a little nice open face of the bat, picks up a single, and there's a smattering of applause around, which suggests there are actually some Aussie fans in the stadium. I thought they were a little outnumbered on the first 3 days.
They were. Yeah, you remember during the World Cup final a little while ago?
Which one?
The plan from Pat Cummins was...
Which World Cup final?
Indian...
Which one? We don't even remember.
Too many. Keep the Indian crowd quiet.
Yes.
It's been quite quiet recently here, but there's not a huge amount of people in the crowd today. But
I don't know, for some reason, for all of us in India, on our notepads, on our diaries, whatever, that 19th of November, it's just gone. I don't know where it's gone. Head off the back foot. He's crashed that. It was dug in short by Rana. And he's crashed that towards the boundary. It's pulled in just inside, and they will run 3. As I said, it's not the quickest outfield in the world, this one. And this wasn't as crisply hit as a front foot drive, but a forcing shot nonetheless. And he's strolling his way through the 80s, punching his way, dare I say, through the 80s. Is Travis Head. Should bring up 150, shouldn't it? Unless they're just checking for the boundary. Pulled in well inside. So 150 comes up, 151 for 5. Head goes up to 84. And since lunch, how many have gone past the bat? I think you don't even need the number of fingers on your hand to count that. So it's a passage of play that's actually favored Australia, but they're so far behind in this that probably won't be a game-changing passage of play.
Well, if these two don't get out, we should win the game. Or Australia should win the game, I should say.
Rana bowls and he pushed it out on the offside. If you wrote a book on this game and Australia to win it from it, it would be a very long book. But I can see why you were so positive. If you're thinking of winning it from 151 for 5, another 383 needed.
Well, just in theory.
No, I mean,
if we don't lose, if Australia doesn't lose another wicket.
Yeah, since you brought up the 19th of November, I thought it'd take you back to 2001. 2001, similar hopeless situation, Kolkata.
Yes, no, it's not quite as hopeless.
Rana bowls, and this is a much better ball. It's a little fuller, but Marsh with his long reach is able to parry it, pushes on the offside out to mid-off. He will get a run.
It was the third innings, though, wasn't it?
It was.
They weren't as far behind. 500 and
now the
530 odd, 534 is a long, long way behind.
Yeah, the follow-on was 274 behind. Was that the follow-on? I think something like that. After Australia had won that first test in Mumbai in 3 days. And Matthew Hayden and Adam Gilchrist were just sweeping everything.
Yeah.
2 great hundreds in that test match in Mumbai. And to think that they both appear so genial now, you wouldn't have guessed that when they were batting.
Yeah.
You do too, actually.
Most Australians are nice people off the field.
I'll tell you what, remember we worked together in Mumbai for that series, and you were working with Nick Knight.
Yeah.
And the English opening batter, of course. And one day I came down to breakfast, and there was only Nick there. And he was shaking his head. He said, I spent all my life thinking this Glenn McGrath was such a terrible person. And he's actually fine to get along with.
Yeah,
I said, you were on the wrong end of him all along.
Well, that's the way it should be.
Yeah.
The opposition. You shouldn't like the opposition, and the opposition crowds shouldn't like you.
But is that happening still?
No, it annoys me just how friendly they are. It's supposed to be battle out there, playing for your country.
Washington Sundar bowls the next one to Travis Head, who's looking very confident now. Play that out on the onside. Keep going. I'd love to hear your point of view on that.
Yeah, but I have a lot of English and South African fans come up to me and say, I used to hate you with a passion. And I shake their hand and I say, I take that as a compliment.
Washington bowls little wider of the stumps. It's pushed through. He's not quite getting the ball to grip and turn like Nathan Lyon did. But he's keeping things relatively quiet. He pushes it back for Washington to field on his follow-through. Ball close to the wicket, says Rishabh Pant. Draws Travis Head into a little square drive, but hits the bottom half of the bat and bounces out to backward point.
But, yeah, I do think they're too friendly with each other out there. And that's the IPL's done that, where they're all the teammates, they know each other, they're playing. You've got to have a little bit of, hatred's probably the wrong term, but against the opposition. You know, you're passionate, you're playing for your country. If I see the bowler and the batsman walking, they've got their arm around, having a joke, it annoys me. That really annoys me.
Even if it was illustrative, I can tell people Glenn McGrath put his arm around. There's Washington bowls and it's pushed back down the offside for no run.
Did you ever see Sachin and myself doing that, just chatting and having a laugh walking down the wicket?
No, but I saw that very rare side of Sachin having a go at you, and I thought I hadn't seen that before. Though he was capable of it. Washington bowls again from round the wicket, and it's cut away off the back foot by Travis Head, but he's got support. There's a bowler in the deep down at deep point. They'll come back for 2. It's good running on a hot afternoon. It's good running from Travis Head and Mitch Marsh. They'll pick up 2 more. It's 153 for 3, and Head goes up to 86. Is it just the IPL, or is it just that there are They're a nicer, friendlier bunch these days, the
No,
Aussies.
you don't want to be nice and friendly up there, like seriously. I think the IPL has had a big impact because they've played alongside each other.
Yes.
You don't just play against each other. And when you play alongside someone and you like them and you get to know them well, it's hard to really hate them. But
Washington goes round the wicket. Once again, the cut shot. Once again, off the back foot, this Travis that beats the fielder at point and engages into play. The fielder running in off the deep for a single. Still pretty much as it was for the last half hour, a batter's game. Head is 87, Marsh 31, and Australia 5 down for 154. We've all, over the last 2 years or so, we've had a head-sized ache for India. You're always there, whether it's a World Test Championship final, whether it's that other game you alluded to sometime last year in November.
yeah. But you're talking about that Sachin that time back in, what was that, 2000 Kenya?
Kenya, yeah.
Championship trophy. Yeah, most batsmen don't have a chat to the bowlers because it's only one ball and can make them look silly.
Yeah.
So Sachin that day decided to have a fair bit to say. So,
he told me afterwards why he did it. He said, was it a little damp that day, the surface?
it was...
He said if Glenn McGrath had settled into his usual line and length, it would have been trouble for us. So I thought, let me try and get him a little angry.
Yeah. Did I get angry? Well, he played well.
Was it difficult? Was it difficult to get you angry when you were playing?
No, I think that was pretty easy. But yeah, no, he smashed a quick fire 40, got India in a good position, and they went on to win that game.
Right, Bumrah's the ball. We've been talking about whether he's underbowled himself. Hot afternoon, he's going round the wicket. He to Travis Head. There's always a little bit of excitement when he's in, but Head has got that first ball covered, and he's played that away down to his favourite area, square of the wicket, down to a very square third man. He'll come back for 2, and he's just starting to move quicker and quicker towards that 100. Bumrah's changing his field a little bit. I think he wants a little bit more support there. I sense someone like Bumrah, who's by nature an attacking person, tends to fall back a little too quickly to defend as captain on the field. Did you get that feeling too?
Well, especially when you've still got 380 runs up your sleeve. You can keep in catching in aggressive field placements, one edge through second slip, things like that. So
we'll see. Just a slip in the gully now. 2 men down at third man, and he drifts into the pads, hurries the batter a little bit, but leaves the bat very pleasantly, flicking on the onside out to mid-on. There's a man right on the boundary at a very fine third. Now I remember when Travis Head was playing for Australia back in 2018. No Steve Smith, no David Warner. Australia had a slightly weakened batting lineup. I think there was one test match we got out playing the uppercut twice in the same game, caught a third on the boundary. So maybe long memories. There's a very fine third on the boundary, and there's a backward point. Bumrah from round the wicket. And Head is pushing forward out on the onside to mid-on.
yeah, I think the Travis Head back then was a little bit tentative, not really sure of his position in the team or his approach or way he goes about it. Now you've got a very confident, very seasoned player. He knows his game well. He has no fear, and once he gets set here, he plays his shots. So
why does he always seek a return to form against India? Why?
Why not?
I mean, he's gone to 12 innings, hasn't he? 12 innings without a half century or something like that, Rick. And here he is stroking the ball just like the Travis Head of old. Round the wicket, Bumrah into Head, and Head is driving fluently on the offside. But there's a fielder at mid-off, he can't find the gap. Unlike a few others, he must have slept well last night, not needing to follow what's happening in the auction. He was retained.
Yeah.
He was magnificent last year in the IPL. Flat wickets, hitting through the line. And every time I saw Head, I thought, nah, he can't play faster than that. And he did. And then he thought he can't hit harder than that. And he did. He just was going through a purple patch. And he's looking very good just now to 89, March 31. Australia 5 down for 156. Bumrah bowls. It's short. And it clears Rishabh Pant as well. And it's something we saw when Australia were fielding, and now it's something we see when India are fielding. 4 extra runs. Oh, it's called wides as well, so 5. And Australia go up to 161 for 5. Remember, there was 17 for 4 earlier this morning when Usman Khwaja mishooked Siraj and was caught by the wicketkeeper at short fine.
Yeah, there's been a few really short bounces that have been way too short, cleared the keeper. Rishabh Pant, he's not the tallest man out there,
No.
is he?
No, he's not. He's not. You normally have tall keepers. Bumrah bowls from round the wicket. Bowls to head and he's nicked him off. He has nicked him off and Bumrah does a little celebration right in front of Travis Head. Might have just left him gently. It always requires Bumrah to come back. What a champion he is. Nothing seemed to be happening. The batter's looking in control and Bumrah comes back and once again gets the breakthrough. This is a reason he's the best bowler in the world at the moment and he's delivered the breakthrough once again. Australia loses 6th, 161 for 6 and a very fine innings from Travis Head comes to an end. Just felt for it briefly outside the off stump. Produced the nick and Bumrah was celebrating. Alex Carey comes out to bat, but handsome applause for a good innings, Glenn McGrath, for Travis Head.
Yeah, no, very good innings there. That was not a bad delivery. Probably one he could have left alone. But that's judgment. Bumrah just gets that extra zip off the wicket. And Travis Head, he's been playing his shots. He sees the ball, he hits it. And that one there is just, unfortunately for him, just probably bounced a little more, a little bit quicker and took the edge. So a fine innings comes to an end. It would have been good to see him go on and get those 3 figures. But it showed a little bit of fight from the Australians and that's what they needed today.
He did lunge a little bit, pushed a little bit at it away from his body. And the nick carried straight into Rishabh Pant's glove. But unlike Bumrah, sort of goes and leans in front of Travis Head and sort of screams in celebration.
Well, he's captain now. It's
not for too much longer. He's only captain for 4 more wickets because the captain's arrived here.
I know.
Father for the second time.
You mentioned before, has he bowled enough today? I think he probably under-bowled himself today. And that's the problem with having a bowler as captain. They'll either bowl too much or not enough. You have to find the right balance.
Right, Bumrah. Now another left-hander. Alex Carey looked good in the first innings. He looked good on that first ball, just pushing it down the ground. And Bumrah finishes an over in which he got a wicket. Australia 6 down now for 161. Marsh 31. Carey hasn't scored. And Bumrah has now picked up, a 3rd wicket today. So Glenn McGrath will still be here and it will be Ali Mitchell.
Your home of cricket. This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket.
Good afternoon, everybody. And hello, Glenn McGrath. We've dodged each other for 3.5 days.
I know, Ali. I thought I'd done something wrong. I thought you were avoiding me. But
I thought you were avoiding me on commentary.
Apparently we're not. It's just the way it's been, just coincidence that it
way
hasn't
the
worked
racer
out.
works out. I'll tell you what, it's working out well for India here. 6 for 161. A new batter in Alex Carey to the crease. Enjoyed Travis Head's innings, but didn't go on long enough for him to get his 100. Washington Sundar continuing here, side the off stump into the gloves of Rishabh Pant with Marsh taking a big stride back and looking to play that late. Cut it out towards the offside, but missing. Slip and short leg. And Sundar asking his cover to swing round a little squarer as he comes over the wicket. And Marsh from well outside the off stump, a little dabble. Steers it to KL Rahul, who's at a short 3rd position.
Yeah, it's looking quite dire for Australia now. You think if Australia are to take this into day 5, these 2 guys have to do the majority of the work, with only the bowlers left to come.
Well, the bowlers did quite a lot of work in the first innings, mind you. 100 deliveries, but it's just a different feel, isn't it, when the game is this far advanced. Now, Sundar, what is he motioning for? Now, long off, long on, both back on the fence. He's having a chat with Virat Kohli here, who is fielding at mid-wicket. Kohli is gesticulating, and now I think this is Bumrah is down at long off, motioning and replying, and he's retreated back to the boundary. Sundar is in a little quicker, and Marsh gets right outside the off stump again. Pushes this back to the bowler. Rishabh Pant is being quite vocal behind the stumps at the moment. You can hear him between deliveries and as balls are being bowled. Sundar In past the umpire, into Marsh with the sweep, into the ground and down towards the fine leg boundary. There's a big vacant area here. Will the ball reach the rope? It's trickling towards it, and it will. 4 more to Marsh, and 4 for Australia's total. But Travis Head's taken part in 2 good partnerships. 62 for the 5th wicket with Steve Smith. And what was the partnership in the end, Rick, for the 6th wicket when Head was dismissed just then?
82.
82. It was his strike rate that was impressive, wasn't it, Glenn? And this match has been so strange in that it's looked a different game at different parts, hasn't it? The way Australia batted in the first innings compared to the way Travis Head was able to play the bowlers this innings. Sundar in, Marsh again with the sweep, makes a good connection, but squarer this time and finds deep backward square and is able to take 1.
Yeah, I think it's the type of pitch that you have to get yourself in, and we saw with Joswell, we saw with KL Roll, you saw with Kohli. Once they got in, it looked a different game. Travis Head today, you still have to have a bit of luck. There was quite a few play misses in the Indian innings. Travis Head played and missed a couple of times, but unfortunately just feathered that one through to Rishabh Pant there before. But it's ones that take the game on and prepare to sort of...
Last ball of the over, and here to Alex Carey, comes forward and he stays on naught. The ball rolls up towards mid-on, so Australia stay on 6 for 166.
That 82-run partnership was off 85 balls.
Yeah.
So you've got to take the game on. You can't just sit there and wait and try to defend. You've got to look to score, keep that scoreboard ticking over, put a bit of pressure back on the bowlers, and when the batsmen have done that, it has looked a slightly different game.
It'll be a different Indian lineup come Adelaide because Rohit Sharma has rejoined the squad, or joined the squad in Perth here, so he'll travel with them to Adelaide. He's been out the back and in the nets as well.
So who's not playing next match?
Surely KL Rahul keeps his spot, doesn't he? Because he did so well as opener.
Yeah.
Jarrell or Padikal. Does Shubman Gill come back? Is he going to be fit for Adelaide?
Yeah.
Thumb injury. So you could see a couple of changes, but a bit concerning for Australia that India have performed the way they have here without needing their first choice, most fully fit 11.
And this gentleman down the end here, he's got some drink and banana for
Ashwin playing
on the fence. Yeah.
12th man at the moment. He wasn't even involved in this match. Bumrah again outside the off stump, and Marsh taking a big swing and attempted drive. Squirts towards short mid-wicket.
Yeah, I must say I was surprised not to see Ashwin playing in this match.
Instead of Sundar.
Yeah, but I guess Washington Sundar was probably the pick of the bowlers in the recent New Zealand series, but Ashwin, he's got such an incredible record.
Interesting to see when and how they use him, and they've got Jadeja as well, of course. He's a brilliant all-rounder and has the better batting record and an excellent fielder as well.
Tough when there's just too many options.
A lot of depth in this quite extended squad that India have got out here. 2 slips in the gully for Marsh outside the off stump, angling the bat down out towards point, and there's no run. And the sorry factor for you, Glenn, and all other fast bowlers is that it means that the fast bowler in Bumrah is no longer captain of this India team when Rohit comes back.
Well, it's good to see. Yeah, fast bowlers can be captain. I've always said they're the most intelligent in the game.
Did you ever captain a team at any level?
No, I was happy not to.
Really?
I was comfortable just to play my part, so it wasn't my forte.
Bumrah seems to be very good at it.
He's enjoying it.
Yeah, he's relishing the opportunity and relishing the position. They've got Australia in here, outside the off stump, full again, but met with a defensive bat by Marsh, out towards extra cover where it's safely fielded. How did you enjoy your walk along the reef yesterday?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. It's quite a nice view up there. It was not as hot as I thought. Yesterday was quite a warm day. Another no ball. And it was, sitting up there. It's only 42 metres up, so it's not like you're miles up in the air. We sat in the seats up the top there, and it's a good place to watch a game from. Sort of hung off the edge a little bit.
I was going to say, did you do is it a lean back that you're encouraged to do or offered to do up there? Bumrah with his short steps as he approaches the crease, so strides get longer, and he delivers a rocket, which is eased down to the offside, and Marsh quickly going through for a single. A drop and run, a defensive push into the covers.
Yeah, so it's good, and I think anyone in the public can go there and do it as well. And a completely different view. You're looking nearly straight down on top of the players.
So have you done the lean back at the Adelaide Oval? Have you been onto the roof there? Is it the same thing?
It's sort of fairly similar, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And you managed to let go of the chain that is holding you, the harness, and spread both arms wide?
Yeah, Clint nearly did it.
Nearly.
He did one arm. He just wouldn't let go of the rope. It said it did. Its breaking strain is 4.5 pounds.
Around the wicket here to the left-hander. Carey defending it back to...
Sorry, 4.5 ton. 4.5 to 5 ton breaking strain. So
is that what they tell you?
Yeah. So it's not like we're going to break it. But
there's just something psychological though. So I've done it at the Adelaide Oval, and the first time I did it, which was back in 2017-18, and I did lean back, and I spread my arms wide, aeroplane style, and I managed to hold that pose. And then I did it last year or the year before, and I just could not let go of the chain, even though I'd already done it once. Brimmer bounds in, just back of a length, and Carey's uncomfortable. The ball comes back into his body, and then it's fielded in the slip cordon.
So what do you put that down to?
Another few years of age, and with age comes more
It's amazing
fear.
how that happens sometimes.
I think so.
And subconscious, not sort of a conscious, it's just
thinking
one of those
too
things.
much about it. I think that's probably also what it comes down to. I mean, I don't mind heights, but I do sometimes just get the odd little wobble if you think you're not balanced or you're not secure. Carey awaits, in comes Bumrah firing it in full, looking to drive, but only finds mid-off. And there's no run, so they're keeping Carey pegged on naught at the moment. He has been the in-form batter for Australia over the course of the summer leading into this series. So he's in a good position here to come out and join Marsh, who's well settled on 37 and been playing some really aggressive Marsh-esque shots. We know, flexing all his bison muscles as well, crushing a couple of sixes. 6 for 168 is the score. Australia 366 away from that whopping target of 534 that was set for them by India. But only 4 more wickets needed by Bumrah and co to seal the 1-0 win with 4 matches to play. So it's a huge narrative that can yet unfold in this series. Australian fans need to not get too downhearted by a heavy defeat first up. If anything, look at what happened to India in the last series when they rolled for 36 in Adelaide, and they were able to respond. So it's a test of character like nothing else. A test series over 5 matches.
That it is, and it's a long way to go. These two teams have never played in a 5-test series, and I think it's good for the game. These are 2 of the top teams in world cricket. To see them fighting it out in a 3-test series, I think is not good enough. Whereas 5, hopefully you'll see both teams get on top at certain stages. A 5-test series, if one team's dominating the whole time, gets a little bit long.
Well, that's got to be one of the reasons why this has become a 5-test series. Do you concur with the view that India are Australia's biggest rival at home?
Yeah, I think they are. It's always been the Ashes, and the Ashes are still very important here. But India, they're the powerhouse of world cricket, really, aren't they? And to see them come out here and compete with Australia in home conditions, and that's what everyone wants to see.
Nitish Kumar Reddy is coming on from the Justin Langer stand end. Races in right arm over and immediately beats Marsh, and there's a bit of extra bounce there, and Marsh to straighten his body at the last moment and try and drop the hands. He wasn't expecting that. It's taken him by surprise. Past that outside edge, and through it goes to Pants. It cut back in a little bit, and with some bounce.
Yeah, that's sort of making it tougher for Australia's job, is that inconsistent bounce. We've seen a couple keep low. Marsh has got quite a few that's jumped, but he's still out there. And you mentioned that that Alex Carey's still on 0. I think it took about 12 balls or more for Marsh to get off strike.
That's right.
Off that 0
And when he did, he began to motor. Ready is in, and that another one where the bottom hand comes off the bat. He's going to jog one, though. Dropped the ball towards the square leg umpire, and it's Kyle Rahul who's been fielding at mid-wicket there. Moves across to his right-hand side to field, but Marsh again was uncomfortable. Let's cut back in. He looks up at the big screen just to see how he whipped that bottom hand off the bat. But it's a no ball. Already overstepped.
15 balls to get off the mark for Marsh earlier on.
15.
Yep.
So, but when Bumrah was bowling, there was quite a few balls that jumped like that. In the end, they put in a sort of a catching sort of leg gully there. And they haven't got it for Reddy. Otherwise, that would have just gone straight to him.
And that's it.
But it wouldn't have been out.
So it was a no ball.
Yes.
So bowl that ball again. 2 slips and the gully. Backward point. Cover. Mid-off, mid-on, as Reddy is in and forward comes Carey. One bounce on into the hands of Reddy, threw it back towards the stumps and it struck Carey. It's the thud that you heard. And he's picked the ball up and tossed it back to Virat Kohli. 6 for 170.
He didn't even leave his crease.
He
was still in his crease, just let it hit him in the leg. So.
Yes.
No.
If anyone's conscious about staying in or leaving the crease, it'll be Carey.
Well, that's the rules of the game, isn't it?
Absolutely. No, I spoke to Sonny about this earlier, and I am very much in the Carey camp when it came to that run out of Bairstow. Around the wicket here, and Carey is off the mark, angling this past the square leg umpire. And it's left for Kohli to run around from mid-wicket to pick up.
And the funny thing with that dismissal of Bairstow, I'm yet to find an ex-cricketer that thinks it shouldn't have been out. Everyone I've spoken to, English, Australian, no matter anywhere in the world, no hesitation, it's just out.
And every batter now will take care to ensure that the ball is dead from all perspectives before wandering out their crease.
So you should. We still have to have respect for the game and the rules.
So here's Marsh on 38, settling over his bat with slip and a third slip behind him, and Reddy is in, and another one which seems to keep low, but Marsh digs it out with a fairly straight bat. He brings it right down next to his pad, and the ball squirts out past the square leg umpire. Marsh goes through for 1. Suddenly again, batting's not looking straightforward out there. A few balls starting to do a few naughty things.
Yeah, sort of it's sort of day 4 wicket. It's probably done a little bit up and down, a little bit more earlier than I expected, or that you would expect from a pitch of this standard. Day 3, probably the best time to bat. Normally day 2, towards the end of day 2, day 3, best time to bat. Pile as many runs as you can, and India definitely did that.
They really did. It was a special day yesterday, really seeing both Jaiswal and Kohli get hundreds. Carey almost nicking it through to Rishabh Pant. Just hanging his bat outside that off stump. And Nitish Kumar Reddy walks back to the end of his mark, whilst Carey walks away towards the square leg umpire. 6 for 172. Lifted off the surface, just left him a fraction. And into the gloves of Pant. He's got his navy Indian cap on, sunglasses gleaming. Most expensive player in the IPL now, isn't he, Rishabh Pant?
Yeah, a few dollars, wasn't it?
A bit of money exchanging hands at the auction overnight. Late last night. Went till about 3 in the morning. Around the wicket here, Carey with a big drive, but finds extra cover. Can't pierce the field. Everybody was up for the last ball of the over. 6 for 172. Carey then on 1. Marsh on 39, and India in the hunt for 4 more wickets to win this test match. Change of ends. And the 2 batters are having a conversation in the middle. A bit more of Jasprit Bumrah to come here.
Did you stay up and watch the auction last night?
No, I followed it online for a little bit.
Yeah.
I was intrigued to see. I wasn't quite sure what order all the players were coming up for auction in, and I'm still intrigued to see whether James Anderson is going to be picked up, because he's put himself up there. He's put himself into the IPL auction.
Is he the oldest cricketer there?
Must be. He hasn't played a T20 since 2014.
Yeah, MS Dhoni.
How old's MS now?
Well, 42.
But he's played a lot of T20 cricket. Bumrah goes in, and Marsh defends from off stump out towards cover, and there is no run. But Jimmy Anderson just wants to keep playing cricket, full stop,
he loves it,
whatever the format. But yeah, some differing opinions when you ask around the experts and those who coach in the IPL as to whether he'll get picked up at all.
Oh, he's a quality bowler, there's no doubt about it. He's 42 years of age, and MS is now 43, correct? That's
Yeah, so I mean,
July.
Age is but a number, but
well,
perhaps you're...
I tell myself that all the time, but it gets a higher number every year.
Whether Anderson can translate his skills to the white ball in 4-over spell, solid defence this from Marsh up to mid-off, or whether he would get flayed to all parts if the pitches are anything like they were in the last IPL, where it's an absolute batting fest. There weren't too many bowlers who are winning battles.
I know, it's scores of 250, 260 plus. You wonder what the bowlers are actually doing.
But if you're a young Indian player who's playing all formats, and you find yourself in a dressing room with Jimmy Anderson, and you're a young, aspiring test match bowler as well, what a great opportunity that is to tap into his expertise.
Oh, exactly, just an art form with the way he swung the ball.
Yep. Bumrah moves in and Marsh angles it away past Gully. Didn't look like he was in complete control, but it's run down to the deep third boundary for 4. He meets Carey in the middle. As Australia move on to 6 for 176. Marsh is nearing a half century here in Perth, his home city, having become a father just before this test match. So he was on paternity leave. He drove past me in the underground, what do you call it, sort of like, let's say, a raceway. You're only allowed to drive at about 5 kilometres an hour as you drive around the inside of the stadium here, and stuck his head out the window and asked whether he'd been getting much sleep. He said, yeah, all fine. Bumrah moves in full, looking to drive, and this has gone thickish away. Behind point, Marsh will come back for 2. Will the ball reach the rope? A sliding stop. And he's coming back again for 3. As the throw comes into Rishabh Pant. And Marsh moves on to 46, 6 for 179. He seemed very relaxed though, and I think having maybe had his mind taken off the test match, actually felt that was quite a good thing. But he's dialed in here, albeit in the second innings with the match. So far away from Australia, but individual milestones and little individual battles can be won here, which lay down a marker for the rest of the series. And just time in the middle. If these batters, any of them, are out of form, it's a chance to try and get yourself into some form. Around the wicket, a short ball bouncer to Carey, down on his knees, manages to evade it as it goes through to Punt.
Yeah, I think Mitchell Marsh is a more relaxed cricketer these days. He thought his test career might be done and dusted, then all of a sudden he's back in the team middle of last year and has done incredibly well. So, but his philosophy then was, I'm back, I'm just going to enjoy it. Just go out there and play and show them what I can do. And he's, on his day when he gets out there, he does that.
And he won the Allan Border Medal, didn't he, last season? Gave a brilliant speech, tear-jerking speech. Bumrah moving in around the wicket again to Carey. His forward defence thinks about a single, but mid-on is there, picks up, and no run is taken. So Australia 6 for 179, still 355 away, hanging on with Marsh on 46, Carey on 1, but India needing 4 more wickets for the win. Drinks are being taken by the players here at Perth Stadium. This is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport.
G'day, this is Pat Cummins. Catch all the cricket action on the ABC Listen app.
Alison Mitchell, Harsha Brogley, Sunil Gavaskar, Darren Lehman, Glenn McGrath, Stuart Clark, and the voice of summer, Jim Maxwell.
He's bowled! Right through, he's bowled him! Knocked him over!
Hear every ball of the cricket all summer long.
Scored for 4! Australia have won!
ABC Sports Summer of Cricket. On your radio and on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the cricket button.
You're listening to ABC Sports coverage of the cricket on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listen app.
Bumrah bowls from round the wicket. Bowls to ahead and he's nicked him off. He has nicked him off and Bumrah does a little celebration right in front of Travis Head. Might have just left him gently. It always requires Bumrah to come back. What a champion he is. Nothing
Nothing seemed to be happening. The batter's looking in control, and Bumrah comes back and once again gets the breakthrough. This is a reason he's the best bowler in the world at the moment.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia versus India. Live from Perth Stadium on ABC Radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and the ABC Listen app.
Players enjoying a refreshment downstairs with the Aussie 6 for 179. 355 more runs required for victory for those who like to know these things. Marsh is 46. Carey is 1. Clint Wilden with you. Tom Moody is with me. Hello, Tom.
Good afternoon, Clint. How are you?
I'm very well. We never got to finish our Christmas conversation from earlier, which we can do while the players just take a refreshment. Are you a big fan of putting up the Christmas celebrations? All the Santa on the roof, sparkly lights. Are you into that sort of thing?
Not quite to that extreme. You won't find Santa on top of my roof.
You get
or a reindeer.
Or a reindeer.
But yeah, I've tried to embrace what the street is trying to do. We've just joined in to make sure the street is well presented without not overdoing it. We always do the traditional tree and stuff like that, but my kids are growing up, so that novelty is slowly shifting.
It does hinge, I reckon, a lot on how many kids are up and down the street.
Yeah, it does. And I think I mentioned to you at the time, we've had a couple of young families move into the street, which has been great, because then that real sort of Christmas enthusiasm has come around, and decorations, off various trees and fences and roofs and stuff like that you see filtering along.
They will start putting up those sorts of trinkets around the streets. I always like the one where there's one down the street that has it's a fake chimney with Santa's legs sticking out of.
Oh, right.
Quite like that one. I think that's quite good. The question would be, of course, at the moment, what would the Australians like for Christmas? An early present of some runs and batting for some time here. As Kumar Reddy, the debutant for India, is in to Marsh, who defends. Face of the blade out towards fielder in the covers, so no run there.
Yeah, I think the Aussies would like a firing top 6.
Yeah.
That would be a good Christmas. And they've got, a couple of test matches?
2 before then.
Yeah. For that to happen.
That's the problem. The series could well be over by the time you can unwrap the Christmas presents under the tree for Boxing Day.
Don't be that negative. Look, okay, we're going to get beaten here. There's no question of that. But...
So where does the revival come from, Tom? I was super confident, and now I'm a little less so. Already bowls again, and it's a good bit of defence from Mitch Marsh.
Well, I thought it would be 3-2, the series, in Australia's favour. So we've lost one of those 2. We only can afford to lose one more. I can't see any draws unless Sydney dish up a wet test match.
I went 3-1 for that reason.
Yeah. Australia will respond, there's no question. I think they've just sort of been caught sleeping at the wheel a little bit, and it's backfired, and India have caught fire. We've seen what Jaswal's capable of now. We've seen him do it overseas.
Kumar ready to Marsh, takes it away up the toes, out through mid-wicket. There's a run there to be had. Makes its way down to the other end.
The other interesting thing is, I'm not sure if we've heard anything, but is Mohammad Shami, is he touted to come out at some stage? Because if he's available for the next test match, that is another strengthening point for India, because he is a very fine bowler, particularly in the day-night fixture.
There's certainly some talk that he will be available later in the series. I hadn't seen a timeline when that would be. We know Rohit Sharma is here. He was batting in the nets against the pink ball. Already around the wicket and pulling backward of square. Goes down towards Rayner, who's fielding at a long leg. Carey will add one more to his total. He'll move to be 2. Marsh back on strike. He's 47. So Rohit Sharma we can expect a return, and maybe not Shubman Gill. He might miss a couple more.
Yeah, he's got a broken thumb, so that's at least 6 weeks, isn't it? 5 to 6 weeks.
Yeah.
I think given the success they've had here, they can afford to be a little bit more patient with him. But he's another fine player, another young Indian bat.
Marsh waits, and he's bowls! Marsh out for 47. Nitish Kumar Reddy finds a way through the local hope. And Marsh turns and trudges his way back to the rooms. Another wicket down. The Aussies 7 for 182. Mitch Marsh departs. He turned immediately. He heard the death rattle, tapped the top of the stumps, just in a little show of frustration, and stared up to the heavens. Marsh is on his way for 47. 67 balls, 3 fours, 2 sixes, bowled by Reddy. The Aussies 7 for 182.
Yeah, it's a good innings from Marsh. He would have loved to have gone on and made a considerable effort out there, not only for himself, but from the team perspective. But it's just not there to cut. He looked to play that square of the wicket, and it's just a little bit close to that off-stump line. It was only really about just a foot at best. He's looking to play a sort of a half-cut, half-back-foot drive, and just caught the inside edge and dragged it onto those stumps. Reddy's not tall in stature. The ball just skidded through, caught the inside bottom edge, and yeah, that's a painful way to go. He'd be thinking back on that, thinking, well, that was probably a leave ball. If for anything, just play it with a vertical bat off the back foot through extra cover instead of trying to play it square of the wicket. But Nitish Kumar Reddy is continuing to impress on his debut.
Mitchell Stark comes out for the Aussies. Great first knock from him, 26 for 112 balls. He waits and clips it away out towards square leg. Good stop there. There's no chance of getting off the mark. It's Jarrell fielding there for the Indians. So Stark scratches away just to the side of the stumps. Carey's still there. He's on 2. It's come off the toe of the bat from the side-on angle. So he dragged it onto his stumps, but yeah, the frustration, the ball ricocheting up past his eye line. Mitch Marsh, 2 slips, a gully, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, forward square leg. Already bowls and defending away. Stark.
Over.
End of the over. 7 for 182. Our text line, if you'd like to ask Tom a question, 0467 920 222. Jack's in Melbourne. Hi everyone, listening to the coverage at school while I was doing exam revision through the ABC Listen app. I like that. I remember going to a couple of plays when I was in high school when the Ashes were on. Just having the cricket on in one ear, just leaning on my hand so the teacher couldn't tell that I wasn't paying full attention to what I was supposed to be paying attention to.
I think we've all got similar stories, listening to the radio in the background. It is, listening to the cricket, I always find listening to the cricket in the car when you're on a journey is one of the great delights.
Yep, I agree.
It doesn't matter how far you have to go, you've got good conversation in the background, good coverage, interesting people like you to listen to.
Oh, no, that's not true.
But it is, it's such a great, we've been brought up with it, haven't we? On your holidays, you always have the radio going, you have those memories of the test match going on in the background, the tranny on.
Start of another over. Here's Siraj, and he's overrun, so he's decided to pull out. You'll have to go back to the top of his mark. Carey was on strike. He's got the long sleeves and the jumper on. It's a cooler day today. About 25 was the top.
Yeah, it was warm yesterday, wasn't it? It was not only hard work for the Australians to take wickets, but it was exhausting work for them out in that heat because there wasn't a lot of relief there. The stadium now sort of cuts off that sea breeze that does come in at some stage in the afternoon.
Just a Little adjustment of the bails, but he's okay, Carey. He's happy enough to continue. Still the 2 slips and a gully. Backward point. Siraj with 3 wickets to his name. He's around the wicket away from us, and played by Carey out towards mid-on for no run. Speaking of listening to the cricket while you're in the car, Rob from Greensboro in Victoria says, stuck in the office for another 10 minutes. For goodness sake, can they keep batting for at least another hour? I want to listen on the drive home, and the traffic is worse than his performance, but at least can it get me to the driveway?
We'll do our best.
It's all care and no responsibility up here, though. Siraj around the wicket again and forward, out towards forward point. A little misfield will allow Carey to run through for 1. They thought about a second. They won't be able to take it. Misfield there, out at points. Just with Bumrah staring in the direction of the player responsible.
Well, Bumrah, you can see Rohit Sharma coming back in for the next Test match, as we're assuming that's going to be the case. He's going to take up the captaincy, so Bumrah's going to have a reasonably good start to his captaincy career.
1 and 1.
Yep. Away from home on Aussie soil. It's a sweet one.
So I think he lost his test. He had the captain in England, but he's won on Australian soil. Here's Siraj digging this into Stark, who's able to knock it onto the ground, a ball around hip height, and he picks up the ball and throws it back to the Indian fielders. There's Rahul going through to do a little bit of work on it. Stark remains yet to get off the mark. Carries 3.
Rick, you gave some stat yesterday, wasn't it, about Australia and their history of losing the first Test and their series results. What was that again? Can you share it?
Yeah. Out of the 240... after this ball, I'll do it, Tom.
Siraj again around the wicket. The Starkey defends. No run.
After the 240 series that Australia played in, they've won 134. There's only 7 where they have lost the first Test and come back to win the series.
Only 7? I thought it was 4.
It's grown to 7.
It's grown to 7?
Yes.
Okay. Only 7 they've lost.
The last one was 1997 in England.
Okay.
Yep.
Only 7 of 240 have they lost the first one and then gone on to win the series. Away from us again is Siraj. Once more, Stark defends onto the offside. 0467920222. Rod, the Tassie truckie, for the team's success. Oh, he's got the axe out, Rod. Usman, Marnus, Smith and Lyon need to be dropped.
Oh, wow.
Wow, that's a solid cull. Wow. I can understand, I don't agree, but I understand the thoughts about Marnus and Smith with their lack of runs. But I think Siraj digs one in and Stark doesn't have to move. It's well wide of off stump.
Over.
That's the end of the over. 7 for 183. Stark's yet to get off the mark. Carries 3.
What I'd like to ask Rod, and if he's still listening, I'm sure he is that, well, who are you replacing him with? That's the challenge. That's the issue. Marcus Harris, opener from Victoria, originally from Western Australia, is in the runs and showing some form. Cameron Bancroft has gone missing, sadly, for this season. He hasn't scored a run, missed out again in the Shield game currently being played against South Australia.
Renshaw missed out in this game that's currently underway. We've got a Shield ton previous game. Start of another over. That's nicely worked from Nitish Kumar Reddy. Flicked away by Carey. Backward of square into the deep. Runner will do the fielding. They'll take a single.
Yeah, so we're not sport for choice.
No. If Sam Whiteman was available, I'm a big fan of what he does in red ball cricket. Henry Hunt.
Yeah, I was going to say that he got 100 in the first innings against the current in the current match against Western Australia. So he ended up with 106 in that match.
It was very good last year. He's been a bit quieter this season, but still has shown plenty of potential. Kumar Reddy bowled. It's well wide of off stump, but the ball it did keep a little bit low as Stark stands down the pitch at it. Speaking of that, here's a text message. Do let us know your name, by the way. I know we have to say this all the time, but we don't actually get your name or where you're calling from, texting from, bobbing up. But 0467 920 222. Hi all. While listening in, I've been looking at the Sheffield Shield games. I think Henry Hunt has to be in the conversation if McSweeney can't provide. He's displayed a very gritty 100 and still going after 3 following batters all got golden ducks. He's averaging over 32, but still has a lot of cricket left. I want your opinion, team. Cheers. We'll get it from Tom in just a moment. Already bowls and Stark, full face of the blade, out in front, punches it down defensively to mid-off.
Well, the one thing that stood out in that particular message was that he's averaging just over 32. That's not the most flattering average for a top order batter. Great to see him in the runs with 100. And the other point that was made in that message was the 3 ducks in a row. In that particular first innings for South Australia, there was 4 golden ducks. That wouldn't have happened that often.
Incredible.
I'm not going to send you down that rabbit hole. Don't worry, Rick.
No one's happier than Rick. 2 slips and a gully in behind Stark, and he takes the Kumar-ready delivery away down to a wide, fine leg. Rana does the fielding. Stark, as Rana slides, is able to come back for a easily run 2. So he's got himself off the mark here, Stark. He's 2 from 9 deliveries. The Australians 7 for 187 here at Perth Stadium as they try to survive for as long as they can.
Yeah, I think, that's obviously between now and the next test, there's going to be a lot of talk about, potential changes, and particularly around Marnus, Labuschagne. But at the end of the day, you need to settle on who is that person.
Him already bowls and Stark defends onto the offside.
And, do they fit? The reserve batter in this test match is Josh Inglis. And, he's an informed player. He's a dynamic player. He's really, had a good start to the Sheffield Shield season. But he's not an opener. He is in white ball cricket, but he's not a test opener. He's not a test number 3. So that's where the challenge, lies with the Australian team at the moment. Do they continue to go down the path of selecting players and putting them into, out of position like they did with Smith last year? Suddenly went from 4 to opening. McSweeney this test match.
Ready bowls, up onto his toes. He's Stark and turning it again backward of square. He's got some runs here. He wants a second. They're going to take on the arm and he gets home well. Rana gathered, fired it towards the striker's end. Stark had committed to the second run, was able to make it through. He moves to 4.
So that's the challenge, and that's I suppose the puzzling thing, if you really want to be critical around selection over the last 12 months or so, is that they haven't really picked the horses for courses. Opening the batting in Test cricket is a specialist position. It's a very difficult role to play, and you need to understand that through the first class system.
Still 2 slips wait for Stark, and they're behind as he defends again. End of the over from Rana. Stark is 4, Carey's 4, the Australians 7 for 189. They trail by 345. They're looking to make this go as long as they can against India in this first test. We've got some stats for you about Henry Hunt this season. On top of the 100 he scored against WA, Jim Maxwell will have them for you after this. You're listening to Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport.
Grandstand Cricket.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and the ABC.
Over 7 for 189. And he goes slapping away off the back foot. Kerry doesn't score there. He's still on 4 with Siraj bowling. And we're going to have a little interlude here. I'm going to ask you a question.
Oh dear.
When I was a youngster, I used to collect cigarette cards. I don't think you can do that anymore. It used to come in the packet. And then they moved on to having sportsmen, cricketers in particular, somewhere hidden in the cornflakes or the wheat bix that used to be in the box. Remember that?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yep.
Okay, we're getting there. Two slips in the gully. Carey waits. Siraj runs in towards him and he's pushing away for a single. Down towards mid-on. There's a throw at the stumps that misses. Just. That could have been a near thing and could have been a run out, but he got home and the ball didn't hit the stumps. 7 for 190. What I want to know is, you ready? How much you got paid for having that photo of you put on a card, right?
Nothing, I don't think.
Nothing.
Yeah.
And what went in the team, the Warriors fund, did it?
Yeah, I'm not sure where it went. Went into someone else's skyrocket.
You remember that? Siraj bowls down the leg side and Stark tried to turn, missed it.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Well, I don't remember that particular picture, but I remember those times, even though they were a long time ago.
So the players never got a cracker out of that?
Not from memory, no. No, we might have got a free set of cards.
Where would you have got that? I don't have any of those in my collection. But Damien Peck, he's got, one of the biggest collections of these. What did you get him with? Fruit tingles or something? You what? Oh, okay. Well, there you go. And we've got others here. Don't worry, we've got others. And around the corner goes Stark with a leg slip in place, but he sends it down along the ground to find leg and gets a run. So if you want to know what's happened today, Australia have sort of gradually gone down the plug hole without quite being drowned as yet. But they're on their way there. Here we go, Rick. Just hand me one of your cards. That's the one. With Khawaja on the pull, top edge, caught by Pant off Siraj for 4. Smith caught Pant, bowls Siraj for 17. The highlight, Travis Head, caught by Pan from Bumrah, 89, 101 balls, 8 fours, and then Marsh played on to Reddy for 47. Here he comes. He bowls to Carey. Carey works it away behind square very effectively. Wheeled it around down to the backward square boundary for 4. So 2 lefties going nicely.
That was a great shot. Really nice shot. Just short pitched on Carey's hip and he swiveled nicely and kept it down. Timed it beautifully because it's not the quickest of outfields here in the Perth Stadium, but that flew to the boundary.
Well, there's hope for Australia to get to tea anyway, and maybe a little beyond, at least give the crowd of around 5,000 a little more entertainment. But beyond that, it looks a little impossible. 7 for 195. Siraj bowls it, and it's right up on the line of the stumps, and it's defended back down the pitch. So the other side of the argument here today is the bowling for India. Bumrah, 12 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 42, 8 for the match. Siraj, 3 for 40, 3 for 35, right, giving him 5 for the match. We don't have to be accurate at this point, Rick, don't worry. Rana, 10 overs, 1 maiden, none for 57, and Sundar, 9 overs, no maidens, none for 32. Reddy, 3 overs, 1 for 13. Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Darren, for being here. It's nice to see you as he charges in again. It's turned around the corner. I thought that was the end of the over. They go off for a single to backward square, and that should be the end of the over. That was a leg by. Rick, did you get that? See the bloke tap his leg? Yep. And that's the end of the over. That's 7 for 196. Sorry, Darren. Here you are.
It's all right. It's good.
Here's your pick. There you are.
Very slimming cover drive.
Oh, no. Slimming? You weren't slimming in. Look at that.
Are you going to be nice at all today? Like, you're in some sort of mood today, you are, Skipper?
I'm just having fun. Oh, look at that one, too. You're a bit paunchy in that one with your hands teapotting or something.
I would have been teapotting.
Yeah.
Complaining about something, so...
Yeah, do you remember all those cards?
Yeah, I do remember those
Where
cards.
did they come from? A cornflakes packet? Where did they come
from? Wheat Bix packets or something like that?
Yeah. Did you get a lolly for that? Playing for the Crow Eaters in those days?
No, you wouldn't have got any. It was just a promo, wouldn't it? The start of the cards.
Someone must have made a bob out of it.
Yeah, I don't know who.
Yeah.
Wasn't me.
No. Here we go, another over. and it's ready on the ready. A short ball tugged away by Carey between the two men out there, and it goes for 4. Well struck. He banged it in. The 200 comes up for Australia, and Carey with that heaving stroke, the cross-batted swat to the boundary, moves to 13.
Yeah, good control again. As you said, Jim, there's been a reasonable fight back today, hasn't it? From 4 for 17.
Yeah, if they started at none for 12, it'd be looking all right.
Oh, but yeah, Head took the game on, played well. Unlucky not to get the 100.
He's ready in again. Driven on the rise, square of the wicket, and it stopped out there on the offside. I don't like all the doom and gloom around where this game is going as far as Australia's concerned. They've been totally outplayed. Bumrah's bowled them out, mainly. And that's the way she goes. There's 4 more tests. Who knows what's going to happen in Adelaide? Australia might win. But I don't think writing players off at this point is appropriate, even though some are a little out of form. Because it's very hard to improve the batting lineup at the moment. It's Australian side, other than Inglis coming in. Here we go. Reddy tries again. He bowls and Carey leans and drives square of the wicket just behind point for a single. 7 for 202. What do you reckon?
I think they'll stay exactly the same side.
Yeah.
They won't change.
There'll be more changes to India because Rohit's going to come in, and there'll probably be 1 or 2 others they'll think of with the spin bowling and so on.
Especially in Adelaide. Yeah, I don't think they'll change at all. I can't. Don't panic yet. What happened to India last tour when they got bowled out for,
30.
what was it, 36?
36, yeah.
So came back and won the series. No panic. And in fact, I'm probably keeping the same side for the next couple of test matches. Might be a stretch, but definitely one.
Reddy bowls around the wicket, and Stark gets a run this time, guiding the ball away down to third man. 7 for 203.
You select a side that you think is going to play all 5 test matches, and obviously depending on what happens with form, etc., and win-loss record, but certainly the first 2 you don't think of it changing.
If Australia loses the second one with the same side, I think they'd probably look at it.
Well, if Bumrah bowls like this again in Adelaide and tumbles through us, I mean, how do you answer that? He's a damn good bowler, probably the best of his type in the world at the moment. Reddy bowls, forward he goes and pushes down the onside. And the question is, how do you improve the batting lineup other than Inglis? And you might move Labuschagne up to open and McSweeney down there, whatever. You've only got so many batsmen. There's no one screaming out around the country at the moment to be picked.
And these young players and the older players will be working out how we're going to nullify Bumrah. Again, he's bowled beautifully today, but it looks like they're starting to formulate a plan. We've gone from 4 for 12 to 7 for 203, so that's a good start. Middle order starting to get some runs.
Now, we're back with Carey, facing Reddy. Reddy bowls and he's driving straight down the pitch and towards the long boundary up there as they take 2, and he wants a third. No, hazardous throw coming in. Carey wanted a 3 to get the strike, but that ends the over from Reddy. A zippy medium pacer. Carey 16, Stark 6, and Australia linger on for a bit. 7 for 205. Hi guys, love all the comments. Why is Bo Webster not being talked about? Your thoughts. Check his resume. Good middle order, good bowler, slips fielder. Cheers, Dave, from Cremorne, which is in Sydney, not Tasmania. So, what do you think? Bo Webster?
Good player.
Yeah?
Very, very good player. Got over 900 runs last year.
Yeah.
I'll get Rick to check that out.
I was just going to say there is a Cremorne in Tasmania.
Where's that?
Down in the southeast.
Oh, right.
In Tasmania.
Really?
Is that right? Yes. It's a little beach suburb.
No, I was
part of Hobart.
No, I'm sure that's an unbiased New South Welshman.
I'm not so sure.
Anyway,
did
it all go with Bo?
Boy, 900, I reckon he got 950 or 960 last year in Shield cricket. The year before he was very good. Gun fielder, absolute gun fielder.
What about his bowling? Now, around the wicket, Siraj bowls and Stark knocks it away on the onside for a single to deep square.
His bowling's okay.
What sort of power? Faster than Labuschagne?
Yes, a lot better. He's a four-seamer. He's not a third-seamer.
He's a real bowler.
He can be a third-seamer in some conditions because he's tall, he gets a bit of bounce, swings it out. But he's not on flatter wickets. I think he'll find it a little bit harder. But he is tall, has got good control. Not very fast.
We'll get some numbers from Rick on all of that. So if push came to shove and Marsh wasn't fit, is he the bloke to take his place?
It'd be him or Hardy, I think, would be the ones.
Around the wickets, Heroes bowls. It's clipped away to the onside, wide of mid-on, and it's a good stroke that beats the field. They take one and they dash back for a second. And that means Stark is 7 and Carey is 16. Away you go.
In the Sheffield Shield averages over the last, or since 2021, Bo Webster and Usman Khawaja are the only two to have averaged 50 out of the top 28 run aggregate.
Last year,
batters over the last
938 at 56, 300s last year. So he's a batting all-rounder. Yeah. So where Hardy is the similar, probably a better bowler.
Yeah.
But Webster's certainly got the figures on the board with the bat. So if Marsh wasn't fit, but he looked all right today, didn't he? Mitch Marsh, I didn't see too much.
Yeah, he seemed to be moving okay.
Batted well.
Out for 47 now. Around the wicket, he bowls short, placing it off the hip. He gets a single, just nurdling it down to Rahul, who's there on the onside at mid-wicket. 7 for 208. Carey moves along to 19. What about the bowling figures? What can you throw into the selection mix for Webster's mediums over the similar period of time?
I think his bowling record will be quite good, Jim, because Shield wickets have traditionally had a fair bit more in them than test wickets as such. So I think he's Shield, but what he is one of the best slippers I've ever seen. He can cover third, second, fourth, the whole lot.
Around the wicket again, and this time it's pushed away by a straight-legged defensive Stark shot and out to cover. 7 for 209. How are you going there, Rick? You dug him out?
In the same period since 2021, 58 wickets at 34.
Okay. Yeah.
I thought it would have been better than that on green wickets.
He has the capacity to bowl both seam up and spin as well, so he's done both. I've seen him Shield level.
One of our Cremornists has said 30 wickets at 29 last season.
So that's last season? Yeah, I thought he got a few last season.
Around the wicket again, and it's clipped off by Stark. Around the corner there to no man's land, a bit of bat to bat, one more run. Yes. Hello, Jim and Wolf. Grant here in Hobart. In your coaching career, how did you tell bowlers who had one bad game they were dropped, while a batsman fails and keeps his place all season? Is that true? Was it like that?
Well, I don't know about that, Grant. The bowlers...
were you more merciless on bowlers or batsmen?
Not really. I think you kept the same bowlers a lot of the time. In my coaching career, it was Hazelwood, Stark.
Away goes Heroes, tucked off by Carey away to the onside. Yep.
It started with Johnson, Siddle, Harris and Lyon with the three, and then they ended up with Stark, Hazelwood and Cummins and Lyon.
My time's up. You talk to yourself, and Clint Wilden's coming in.
Okay.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket on ABC Radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And the ABC Listener.
So Jim's question there was my bowling attack was very similar throughout my coaching career, actually. It was Grant from Hobart. It was really, when I started, it was Harris, Siddle and Johnson, and then at the end it was really Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins with Lyon all the way through. So I didn't have to change the bowlers too much. More so blokes not getting a chance to play was the key. Chad Sayers is a very, very good bowler for South Australia. Didn't get a chance. He'd get 50 wickets a year. Michael Ness would get a lot of wickets a year. And it was a case of, who are you going to drop? That's always the hardest thing. So from a bowling point of view, but good question that was from Grant. So hopefully that answers your question. Didn't have to drop too many bowlers. If anything, it might have been conditions occasionally.
Grant asks lots of good questions. He's with us throughout the AFL seasons as well.
All right.
Likes to get involved. Always asks a good question, Grant. You can as well, 0467920222. Should we, see, I'm okay with this because I have nothing to lose here, but should we just dob in the skipper about how grumpy he's been today? He has been absolutely on fire, Jim Maxwell. He's been dropping everybody in it.
He's had one of those days. I'm going to have to go put a complaint into Western Suburb Dolphins.
The Western Suburbs Dolphins.
He's president of that, is he?
Eastern Suburbs. The best bit was that we all knew that it's now Eastern Suburbs, and Bull's throwing out the Western Suburbs just to get a reaction, and hook, line and sinker. Start of another over, in from the Langer stand in is Washington Sundar, bowling away to start, defends out towards backward point.
Apologies to Eastern Suburbs Dolphins there, because that was just a wind-up of our skipper.
He has been grumpy. Here comes Sundar and forward defending away is Stark. Should we let's let the audience know on a little thing that happens in the box where Jim's very determined that you do your 20 minutes and get out, which is perfectly fine if the person who you know's on after you works for the ABC all the time, which is me. In it comes Sundar and then driving straight out to extra cover.
Well, to be fair to him, he's got a point, hasn't he?
I'm 100% with him, but the problem is quite often you turn around and we have two outstanding broadcasters who share the microphone with us. Again, Sundar's in and stepping forward and leaving is Stark, a ball that turns back. And of course they have other commitments and they're not here. So until it goes on the screen that you're out, I just now sit here. Sundar bowls again. Forward is Stark, clipping it out towards square leg for a single.
No, I can see that.
If I just walk out after 20 minutes on a few occasions throughout these tests, then there would be an awful lot of dead air as we wait for Ali and Harsha to appear from where else they've been, up and down the media centre.
They do appear quite late, don't they?
They do.
Yeah. But there's a lot going on behind the scenes for our listeners here to bring you, hopefully, a product that you're all enjoying.
And so Jim, with 50 years of experience, and Sundar bowling again and forward defending. Scary onto the offside for no one. He can get away at the end of the over by just getting up and walking out after 20 minutes. I'm not sure that the bosses would be quite as thrilled if I pulled that one.
No, you're probably right. But that's why he's the captain.
That's right. That's right. But he has been sledging everyone unmercifully today when he hasn't been on air. He has been Captain Grumpy. Our producer, Ben Cameron, has just called him
Alan Border, 89.
Yeah, that's right.
Jim Maxwell. He's even been into Rick. He's never into Rick.
Oh, yeah, he did get stuck in a Rick as well, which is just poor form. I mean, if you're going to get stuck in a Rick, you might as well call him Lance.
Yeah, you can't do that again. That's
no.
Could you stop that, please?
I've only done it once per test. Did it once last test. Did it once this test.
Anyway, 7 for 211. Can they keep this little partnership going? It's 29 at the moment.
Siraj to start another over. He'll be away from us. It's Stark who's on strike. Siraj digs one in from around the wicket. Stark doesn't have to move. Didn't trouble him at all. No
Wide.
Probably should have been called so. Yes. Just seeing a bit of vision now on the screen, thanks to the host broadcasters. Rohit Sharma, as we said, was doing some work in the nets with a pink ball. So getting ready for Adelaide, Rohit Sharma.
That says to me he's playing. Will he play in Canberra on Saturday, Sunday for here?
I'm in just 11. Siraj bowls and Stark defends, rolling it down towards Run, who fields at mid-on. There's no run. Runner starting to warm up again. Carey's 19, Stark on strike. He's on 9. His partnership's now worth 30. Blustery day, just watching a plane fly vicinity of Perth Stadium, making its way across the blue skies. There's not a cloud that blots the azure blue above us.
A bit windy today, though, isn't it?
Much gustier than it has been. We noticed that downstairs at the very start of play, how much breezier it was. Going to swirl around downstairs. The Shadows have just started to make their way onto the playing arena at the city end of the ground. Siraj away again. Stark is wrapped on the pads, but just bounces out harmlessly enough onto the onside for no run. Kale Rahul does the fielding.
He's running quite hard today, Shiraz. 3 for 48 off 13. Good energy. It's been one of those days for Australia. Just from Usman Khawaja getting out second over of the day, it's been a hard slog. It's only really that period where Travis Head and Mitch Marsh took the game away from him for a little bit, or, put on a partnership, not take the game away from him. That's the only time they've looked under some sort of pressure.
Siraj around the wicket. Stark happy to knock it onto the offside. We were talking earlier at the back of the box just about Jai Richardson and how yesterday when he hurt his shoulder high-fiving his teammates, was okay, was able to come back on and continue after some concerns. He's had no end of luck, but of all the ways that you could get hurt, high-fiving a teammate.
You came back on bold.
No, he obviously still hurt though. I'm delighted he could come back on. You seen any other crazy things like that happen in your time as Siraj bowls, and again Stark defends the offside?
Oh, I'm just trying to think. A lot of Delhi belly scenarios. Sore backs. Mike Clark had a backache a few times. Migraines. Brad hadn't had a migraine, I think, one time when I was coach. And things that sort of stop you, doing your normal routine. I mean, the worst one I had was, seriously, and he's done some work with the ABC before, is Braveheart Ed Cowan. He was crook as a dog in my first test match. And I thought, what is going on, mate? Get out and bat. You're batting number 3 for Australia.
Siraj digs one in for Stark. Oh, and then unable to take it cleanly. Punt leapt up in the air, was able to take the pace off it, so it doesn't go for a boundary, but they'll stroll through for a bye.
And he could not move, and I couldn't work it out. He was quite crook, to be fair to him. And he did. I think he might have batted down in that test match, Rick. The first test match when Ashnago got 96, he was picked at 3, and I reckon he might have batted down, or a mate. I said, get out there and bat. And he got out quickly, partly my fault, probably, as coach. But he was carrying on, like most men do. All of us carry on when we're sick, don't we? It's a mild cough, and it's like we're never going to get out of bed.
Man flu.
Yeah, man flu, that's the word I'm looking for.
It's always worse. Siraj around the wicket, and that's well played. Out through the covers, off the bat of Carey. Hit that with some aggression. It will pull up before it reaches the boundary. Carey's able to come back for 3. Bringing Stark back onto strike.
He'd got a first ball duck at number 3.
First innings?
Yes.
Second innings?
Second innings, it appears to be number 3 again.
Okay. I must have pushed him out there in the first innings.
Pushed him out.
Get out there and bat.
Perhaps your idea of pushing down the order was pushing down to number 3 from opening.
He was opening, and that was, one of the things. Sometimes as a coach, you make decisions, don't you? Rogers was in, and Ed Cowan, probably his last test match, actually, I think, by memory, which is never easy. Obviously, change the coach, you have different ideas, and he obviously played for Australia and done okay, opening the batting. And good young man, Ed, has a really good opinion of the game. Sometimes you got to have an opinion, that's what you're paid to do, so.
I'm a big fan of Ed. I spent a test or 2 sitting next to him. He was great fun as Sunder bowls and starts another over, defending away to the offside. He's Carey, no run.
Tell you what he would do, he'd know all those words that these boys have been throwing at me.
Ah, yes.
And he'd be able to verbatim the definition back at them.
It's part of our Grandstand Cricket podcast with Corbin Middlemass. That's nicely swept. Carey down onto one knee, sweeping it fine. Comes to long leg. They'll come back for a second. Again, good running to Carey. He'll move to be 24, 7 for 218 now. Yep, so you can always catch up with what Ed Cowan's doing. Grandstand Cricket Podcast with Corbin Middlemass, wherever you get your podcasts from. Wrote a great book on cricket too, Ed Cowan. Did you read that?
No.
It was about his summers of domestic cricket with Tasmania.
Played very well down there. That's how he ended up getting picked for Australia, really, on the back of those good performances.
Carey defends straight back to the bowler. It's a really interesting look at the level down from the national level. He attempts to try and make it to the top. Next delivery knocked away by Carey again, out towards extra cover. There's no run. It's a blustery old day. It's partnership 36 now. Stark and Carey trying to get the Aussies to tee, and back and across. Carey didn't quite get to that. The ball just bounces down, and punt will come out from behind the stumps to do the fielding. Another dot ball, just 2 off the over so far. Last ball of Washington's 12th, none for 40. He'll trot in once more. Around the wicket he goes, and he wraps Carey on the pad. Umpire completely uninterested. Glanced down to grab the cap, attached to his belt. That was a half-hearted shout. They're not going to review. End of the over, 7 for 218. Stark is 9, Carey's 24. They need another 316 runs to win.
And India need 3 wickets for a very comprehensive first test match, albeit Australia on top in the first sort of 3 hours of the test match, when India was 7 for 63, and then from then on they managed to squeeze to 150, and it's all been India. But at least today, seen some plans come together for the Australian batters. Apart from obviously Usman when he got out second over, the rest have come in with a clear plan to try and negate Bumrah and score off the others. And even Bumrah today has gone at 3.5 and over, so they've taken him on a little bit.
Here's Rana away from us to start a new over, and driven back past him by Stark, but straight to the fielder at mid-off.
And Rana's got 6 and over on the back of Head, giving him a bit of a touch-up. He got a bit wide, he got a bit flustered. And that's sometimes what you've got to do as a batter. You've got to get the bowler outside of their comfort zone, taking them on so they start to think of different things instead of hitting a crack on the top of off and trying to keep one low and LBW or bowled. And they try other things like bounces, etc.
There's a first slip and then a wide second slip and a gully. Runner around the wicket. Stark's played that well. Just nurdling it backward of the square leg umpire for a single. So India will make changes too. Like, they will make changes. As you mentioned before, Rohit Sharma will come back in. Devdutt Padikkal looks like the player who'll miss out with a duck and 25. So that's one change. The expectation, the belief is they've decided to bring Washington in because he has a higher test average than what Jadeja or Ashwin would do. But with what they've been able to do, and Kohli back into form, Jaiswal showing that he can score runs here, would you expect that they would make a change to their spinners? Runner again in towards Carey, who blazes away. Out through the covers. That was hit with panache. Won't again go quite to the boundary rope. It's dragged in about 2 metres shy of that. They'll run 3. There's another one for you, Lance. Another 3 been run today. Lance, I've done it again. Rick, sorry. Kept telling myself, this is one of those ones where you say, don't hit it, don't hit it, don't hit it, don't hit it. Oh, I hit it. It's just like that.
Yeah, nice shot from Carey there. So you have Padikkal, I would think, for Sharma. I think they'll hold off Shami for another week. They can afford to actually play him in the tour game if he's fit enough to play.
Runner away to Stark once more. Nicely driven back by Stark with the ball down low at his toes. But do you make a spinning change? Would you change Sundar and bring in either Ashwin or Jadeja?
Oh, I certainly would for Adelaide, because of pink ball. I'd have more of a legitimate spinner. I'd probably go more Ashwin too, because he can he's hard to pick up. Pink ball late at night, it's hard to pick up which way it's spinning. So I'd probably go Ashwin for Sundar. That'd be sort of where I sit. And that'd be fine, because Reddy's shown he can bat. Reddy's at 7, so there's no dramas.
Runner bowls. Getting a glancing edge. Stark has worked that well down towards 3rd, and that allows him to come back for a single. He'll add 2 more to his total. He moves to 12. His partnership's now worth 42. Carey's 27. 7 for 224. They're looking to stick around, this Aussie pair at the moment.
Yeah, they are. So I think Australia unchanged, same 11. And I think India bringing in Sharma. It's where Sharma wants to bat. That'll be the thing. I'm probably leaving the two openers who have had success and did okay in the first innings, apart from obviously Jazwal nicked the one off Stark. But I'm going Jazwal and Rahul to open. Rowe bats 3. Kohli 4. 5 would be Jarrell. Did he bat 5? No, Pant.
Pant does. Next delivery dug in, but it's a bouncer that's well outside of off. No trouble whatsoever. Anna for Stark.
So Pant 5, Jarrell 6. He's one they could decide between Jarrell and Patakal. They could change that. That's the only other one. Then I'm ready at 7. Ashwin 8. And then these 3 quicks, unless they want to change one of the quicks if they think Shami's ready or one of the other quicks is a fresh one. But there's going to be a extra day off here. So we're not playing till the 6th of December, I think it is.
Yeah, so 11 days.
Plenty of time off for these 3 to get ready. And it gives Shami an extra week if he doesn't play that to get ready for Brisbane, which I think probably suits him more. Well, they're both going to suit him if he's up and running because he's a class bowler. But I think they'll probably just say, you know what, let's give him an extra week. And that makes it about right for everyone.
What's a good result here for the Australians? I would have thought to get to T, which they're very close on from when we started today, would have shown that they've shown some grit and some determination.
Oh, I think you'd want them about a day.
Okay.
I think, you know, if they get...
Sort of starts another over, and it's taken a little ricochet away. Is it taken bat or pad? A big shout for LBW from Sundar. Didn't get any real support. And the way that first slip went scurrying across, he might have thought there was an edge on that. Are they going to review? No, they're not.
Yeah, it's probably a little inside edge. Could have been taken.
Gone pad to bat on the way through. Pull shot. Well played from Carey. Down onto one knee. That has travelled towards the boundary. It might just be stopped again. It is. Rayner coming a long way around. Dragged it back in. They've been able to run 3, I beg your pardon. 3 once more.
Good sweep shot there from Carey. I mean, if you said T, that's only because we lost a wicket early with Khawaja, but I think they've got to get an hour after T to be...
Stark waits and misses, trying to just pat it away onto the offside. It gets past him through to the keeper in punt from Saunders bowling.
To be a day, you know, you want them to bat. So what's T? T's in 2 minutes, isn't it? Sorry, so you're 3:20 back. So 4:30ish would be not a bad, acceptable day.
Sundar around the wicket. Oh, played straight by Stark into short leg's hands. It was almost catching practice. He just flicked it around the body and the catch is taken and Stark has gone for 12. And they're 8 down now, the Australians, as India close in on first test victories. Stark gone for 12. He was stepping forward, flicked it away, and that is a good take. The right hand being stuck out by short leg to complete the catch. Understandable celebrations from India. They know it's just a matter of time now. Washington Sundar gets his first wicket. Stark is out for 12, caught by Jarrell at short leg from Washington's bowling. The Aussies 8 for 227.
Well, that was a great catch. Absolute ripper. So that's probably the catch of the test match so far. Easily, actually. Well taken, sharp. Had to come up to his right, one hand. Well taken. That's just not what they wanted, the Aussies going into tea. Now at 8 for 227. Carey's played well. Stark actually batted really well again. The partnership was 45 and on the back of the Marsh head. So not a bad session. That last wicket probably again leads to India winning the session, but they scored 123 in that session and played really well. Thought Head was unlucky not to get to 100. 89 off 101. Marsh played well. He looked in good nick, then chopped one on. But all of them actually played a good brand of Test match cricket today, those guys. They looked like they wanted to show the fight that everyone's been talking about. I think they've done that. You would have loved them to bat a bit longer. It'll be up to Carey and Lyon and Hazelwood just to get them to another hour, and then it hasn't been as bad a day with the bat as we would have hoped, especially after losing Usman Khawaja in the second over of the day. It's been a decent fight back on a wicket that is wearing up and down, playing a few tricks. It's settled down with the ball now, so there is no reason we can't bat for another hour or so, but India have been world class again.
So here's how the day's panned out. The Australians resuming day 4 at 3 for 12. Khawaja was unbeaten on 3. Steve Smith went out to join him in the middle, and Khawaja was gone in the second over of the day. He faced 13 balls before departing for 4, caught by punt off the bowling of Siraj, 4 for 17 when he was on his way. Head survived an LBW review. Umpire's call went his way against Siraj. And then Smith, the next to go, was hoping for a big score. He was out, caught by the wicketkeeper, punt off the bowling of Siraj for 17, 5 for 79. At lunch, the Australians got to be 5 for 104. Travis Head had worked his way to 63, and Marsh was on 5. And Head was closing in on what looked like he could easily reach another century. Not to be, though, caught behind after lunch. Bumrah striking with the ball, punt doing the job behind the stumps. Head out for 89, 8 fours in his innings as well. Still the only player to score a boundary, Rick, in this innings so far. Travis Head.
Carey.
Carey, of course. Carey got one as well. 6 for 161.
Marsh, sorry, I should say Marsh.
Mitch Marsh put on 47 before he was bowled by Kumar. Off the toe of the bat, he chopped it on, looking to cut. Just not what he was hoping for at all, as it dragged back and clattered into the stumps. So successful bowling from Kumar. Reddy, 7 for 182. And then Mitch Stark, just before tea, out for 12, caught by Durrell from the bowling of Sundar, catching at short leg, sticking out the right hand, Durrell, to complete the catch. 8 for 227, which is exactly what we are with the break here at tea. Having a look at the bowling figures for you. For the Australians, for the Indians, Jasprit Bumrah, 12 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 42. Mohammad Siraj, 14 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 51. Harshit Rana, 11 overs, 1 maiden, none for 63. Washington Sundar getting that wicket just before tea. 12.4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 43. And then Kumar Reddy, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 21. Australians need another 307 runs to win. India require just 2 wickets. Carey will resume unbeaten on 30 when we're back from the tea break. And you expect that it will be Nathan Lyon who will be making his way out there to be alongside him. Harsha Bogle will join us in just a moment to bring you up to date with everything that's happened in last night's IPL auction, and will also tell you whether David Warner will be picked up tonight. Well, that is to come in just a few moments. But first, at tea on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport here in Perth. Let's pause and take the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News. Good afternoon, I'm Simon Lauder. The Prime Minister says the Australian Federal Police has offered to help investigate the mass poisoning in Laos, which has killed 6 people. Australians Holly Bowles and Bianca Jones are among those to have died after drinking alcohol which contained methanol. Anthony Albanese has told Parliament government officials are working with the families to bring both women home. He says the investigations must be thorough and transparent.
Australian officials in Laos and Thailand are working closely with local authorities, including offering assistance in relation to the investigation that's underway, and that includes, I can confirm, an offer of assistance from the Australian Federal Police.
Deputy Prime Minister Richard Marles is being sued by his own Chief of Staff for allegedly ousting her after she raised an internal bullying complaint. Joe Tanaski has launched legal action in the federal court against Mr Marles, the federal government and the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff. She claims she was punished after allegedly complaining to Mr Marles about bullying behaviour by colleagues in her office. There are no suggestions Mr Marles had bullied her or any other members of his staff. Ms Tanaski says she's still technically employed in the Chief of Staff role and her workplace situation remains unresolved.
Those who work at Parliament House should be treated professionally and afforded a safe and respectful workplace. To my fellow staffers, we give countless hours of our lives to these jobs in support of the ministers and MPs we serve. In return, we should not be tossed aside abruptly.
Former Victorian Greens MP Sam Hibbins agreed to be excluded from a Parliament House internship program after an intern complained he'd attempted to kiss her. State political reporter Nicole Asher has this exclusive story.
The ABC can reveal university intern Harriet alleges the member for Paran attempted to kiss her in 2016 after they were paired to work together during an internship.
I was 23. I was an unpaid student intern and he was a member of Parliament.
Mr Hibbins says he absolutely disputes the allegation. Following a formal complaint to the Parliament in 2018, Mr Hibbins agreed to cease involvement with the parliamentary internship program, but he says the full allegations were not put to him. He announced on Saturday he's stepping down from Parliament, weeks after admitting he had an affair with a Green staffer and a day after the ABC sent questions for this story.
Police in Western Australia and New South Wales say they've smashed an elaborate interstate drug smuggling syndicate after an 11-month investigation and the arrest of more than 60 people. It's alleged the Sydney-based criminal syndicate was transporting drugs, including methamphetamine, into WA. WA police arrested 54 people, seized more than $9 million and 52 kilos of prohibited drugs. New South Wales Detective Superintendent Peter Foe says they've also charged a man allegedly at the centre of the operation.
We'll be alleging that the 38-year-old man that we arrested and charged in New South Wales was a coordinator, and he was responsible for coordinating the large amounts of drugs moving from New South Wales to Western Australia. And then obviously in Western Australia there was a number of organised crime groups who were distributing those drugs.
The Northern Territory's coroner Elizabeth Armitage has handed down 35 recommendations to combat domestic and family violence following a landmark inquiry into the deaths of 4 Aboriginal women at the hands of their partners. As Melissa McKay reports, the recommendations include training for first responders and more funding for the sector.
The coroner really reiterated that a lot of the recommendations that she has made today are really building on the work that is already being done by the domestic and family violence sector, particularly in the Northern Territory. But she really reiterated the fact that a lot of the evidence that we heard throughout this inquiry are issues that have been raised previously. We've seen coronial inquests before. We've seen royal commissions into this issue across the country before. And so the coroner really saying there that a lot of what she is recommending is not radical.
A man who's been charged over a vandalism spree which saw cars torched and buildings sprayed with anti-Israel graffiti in the Sydney suburb of Woollahra has not applied for bail. 20-year-old Mohammed Farhat was arrested at Sydney Airport in the early hours of this morning and later charged with 21 offences, including 14 counts of damaging and destroying property. Vision of the 20-year-old's arrest shows officers wheeling a large suitcase while escorting Mr Farhat from the airport terminal. The accused did not appear when his matter was briefly mentioned this afternoon at Downing Centre Local Court. The matter will return to court early next month. This is ABC News.
Across the ABC, November is Oz Music Month. No matter your taste, the ABC Listen app has stations to stream, like ABC Classic, ABC Jazz, The Journey is What Matters, and ABC Country. All this and more on the ABC Listen app. ABC, Australian music's biggest fan.
Your home of cricket.
ABC Sport.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and the ABC Listen app.
The Australians got through to tea on day 4. They're 8 for 227.
India needing just 2 more wickets to claim victory. Travis Head was the last recognised Australian bat. He was threatening a test century but was out as he approached 3 figures.
Bumrah bowls from round the wicket. Bowls to
Head and he's nicked him off. He has nicked him off and Bumrah does a little celebration right in front of Travis Head. Bumrah comes back and once again gets the breakthrough. This is a reason he's the best bowler in the world at the moment.
Certainly is. Travis Head out for 89. Mitch Marsh shortly followed his mate back to the pavilion. Marsh waits. And he's bowls! Marsh out for 47. Nitish Kumar Reddy finds a way through the local hope. Came off the bottom edge of Marsh's bat and cannon back into the stumps. Speaking of Mitchell's, the other Mitch, Stark, joined Mitch Marsh back in the pavilion just before tea. Sumba around the wicket. Oh, played straight by Stark into short legs' hands. It was almost catching practice. He just flicked it around the body and the catch is taken and Stark has gone for 12. Roundabout shoulder height, stuck out the right hand. Was a good take from Durrell to make sure it was all done and dusted at sea. Australians perhaps wallpapering over the cracks of what is still going to be a heavy defeat, but they have made it through to tea on day 4. How much longer can they stick around? Carey is still there. He's on 30. Nathan Lyon and Josh Hazlewood, the 2 bats to remain. We expect Lyon to come out into the middle very shortly. Clint Wilden with you. Grandstand at sea on ABC Sport. Last night was one of the big nights in cricket around the world. Night 1 of the IPL auction. Harsha Bhogle, who's the voice of Indian cricket and indeed world cricket, was covering it. He joins us now to give us a recap on all the big moves. And Rishabh Pant, he's a little bit wealthier. He's a very wealthy man anyway, but he's a bit wealthier now, and a record-breaking bid on Rishabh Pant, Harsha.
How good are you at converting crores into Australian dollars?
Appalling.
So let's just find a multiple. What is the multiple? I'll tell you. Okay, $1 million Aussie dollars is about, depending on the exchange rate, about 5.5 to 5.7 crores, depending on whether you're buying dollars or selling them. The rate always changes. So just keep that in mind when you look at Rishabh Pant's 27. There's an interesting rule this year. Once the auction stops, then you have a right to match. So if the bidding's over at 20. The team that has Rishabh Pant in their ranks the previous year puts up a right to match card saying, right, we want him at this price. And then it goes back to the highest bidder and they say, throw a price at which you want him because you're still alive in the auction. And so bidding ended about 20 point something crores. Keep dividing by 5.5 and they just went 27. And Delhi Capitals, for whom he was playing, said, nah, thank you very much. So he went 27, and he went 27 because Shreyas Iyer had gone for 26.75. Now you're thinking, hang on, Shreyas Iyer is not a regular member of that Indian team, but he took Delhi Capitals to the final when Ricky Ponting was coach of Delhi a couple of years ago, won the title at Kolkata Knight Riders last year. So they're looking at captain and aggressive batter. Rishabh Pant will probably go up to Lucknow as captain too. We're discovering happily that a captain is invaluable in the T20 game too.
4.92 million Australian dollars, if you're wondering.
It is. Now I'll tell you something that'll make you even more surprised. If you look at the purse that each team has, multiply that by 10, and look at it as a fraction of all the money that the IPL earns, the players who play the IPL are among the lowest paid in the world. So you might look at this, because we look at cricket through traditionally socialistic eyes and say cricketers should be amateur and cricketers should play for the glory and cricketers should have to retire at 30 and find a job tending people's dogs. The game has changed enormously and it's become far more professional. So we've got to start accepting the fact that if a footballer can earn £300,000 a week, you're going to get to a stage where a cricketer is allowed to earn £4 or £5 million a year, or dollars a year. And that's where we are headed with a $6 billion US dollar television rights deal. So you're headed there.
Do you think they'll get a bigger percentage, though, the cricketers? Because their percentage of what the tournament makes is quite small when you compare it to American sports and even Australian sports.
It is. We've got socialist baggage in our country. So if say, Brad Pitt makes a lot of money, it's okay. But if Mitch Starc makes money, suddenly everyone says, oh, no, he can't make money. He's just a cricketer. But if anything, he's got a more difficult role, doesn't he? So I think we've got to start getting used to the fact that even in our sport, traditionally very amateur sport, we've got to start getting used to the bigger numbers, at least in the countries where cricket is a largely commercial sport.
Mitchell Starc, one of the big winners, but so oddly
mired in poverty yesterday. He lost.
Also, that's what I was about to say. Also, one of the big losers because he lost a huge chunk of what his previous earnings were, but he's still going to take home $2.14 million going to Delhi. Josh Hazlewood, the richest of the Australians from this auction last night, 2.29 going to Royal Challengers. Marcus Stoinis, $2 million to Punjab. Jake Fraser-McGurk, $1.64 million.
That was the one I didn't get.
Yeah, retained by Delhi.
Because
is that the most surprising for you?
No, the most surprising for me was Venkatesh Iyer.
Right.
Who got 23 crores. It just became a battle between two franchises saying, I will have him, and then it just went into stratospheric levels. But with Jake Fraser-McGurk, he came in as a sub last year, sort of midway through, and he played these fabulous 25-30 ball innings. Now, I know Jim Maxwell's within hearing distance, but if you're a very good 25 ball player, you're worth your weight in gold. Because if you can score 40 of 25 balls consistently, then you're doing very well for your side. And it's not easy. Sometimes we look at it through different lenses. So he did that. Hasn't made a run after that, but they've picked him on promise. They're saying, okay, we'll pick him this year, and if it works, we've got him for 3 years. If it doesn't work, they can always release him next year.
So for those who don't understand, why the mega auction? Why is that a 3-year deal compared to what we've seen in the last couple of years? They have a mega auction every couple of years. Why is that?
One every 3 years, and then the following year, if a team hasn't done well, they can release players at the end of 1 year. The player can't go, but the franchise can release players at the end of 1 year. So you've got slots available. All these days, there were players who had not entered the main auction, so they were available to come and play that season. So you had a little auction where each team had different purses based on the overall upper limit for the purse. So every 3 years, everyone goes back into the auction. We had 5. Each team was allowed 6 retentions this time. No more than 2 uncapped players, no more than 5 capped players. But it didn't matter whether they were overseas players or Indian players. And then depending on the purse that you had left, you went and tried your luck in the auction.
Pat Cummins been an example of a retained player.
He was retained. Travis Head was retained. And I'm mentioning those because these are Aussie, they're Aussie names. There were only 9 or 10 overseas players retained because the core of your team has to be Indian. So if you look at what's happened in the auction yesterday, there's a lot of very good overseas players who haven't yet come into the auction. But since you've got 7 Indian players, you build your core around the Indian players and use the overseas players as match winners. So yesterday's IPL auction was more about the eye than anything else.
Okay. So you're allowed 4 players on the field at the
and
time,
8
internationally.
And 8 in a squad. A squad can be is a minimum of 18 and a maximum of 25. It's up to you how you want to go about it. But 4 can play. So normally people have 7 or 8 on their rolls.
Grandstand at sea, Australia 8 for 227 in their second innings. India needing 2 more wickets for victory here in the first test of the Border Gavaskar Trophy at Perth Stadium. Clint Wilden alongside Harsha Bhogle. We're chatting about last night's player auction and what might come tonight in the IPL's player auction. Do you think David Warner will get picked up?
It's an interesting one. When the King of the Jungle gets old, then people look at the King of the Jungle differently. And David Warner and Chris Gayle have been the 2 all-time great opening batters among the overseas players at the IPL. My impression was that he'd go unsold yesterday, but that somebody would come back and get him at base price. Because towards the end, when the purses start to become smaller and smaller, and people are looking for a bargain pick, they might do that. But when you've got a player of David Warner's stature, he's got to play. There's no point picking him and putting him in the dugout where he's not going to be very happy. So people will look at that and say, right, can I get a whole season out of David Warner? Can I get 2 seasons? Because contrary to what people think, people sitting in the auction do a lot of homework. There's a lot of mathematics. There's a lot of simulation. People do 16, 17, 18 auction simulations. So it's very scientific. It's very mathematical. And I'm not looking back because Jim is pouring down at me, staring down at me.
Jim's been grumpy today. I can get away with that. Nobody else can. Lots of Australian questions, but I want to ask you one more. Jimmy Anderson, I was surprised, and hadn't played at the T20 International, hasn't played anything since 2014, and yet his name
is
put
in
himself
the auction. Yes.
Yeah, so when you're a player like Jimmy Anderson, you don't want to enter the auction and get unsold. So obviously somebody has said to him, you put your name in the auction, and when you've got a Jimmy Anderson, you're looking at two reasons to have him. You're looking at maybe getting him to play, but more important, you're looking at him to help develop the other bowlers around you, because a lesser understood fact of the IPL is that it is one of the world's greatest osmosis, one of the greatest disseminators of talent, ability, coaching. The greatest coaches are there, the best senior players are there, and you learn a lot even if you've not played a ball.
Harsha, thank you. I'm going to hand it back to you now as the players are making their way out onto the field. Just repeating that T-score on day 4. The Aussies 8 for 227. They need the absolutely improbable 307 to win. India chasing 2 more wickets to go, 1 up in the series. Glenn McGrath to join Harsha Bogle right now on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport.
Just a couple of wickets to be taken. I thought it was a pretty good catch, actually, that last one from Dhruv Jurel. Those either stick or they don't, and he thrusts his hand in the right area and then reaped the benefit of the hand being there because it's stuck in his palm. So gave Washington Sundar a wicket. He's got 1 for 43. Harshit Rana, not as impressive today, none for 63 from his 11, going at 5.7, but Bumrah 3 for 42, and Mohammad Siraj, probably the most persistent bowler today, 3 for 51. Nitish Reddy picked up his first test wicket, courtesy of Mitch Marsh playing on. He had 1 for 21. Australia 307 behind, and now there's a slip, a backward short leg and a short square leg for Washington Sundar with Nathan Lyon in front of him. And then there's a short mid-wicket, mid-on, square leg, backward point, cover in mid-off. Washington Sundar to finish the over. He started before tea, and Nathan Lyon goes forward and defends. In the eyes of some, he should have come out last evening. In the eyes of others, it should have been a night watchman in the first place. I'll get Glenn McGrath to tell us what he thinks about that as we see that catch on the replay. Wonderful, wonderful reflexes from young Dhruv Jurel. What is your thought on that, unless you've already told people?
Yeah, g'day Harsh, g'day everyone.
Yes. Yeah.
Another false start on whether Nathan Lyon should have come out or
whether there should have been a night watchman in the first place, and if so, should it have been Pat Cummins?
Yeah, I think they overrated anyway, but
Washington Sundar bowls and knocks over the off stump. One more goes. He just played down the wrong line, did he? Or did he expect the ball to turn? He's got his back to us. But the sound of ball hitting wood behind him. And Australia lose 1 more. Nathan Lyons making the long walk back. Only lasted 2 balls. He's bowled by Washington Sundar. And Australia 9 down for 227 in India, knocking on the door of a very famous win.
not a bad delivery. Nearly went away from Nathan Lyon. The off spinner that just bounced and went straight or just moved away, took off stump. So, yeah, wow, looking at that, night watchman last night probably wouldn't have been the best option anyway. So, yeah, it's always up for conjecture that not watchy. Though Jason Gillespie would disagree. He was happy to be night watchman. He got the 201.
I was at that game. I was at that game. And I must remember to tell Mark Waugh that that the most energetic celebration came when he went past Mark Waugh. I think Mark Waugh's highest test was 150 or thereabouts.
Yeah.
And when he went past that, he was waving his bat around and he went and made 200. But did he run out Ricky Ponting in that game?
Yes.
He might have run out Ricky Ponting. Yeah, I was there at that game. It was the rights were with the television company I was working for at the time. So we went and did Australia versus Bangladesh. It was very hot. Well bowled. He got a little bit of drift away from the left-hander. It didn't turn back as much as Nathan Lyon thought it would. Sometimes, I wonder if that happens. If you're a spin bowler, just assume that someone else will bowl like you. That ball, if Nathan Lyon's bowling, is spinning back in a lot more.
Yeah, and spin bowlers, they're a funny breed. When they bowl to each other, it's like they're more aggressive than fast bowlers bowling to fast bowlers. It's like they've got to either smash them or they've got to get them out. Like they're funny.
Harshit Rana bowls. There's a big appeal for leg before. Harshit Rana thinks he's onto something. Alex Carey, he's the batter. I don't know if you're getting the Hindi coming through. The bowler seems keen. Wicket keeper doesn't. Someone's saying, look, it's the last wicket, take it anyway.
It's direct, so we have to play a review.
They've taken it.
Richard Punt wasn't interested. Brett Coley was saying, no, it's way too high.
Check the feet placement, and it's a fair delivery. Can have a look at front on, please.
He hasn't got a wicket yet, so he wants one.
Yeah, but the issue is he's got to have actually got it. Because he takes review, he's not going to get it. That's a very good review by the looks of this one.
Okay, very high. Back. Please.
Might go over.
Okay, roll through to the side of the bat. And roll through. Okay. Appears to be no bat involved there. Can we have a look at Snicko, please? Okay, we've got no bat involved, so we can go for ball tracking when ready, please.
He's up on his toes, though, isn't he? He's up on his toes. It's hit him just above the, right on the edge of where the topmost part of the pad. I think he's staying. The bowler's going back to the top of his mark. These fast bowlers are a strange breed. I tell you, they appeal a lot and then they go back to the top of their mark. Everyone's ready to play. You're still waiting for the ball tracker. Can they just start playing and say, look at the ball tracker?
Yeah, now it's frozen. Move on.
Yeah, I think it's going over. Just looking at it from the side as well. It's hit in line with the stance, probably going over. Wicket missing. Right. It's all done. We can start playing again.
Original decision not out. Chris, you're on screen now, please.
A little bit of indulgence, I thought, on the part of the captain. From the first replay, it looked close, but we did see that he was up on his toes, so that's all right. Just a slip in a gully into Carey, and Carey's driving well in the gap. Does he want a second? He's not quite darted for the first. And then he's got to rush for the second, because maybe he thought the throw would come to the non-striker, then he jogged the first and sprinted the second.
There wasn't two there. He did call two as soon as he ran. And I thought, they're not going, and they just, they went. Wasn't the best return catch, throw from the captain.
No, not.
Ended up hitting Alex Carey.
On the shoulder, yeah, just behind him on the back. You never shoot a person from behind anyway, do you? 9 for 229, Australia, with a lot of thinking to do in the 9 days that they have between, or 9-10 days between this one and the next test in Adelaide. Goes on the back foot, does Carey, and played away down to short leg. He's not out on 32. He looked good in the first innings until he got out at not the best time. It's never a good time when you get out, but that wasn't a particularly good time early on the second day. But he's looked good here again. 32 or 42. They look at how they've played over here and just think if they missed a trick. Missed a trick late on the first day and again late on the on the third. Round the wicket, Rana quite bustling in this innings, and he pulls it full into the pads. It's played out to mid-wicket, and I just get the feeling he's not running in as hard, Rana. But it's just a view from 100 meters away. How does it matter? India require just a wicket to win. He's taking a long time to walk back to the top of his mark. It's gone at 5.5 and over. So what can Australia look to from this game as a positive? I think the big positive was Travis Head batted very fluently.
Yeah.
Mitch Marsh got an inside edge, but otherwise he looked all right too. And I think the learning is see off the new ball. Batting becomes easy afterwards. Carey's looking for a single right in front of square leg, and there isn't a single there. What on earth is he doing that for? He's got a couple more balls. No, he's got one more ball to face.
He's trying to protect number 11 for a day in a session.
I'll tell you what, though, number 11 has been part of a couple of really good partnerships in recent times.
Yeah.
Josh Hazelwood, a much wealthier man this morning than he was last evening.
Yeah, nice little contract there for the IPL.
I look at Josh Hazelwood in Australia, and I just think we all rate him higher than he's rated here. It's full and it's driven down the ground by Carey, not too much power. Mid-off had just come in and he was able to cut it off, so he stays at the non-strikers and he's not out on 32. And Australia have lost a wicket after tea with Nathan Lyon bowled by Washington Sundar. Hazelwood hasn't yet scored, and they're 9 down for 229. It's a peculiar phenomenon, though. India will win this test match. rock up in Adelaide for the day night, and India will probably make more changes than Australia will.
Exactly. So it's really, they could make it 4 changes, India. If Rohit Sharma, Subman Gill, Mohammad Shami, and whether Ashwin or someone.
Yeah, if Shami does. Yeah, I just don't know if Shami's got enough bowling behind him. You know a thing or two about that. If you're coming back from almost 11, 12 months out of the game, how much bowling do you need before you think you're ready to play international cricket?
Well, you need to have a few games under your belt, just because bowling in the nets is one thing, bowling in match situation completely different. So you need to get that up, get that game fitness, get that sort of just the feel, get the bowling, get back into the season. You feel you can pick up where you left off, but it takes a game or two to really start sort of getting up to where you want to be. So, yeah.
I mean, we've seen that with Pat Cummins. Not that he was injured, but he hadn't played a first-class game since, last March.
Yeah.
And it took him a little bit of time. The problem with Mohammad Shami, though, is he's played the last game in this round of Ranji Trophy matches. He's had 1 game behind him.
Yeah.
And now it's into T20, domestic T20 season in India. So he's playing that, but that's really 2 over spells.
Yeah. How did he go in the Ranji Trophy?
He took 7 wickets in the game.
Okay.
But it took time. His first innings, he was wayward. Then he took he finished off the innings, took a few tail-end wickets, and then took 3 wickets in the second innings.
Yeah.
I know he's got to go back to the National Cricket Academy. And guess who's head of the National Cricket Academy at the moment is VVS Lakshman.
Yeah.
So him and the physios there have to clear him that he's ready to play Test match cricket.
And who would he come in for?
So no, this Prasid Krishna, Akashdeep. Akashdeep was the incumbent.
Yeah.
Right, Washington Sundar from round the wicket into Josh Hazelwood. And Hazelwood is going forward, just tucks the bat inside his pads and lets it go through. Lots of people around Hazelwood at the moment. Slip, silly point, leg slip, shot square. Then 3 others on the offside, inside where the circle would have been if it was white ball cricket. Mid-on and mid-wicket as Washington Sundar bowls and Hazelwood drives into vast open spaces on the offside. He doesn't have to bother running. It's a shot of a millionaire that he is now, definitely.
But yeah, you talk about he being one of the very well paid cricketers in the next year's IPL. But you look at the 2 fast bowlers that I think have done very well in the IPL. Jasprit Bumrah, Josh Hazelwood.
Washington Sundar runs in again, goes to Hazelwood and beats him past the outside edge.
And why? Because they bowl good, solid, top of off some length. They hit the pitch. So your top bowlers with good plans and bowl good deliveries
still hit the deck
be
hard.
Successful.
Hit the deck hard, back of the link. There's Washington Sundar bowls and Hazelwood's tall man puts a right foot out and smothers a spin. You've got something for me.
Total crowd for the match, 96,463.
Just short of the record, isn't it? Was the record 104,000 or something?
Okay.
Something like that. Washington goes and whirls round in appeal, but there's a big front leg out, thrust out from Josh Hazelwood. Rishabh Pant's always worth the chatter. Except that I think Bumrah maybe has got some more variations with the Yorkers and the slower balls.
Yeah, he's got a good Yorker, Bumrah.
Washington bowls and Hazelwood goes forward and defends. He's played out the over. Not just that, he's helped himself to a boundary. 9 down for 233. Hazelwood 4 carry 32. There's heavy bidding for him. Word is that Bumrah might have sent a message to his franchise saying, I'd love to have Josh Hazelwood in my franchise. And eventually, if a competitor had appear, rates you enough to say, can you come and play for me? That's good enough.
Yeah. And so who do you end up going to?
I'll tell you in a moment. Where's he gone? Josh Hazelwood. Just keep filling. I've got that page open. Okay, players, search players, Hazelwood.
Yeah, so both Hazelwood and Stark were the 2.
It's gone to Bangalore. It's gone to Bangalore.
Bangalore.
It's gone to Bangalore, and one of the years that Bangalore made the playoff, Josh Hazelwood did well for them. But that's in another continent. Here's Harshit Rana still searching for that little rhythm that he had in the first innings, and Carey pushes out on the offside. There might have been 3/4 of a run in it, but they turned it down.
I wonder how much that's been playing on players' minds in the last couple of days with the auctions coming up, both in the Indian team and here.
Well, you were, even if I can't say so, in front of your player of a slightly different stature, more elevated stature. But if you were, say, where Hazelwood is now, at that stage in your career, would you have gone to bed thinking, when I wake up, I wonder what I'm worth? Would it have crossed your mind? Harshit Rana goes from round the wicket, digs it in short, and Carey watches it fly past to Rishabh Pant.
Well, you'd be focused on this game without a doubt, but it would be in the back of your mind. Just curious to know.
But you wouldn't have been up at night watching how you're going on the.
Oh, I hope not.
Yeah.
You've got to be preparing as well as you can for the match. Yeah. You wake up the next morning, a little surprise, hopefully waiting. But it's a lot of cricket between now and then, and this series is
there's 4 test matches here.
Important to both.
Australia have 6 test matches to go after this, including 2 in Sri Lanka in March. And that won't be easy because I suspect that we're viciously turning tracks. Once again down the leg side, he's trying to angle it across Alex Carey, who misses the line of the ball, and Rishabh Pant has got to move a good 2-3 steps to his right to collect. There's a man on the boundary at long leg, a man on the boundary at deep backward square. Well, on the boundary, but the man at long leg is closer to the boundary than deep square, who's about 20 yards inside, as is the man on deep at backward point. 96,000 then over 4 days. Oh, okay. I thought the first 2 days had about 65 between them. Dug in short again by Harshit Rana. And Carey takes a close look at it, watches it sail over.
Yeah, I think they did. 66,000 first two days.
6,600 today.
Yeah.
Does it cost less to come on the 4th day if it's a working day on a Monday, or they're still paying full money? I don't know.
Don't know. Maybe the state of the game. Sometimes the state of the game, they just open the gates and for a gold coin donation, things like that.
It's not a bad thing. Right, everybody's coming in now. 2 balls to go. Is Carey going to try and cream one through the covers? Rana comes in, bowls round the wicket, it's full, and Carey's played it through the covers as well. But I don't think he'll reach the boundary. There were 2 on offer there, but he'll only take 1. So he goes up to 33, and Australia now 300 behind. That's a big defeat. I mean, you look down many years from now at the scorecard and say it was only 1 team playing when you see 300 on the board. But there's 4 test matches to go. Adelaide will be a very different test match, I wonder.
Yeah, well, day-night test match. It's always very important when you're batting and when you're bowling in that match. To win the toss and bat first, quite important. The last thing you want to do is take over batting at night with a new pink ball under lights.
So game starts about 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock or thereabouts. What time does the game start? But in your country, you look at the time and you never know what time it actually is because you've got so many time zones. Rana, round the wicket. This is Hazelwood, who's pretty compact in defence. It stays on the back foot though to a ball that was slightly fuller. And it goes to cover, but he doesn't get a run, which is absolutely fine because... Oh, it's a no ball, is it? Was it a no ball? Does that play one more ball?
Yep.
It is. Yep. It is a no ball.
You're after the starting time in Adelaide?
Yes.
2:30 p.m.
2:30? 2:30. 2:30.
So further south, when is it dusk? What, 6:30, 7 or later than that? When is it dusk when the ball suddenly starts to disobey everybody? You're from further south, you know. Slip gully, everyone's on the bat. That's Harshit Rana bowls, and it's short ball, and Hazelwood's trying to sway out of line, but it hits him flush on the helmet. Rana's gone to ask how he is. I think he's all right, depending on where it hit him on the helmet, though, but he tried to sway out of line, and he wasn't the most nimble or dexterous.
And now the physio and
everyone's got to
team
come
will
out.
have to come out, and then they have to go through all the questions, make sure everything's fine.
I did a game some years ago. It was a ping ball game in Kolkata, and India were playing Bangladesh. And for some reason, the ball seemed to be arriving at the batter a little quicker. They sometimes say if it's double lacquer, the ping ball, there's less air resistance, it comes quicker. But a lot of the Bangladesh batters were getting clattered on the head especially by Shami and the others. And there were some grizzled old people who said, what's this about the concussion test? I'm at breakfast the next morning, and the Bangladesh physio, South African, who'd come out of rugby. And he said, I hope you guys are not taking this concussion thing lightly. He said, I was one of our rugby players, and he was concussed, and he came out, and I asked him, which city are we in? And he started telling me his mother's story.
Yeah.
He said, concussion is real. Concussion is real.
Oh, yeah. without a doubt.
Yeah,
but the helmets we have and protection we have these days a lot better than what it used to be.
I'm sure.
And but there's a process that you go through.
So if you hit on the helmet once, that's it. You have to change your helmet, right?
I think helmets are made that they're there for protection. It's like motorbike helmets. If you drop one, you can crack it or fracture it. It compromises the integrity of the helmet. You've got to replace it. These helmets out here, you get hit once, it could probably form a weak patch, a weak spot there, and if you get hit there again, it could cause. So so I dare say they'll bring a new helmet out if it just hits a grill or something.
Yeah. Just as well. Every time the ball hits a helmet, it brings scary memories back. So we'll move on from that topic. But you're a biker. You talked about bikers' helmets.
Yeah, so motorbike helmets too. If you drop.
Were you a biker?
Yeah, I've got a motorbike.
I thought you were a caravanner.
No, not anymore. That was back in my younger years.
Yeah.
So.
You like putting on helmet, getting on a bike and going around? Huh?
Yeah. No, I've got a motorbike. So it was a wedding present off my father-in-law. So and they're Italian, so it's had to be. Yeah, it's a Ducati, Ducati Multistrada. So it's really
I love this.
Do you ride, Hush?
No.
You don't. You don't have a little scooter.
No.
Just get around Mumbai.
Oh my, no! Why would I? Why would I? It's dangerous. There's people cutting across all corners. But I love the story of when you met your first wife. She had no clue how good you were as a cricketer. But that was from a long time back. And the reason we're discussing a younger Glenn McGrath is that there is no play at the moment because they're checking out new helmets.
Yeah. So I met my wife Sarah during the second Indian Premier League
in South Africa,
and she came to a couple of matches to have a look, and I wasn't playing. She knew nothing about cricket, and looked, and I was never played. This bloke's no good. He's a bench warmer. So.
Dear, one of the greats of the game, not recognized because you thought he's a bench warmer. Right, we're about to start play now. How many balls you got? It's a new over. Glenn, call one ball while Jim slips.
Yeah, so Washington Sundar. Bowling to Alex Carey, goes back, just behind point, easy single there, but they decide not to. Just making this game last as long as possible.
You're going well, Glenn.
I'm not sure he's going to protect him for a day in a session though, Jim.
Long off, long on. Where is he going to heave it? He comes forward, decides to defend. So for the moment, he's just playing the cat and mouse game and holding up the end towards the end of the over, when he might glean a single. He's made 33 useful runs. It's 9 for 235. They still need a mere 299 to win the game. And India, this one wicket. Slip, short leg are ready, and Sundar bowls, and he's forward. Once got hit on the bat, a big shout for LBW. He's cleared his throat magnificently, but the response from Richard Kettleborough is it's a bit like the pigeon in the park. Didn't move. He did smile, but that was an optimistic shout, particularly as he seemed to get an inside edge into his front pad, and then it fell out onto the ground. So they're coming a bit closer to the bat here. Still 3 balls left in the over. Yep. Mid on, mid off, come up. Now where's he going to go? Over the top, through the covers. He watches and he sweeps. He's good at that shot, and he gets a run for it. He just lapped it around the corner from the line of the stumps, and that means Hazelwood's got 2 balls to survive. Washington Sundar's taken 2 wickets, and he's got another lefty down there, of course. Hazelwood just scratches around with his guard as they fall into line. And under the nose, a slip, short leg. What else? Yep. They're not too sure where they're going at the moment. We're going to have a leg slip, a short leg, and a silly mid on.
Well, Hazelwood played quite a nice shot there last over, hitting over the top.
He watches and he's forward, defending off a thick inside edge. And it goes in front of the short leg fielder. There's a bit of yap going on. The batchies are going off around the bat, as they do. just chirping a little at themselves, or the batsman. And Hazelwood gets a full-length ball and pats it back down the pitch into the over. So the game lingers on here, 9 for 236. Australia losing wickets here and there throughout the day, highlighted by the excellent batting of Head, 89, 101 balls, and Marsh 47 of 67. Other than that, not much to report, folks. Kawaja 4, Smith 17, Stark 12, and Lyon a second ball ducked.
Yeah, not the best reading. The middle order sort of did okay, but not enough to even compete in this match.
No, they're not quite on the ball with their batting, and that'll have to improve in Adelaide to be competitive. But Carey's one player who can knock it around, as he's been doing for most of the season. Around the wicket, Rana bowls a bounce. He ducks, and it takes him on the body and goes away down towards fine leg. They could have run a leg by as he attempted to evade it, and it struck him on the back or the shoulder, I think, as he got out of the way of it. Yeah, up on the shoulder blade. So Carey just showing a little bit of grit here as Australia keep playing here. They're not throwing it away as some do in these situations when they know the game is up. They're fighting on and making India earn this last wicket. Rana goes in around the wicket. That's short, and it's pulled down and pulled fine away towards the boundary. There's a single. They don't want it as it's collected down near the boundary.
Yeah, I don't think the runs are important. Trying to take this game as late into today as possible, and if a minor miracle happens, into tomorrow.
Come back tomorrow, yes. I have a feeling if they get to 10 to 6, they might claim the extra half hour.
I think you might be right.
Yes. There's a slip in the ring, a deep set ring field as he bowls again, and it's short, and that's pulled pretty well wide of mid-on. It's heading out towards the boundary. It won't get there. They're running back for 2, and that will be enough. It stopped about 5-10 metres in from the boundary, and Carey's 36. It's 9 for 238. So they're just doing enough here to keep the fans interested, and a lot of, I think, many Indian fans hugging the boundary down at that southern end, or out at deep mid-wicket as well. Their Indian flags ready to enjoy a celebration when it happens. Rana comes up, bowls the ball. It's bowled right through him, a Yorker. Up in the block hole. Slow ball. Deceived Carey with a change of pace. Rana gets a wicket. The stump is souvenired by Bumrah down there. And India have won this game by a very wide margin. 295 runs. 295 runs. One of the biggest victories they've certainly had over Australia in this country, that's for sure. They've won with a day and a couple of hours to spare on the 4th day in Perth. A huge victory for Jasprit Bumrah as the captain, and Australia all out for 238. Carey bowled by Rana for 36. Hazelwood was 4. And the victory that puts them 1-0 up in the best-of-5 series for the Border Gavaskar Trophy. There you go, Glenn. It's all over. It was inevitable for most of the day. And now at around 10 to 4 local time, it's concluded.
Yeah, so going into this match, there was a lot of hype. It was going to be hard-fought, tight contest. The question mark was around both batting lineups, who was going to perform the best. There's a little bit of pressure on both. There's still a few questions around Australia's batting lineup. I think India's questions have been answered. Jasprit Bumrah leading the Indian team off the field as the Aussies come on. He's a very happy man. You wonder how he'd go as captain. I think he did a pretty fair job, the Indian captain. And that's a massive win. Not too many positives out of that for the Australians. They've got a couple of weeks now where they have to regroup and think about, okay, what went wrong? How can we improve? How can we do better? But that was, unfortunately, from lunch on, or just after lunch day one, it's been all India.
This is very much the modern contemporary shaking of hands, because not only that, without any doubt, as you well know, these players play together in the IPL, so every now and then as they go along the line of shaking hands, there's a little embrace, a little hug, as it were. So there's a strong bond there between the players, as much as there is a rivalry between the two of them for this trophy. So Hazelwood was 4. We saw Khawaja caught by Pantov Siraj for 4. Smith caught Pant, bowled Siraj 17. Head caught Pant, bowled Bumrah 89. Marsh bowled by Reddy, chopped it on 47. Carey is the last man out, bowled by Rana for 36 after Stark was caught brilliantly one-handed by Jarrell off Sundar for 12. Lyon was bowled by Sundar without scoring. So 238, 295 the margin of victory, and the bowling there for India. Bumrah 12 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 42, giving him 8 for the match. Siraj 14 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 51, giving him 5 wickets for the match. Rana 13.4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 69. Sundar 2 for 48 off 15. And Reddy 1 for 21 from 4. So that's the situation. India have started the series with a very comprehensive, impressive victory here in Perth. We're going to wrap up this game. We're going to go down to the team on the side of the ground with Clint Wilden.
So India win the first test of the Border Gavaskar Trophy, and they win it convincingly as well by 295 runs inside 4 days. Australia's 4th innings brought to a close, all out for 238. Travis Head, one of their few bright points, with a score of 89 in their 4th innings. Jasprit Bumrah with 5 for 30 in the first innings, took 3 for 42 in the second. It's one of the heaviest defeats that the Australians have suffered in some time. They did make them fight on day 4, getting past tea, but there will be plenty of questions and plenty of recriminations after the Australians really were out of this. Despite having India bowled out for 150 in their first innings, they somehow found themselves 46 runs down after their first innings, all out for 104. Darren Lehmann, goodness me, they showed a bit of fight, but this was a test match that they were out of for a long period.
Well, take the 6 for 70 at that stage, and then obviously they get a little run on India, get to 150, get ahead of the game. Then the spell of the test match for me, that night of day 1, Boomer gets them back into the game, and then all of a sudden you're looking at a deficit, and then they go and play. The wicket changed a little bit, to be fair, made it a lot harder for the bowlers on day 2. But what it was an unbelievable performance by Jaswal with the bat. 160 and just played an unbelievable knock. Turned the game in India's favour as well. And too big a lead. We came out today and we were hoping for a batting all-day performance, so a little bit short. But I did like the fight they did show, especially after losing Usman Khawaja second over of the morning. I thought everyone dug in and tried to do the right thing.
So a couple of big questions that will be asked, particularly the form of Marnus Labuschagne, and on top of him, the form of Steve Smith. It has been a long time coming for both of those to score centuries. And you just have to wonder whether or not the luck is completely deserted the likes of Marnus Labuschagne, and whether, of course, Steve Smith will be able to find his way back into some sort of form. Smith's recent fast 4 tests look like this. Innings of 31, a duck, 11, 9, a duck, and of course the disappointment of Marnus Labuschagne with scores of 10, 1 not out, 3, 5, 1, 2, a 90 against New Zealand, 6 2 and 3. Two players who so much is required from, really, to have any chance of Australia building big innings. And both of them, again today, in both innings, weren't able to get the job done that their nation requires of them, Darren Lehman.
Yeah, I thought Smith looked okay, to be perfectly honest. I mean, I know it was a little bit different, but, you know, you would have loved him to bat 6 hours and get 100 like Virat Kohli did. Marnus obviously got a decent ball last night. He's got the hard end of the stick both times against Bumrah when he's been fired up. So I'm not going to be too critical because I think we got bowled out in the first innings. Today I would like a few more. I thought Head was outstanding, but Smith and Labuschagne, they know more than anyone else they need to make runs. You know, they're sensible enough and honest enough in their own appraisal to know they've got to get some runs soon. And that's not because I think they're going to change the side. I think Australia will keep the same 11 for the next Test match in Adelaide. It will not be an issue. And to be fair, this shouldn't be an issue. They should give them a couple of Test matches and then make an assessment from there. And that's what they'll do. They'll regroup. You've got to remember, last time India came over, we beat them badly in Adelaide, didn't we? We bowled them out for, was it 36? 36. And then they just kept faith with their players. They did, and they just turned it around. Now, that's the same thing, the challenge that Pat Cummins and the boys are going to have.
Well, actually, they had to make a few changes because some people had to go home. So it did actually give them a chance to freshen them up. The amazing thing out of this, I would say, is that India we expect to be guaranteed to make 2 changes, and we would understand why. I would think Ashwin is likely to return. We're just watching Ashwin having a chat with Marnus Labuschagne now. Let's go out now and take the press conference or the interview with Pat Cummins.
Prep leading was really good. Everyone was firing, and it's one of those games. Not much went right, so fair bit to look at ahead of next week.
Yeah, well, it's a bit of a break between the 2 Test matches. Is that a help or a hindrance?
Oh, it is what it is. You know, I think after a loss, you always want to get back on the horse pretty quickly, but we'll take a couple of days rest and then we'll get into Adelaide. And I think we'll have a good prep leading to that test.
Any particular area, I mean, it's only just happened, but is there any area of focus that you think you need to improve significantly on to get back into this?
Oh, look, we didn't really give ourselves a chance, in a few different facets. So I think, that late on day one, if you just got through that period, maybe you said the game looks a little bit different on day 2. Obviously, a couple of big partnerships when we're bowling. So there's a few different areas we've got to clean up.
And there'll be a focus on the top order. It's been a tough 12 months, really. Some challenging batting conditions, some good bowling, but the glare will be there. Have they earned enough vouchers to be safe in their positions? No panic just yet.
Oh, look, there's a lot of experience there. This summer it's a sample size of 1. I think they're going about it. They work really well, but no doubt we've got a bit of work to do. So this week, I'm sure there'll be plenty of conversations, plenty of time in the nets, conversations around, if we come up against similar attacks, similar conditions, what are those things we could have done a bit better?
All right, mate. Well done. Relax, and we'll see you in Adelaide. Good on you. There's Pat Cummins and NRMA Insurance are proud sponsors of this entire Border Gavaskar Trophy. And it is great pleasure now I announce the NRMA Insurance Man of the Match, and it is also the Indian captain with 8 wickets and a victory, Jasprit Bumrah. Congratulations, mate. There you go. Cheers. Jasprit, the perfect start. You must be thrilled.
Yeah, very happy with the beginning. We were put under pressure in the first innings, but the way we responded after that, I'm really proud of the team.
I want to take you back to day 1. You won the toss, a bold decision to bat first. You bowled out for 150. What did you say to your team as you went out there to take the field?
I played here in 2018, so I remember that, when you start here, the wicket is a little soft and then becomes quicker and quicker. So I was relying on that experience. Obviously, this wicket was a little less spicy than the last one that I played here. But we were really well prepared. So I was just telling everyone to, have faith in their process and ability, because over here at this moment you have an opportunity to do something special. So on a given day, experience does matter, but if you have faith in your ability, you can do something special.
Yeah, wonderful words of advice. Now you had the old and the new do it with the bat, didn't you? Jaiswal, his first Test match in Australia, and then Virat back in form. Very pleasing signs.
Yeah, it could be, we can't ask for anything else. Jaiswal, I think, out of all these innings, he's had a great start to his career, but the innings that he he played in the last innings was, I think, probably his best test innings so far, because, you know, he left the ball. He has an attacking nature, but he left the ball well and, you know, played long. So that really helped us. And Virat coming back in form, I didn't see him out of form at all, because, you know, sometimes you play on challenging wickets. It's difficult to judge that if a batsman is in form or not, but he was looking very good in the nets. So, yeah, hopefully he'll build up on the confidence and go from strength to strength.
And what about the support of the Indian crowd? It seems like a home game everywhere you play around the world.
Yeah, it was pretty good. You know, you always enjoy the support, because, you know, the team is putting in a lot of effort. Sometimes the result go up and down, but the backing, when the backing is there, it feels good.
All right, mate, congratulations.
Cheers.
We'll let you enjoy the celebration. See you in Adelaide. There it is, victorious captain Jasprit Bumrah. And that concludes the post-match presentation.
And that's where we'll leave Adam Gilchrist and the post-match presentation. We've been fortunate enough to be joined by very patient Pat Cummins. Pat, thank you very much for your time. Grandstand Cricket on ABC.